Hey folks, I'm back. What is this video is about? How to build super productive efficient app. That's the sole objective of this video. No more talking, let's straight away jump onto the preview section of this product. On opening this application, this is how the landing page of our application is going to look like, titled Super Productive, an ultimate productive application with the features like tasks and notes, mind maps, calendar, group chat, and Pomodoro. You name it, we have it, and that's the specialty of this application. And this is the landing page of our application, specifying the features that we are building as part of this application, visualizing with mind maps, tasks and notes, keep track of important things, roles and permissions, restricting who has access to the workspace that we are creating, the Pomodoro timer, focus on the work that really matters and take breaks which really contributes to the quality of the work that we do, the group chats, collaborate and share the thoughts, images, PDFs using our group chats functionality, express in the form of the emojis, unified calendar, efficiently manage the tasks, mind maps and the activities that you have on your day-to-day calendar, and the quick access, make whichever is important to you as favorite and quickly access those things and prioritize those things. Those are the features that we are going to build as part of this application. So let's log in and see how this application is going to look like, which is going to be really exciting. So on clicking on this login button, we are navigated to the sign in page, where we have an option to sign in with a Google account, sign in with a GitHub, or you can log in with your email or password. So let's try to log in with the GitHub account. So I'm just logging in with the GitHub account, and as soon as we click on sign in button with the GitHub, we are redirected to the onboarding, and there we need to provide in the details of us like first name, surname. So let me just enter. So let's just enter your first name and surname, and you can add in the image. I'm just leaving it your choice. You can add in the image of your profile, and on continuing, the next section that we are going to be redirected is to how will you use Super Productive. So basically we're trying to collect the information that needs for our application so as to improve the experience for the user, whoever we are trying to onboard. So is it for work, for study, for personal use? Just select whatever the reason is. So I'm just selecting here for study, and you can see at the bottom we are showcasing the status of the current step that we are in, and on the right hand side we have whatever we are collecting from these steps. The image, as of now I have not entered any image, and then the name, the first name and last name and the purpose, and clicking on this continue, and here create your workspace. So let's say the name, I am creating this as a demo workspace, and here you can upload an image that needs to be associated with the workspace. And here I'm not uploading, let's showcase it at the later part, and click on the continue. On clicking on this continue, and that's it, we can start with our application Super Productive just by clicking on this button start. So once I click on this start button, we are redirected to our dashboard page. So you can see welcome to Super Productive, the toast message which we are showcasing at the top right section. So this is the home page of our application, the dashboard page. So by default I've just loaded in some data so as to showcase in here. So whatever the workspace that we are going to create and the task, mind maps that we are going to create across workspaces those will be populated in the dashboard section of our application. And so you can see in the sidebar we have this home icon, and this is the Pomodoro feature, and below this the unified calendar activities that we are going to populate on our calendar, task, mind maps, whichever we have in our calendar. And here the start section, so basically whichever is priority for us, we are going to start it and try to complete the tasks or mind maps that we have. And this is whichever the tasks are assigned to me, we are going to populate in this section. And all of this below are the workspaces that we have created or we are part of are going to be shown in this. And these are like dynamic list of the workspaces that will be populating in the sidebar. And below we have option to localize our application. So as of now I have added in two options to localize into Telugu or English. You can just add in as many languages as you need. It's completely flexible. And after this we have an option to log out, and this is the settings page of our application. And on top right we have here the notifications. So basically inside this, if someone has joined the workspace, or if someone has left the workspace, if someone has messaged you, all of these notifications you are going to see in here. And you will see the relative time, when is it, yesterday, 2 days ago, and all those things. So you're going to see, you're going to be notified all of this here. So if I just click on all marked as red, you can see all the messages are marked as red. And this is the profile sections where we are displaying the username, email, and option to change the theme. So you can toggle between dark, light theme and system theme. So if I just click on this light, the theme is changed to light, and I'm just reverting back to the dark section. And here the option to change into the multiple languages, and it's going to navigate us to the settings page. So let's see what we have in our settings page. So in settings page we have three sections in a general, one for the account and another for the security and another for the theme. In account, what we can do is we can modify the profile image and change the username, first name, surname and the language, and try to update this, and also option to delete your account from this super productive. These are the options that we are providing. And going on to this security section, here if you have logged in using your email and password and you wanted to reset the new password, and this is the section that we are providing an option to change your password. And this is the theme page where you can toggle between your light theme, dark theme and system theme. You can add in any images in between in container if you wanted to just highlight more about this theme sections. And below we have the workspace section, which is the settings related to specific workspace. So what is this exactly is, we have an option to change the workspace name and set in the color to our workspace. So these are all the color options that I have provided to set specific theme for our workspace. And then we can update it, an option to delete the workspace. So if you wanted to completely wipe out all the tasks, mind maps or anything related to workspace, you can just perform this delete operation here. And in the member section you will see who are part of this workspace and their roles. And so you can see here on clicking on this, what roles can we grant to the users who are going to be part of this workspace. An admin role, editor role and viewer role. You can clearly see what privileges each role has, and this is how you can assign the users or see the users who are part of this workspace. And here are the options to remove the user from this workspace if you are owner of this workspace. So these are the settings for specific workspace. So going back to the home page. So these are the tasks. So let's try to get into one workspace. So if I just click on this chart workspace, in the options sidebar of this workspace, what is it that we are going to show? We have an option to see the list of the tasks that are part of this workspace, and here I have created in 2 workspaces an option to see the mind maps that are belonging to this workspace and actions that we can perform inside this. We can add a task, we can add a mind map, and whoever are part of this workspace. And here I'm the owner, so this is what we are showcasing. And here this is the status, that is the user is online. We have the presence feature as well, whether the user is online or not. And the other role, admin, this user is also online. And if we have the users with the other roles like viewers, editors, we are going to populate and show in this option sidebar. And the main header section of this workspace, we have here the indication what is the role of the user. So since I'm the owner, so this is the emoji that I'm showcasing, and I have an option to navigate to the group chat section of this workspace, an option to create a new task inside this workspace, an option to create a new mind map. And here the powerful filter we have in every workspace. Let's say you wanted to filter the tasks and mind maps which are assigned to specific user, and also filter by tags. Let's say I wanted to filter assigned to me, I don't have any. So you can see as soon as the filter is applied, we are showcasing the result related to that filter. So if I just clear, it's going to give me all the tasks and mind maps that are present in this workspace. And if I filter by this tag, you can see the DB tag, whichever it has, we are going to see only those things. So this is the powerful filter that we have for every workspace. So let's say I wanted to check out the preview of this mind map I have created. So I just clicked on this. So we are going to navigate to the preview section of this mind map. So once we create any mind map, this is how the preview of this mind map is going to look like. And here the emoji that you selected as part of this mind map, the title of this mind map, and here you can assign to a specific user. Let's say I wanted to assign it to myself, so on clicking on this, so you can see immediately we are assigning to that specific user. And if you wanted to assign to this user as well, you can assign this specific mind map. And here the tags that we have added as part of this mind map, we are going to show all of these tags. And this is the preview of this, how this mind map is going to look like. And here we have the more horizontal icon where we have an options like adding to favorites and to edit its title, the content, tags, and option to delete. Let's say I wanted to edit the mind space, so you can see we are redirected to the edit page of this mind map. And here you have an option to add a new node, and option to edit the title and the emoji of this section. So here clicking on this, we have a beautiful emoji selector. You can change into whatever the emoji that you wanted to. And here this title you can just edit. Once you're done with that edit, you can click on this save, and that's the option to edit the title and emoji of our mind map. And here we have the all tags that are associated with this. You can add in the new tags. So clicking on this new tag, we are showcasing this drop down where whatever the tags that I have, let's say this is the tag that I wanted to add in. Clicking on this, you can see automatic saving feature of this. And now we have added this productive tag to this mind map. So if I just scroll this one, you should see this productive. So this is how we are going to add in a tags to specific mind map. And if you don't have a tag which you wanted to assign, you can click on this add new tag and create the new tag whichever you want and add in. And then once those are created, you can assign that tag to this mind map. And here this is the title of this node. You have an option to edit this, and you can change the color of this node, and option to delete this. So clicking on this edit, you have here the option to change the title of this and all those things, and the option here for the edge options, so you can change the label of your edge option. And the connection type, we have your step, rounded corners, step, straight, default, and the color of the edge that you want it to be. Do you want the edge to be animated? And once you click on this settings and click on save button, those settings are going to be applied to this edge. And similar way, you can just create and extend to as many nodes that you want. And this is the mind map feature, which is really going to be an amazing feature for you to visualize whatever you are imagining, and an option to invite someone to the workspace. So it's very simple. We have an URL link and the permission that you wanted to assign to particular user. So let's say you want someone to invite to this workspace with the admin feature. Just select this one, and we have this URL ready. Copy this link and share it to the user who you wanted to add to this workspace. And once they browse this URL and they're part of our application, then we are going to add that user to this workspace. And this is the invite feature, and this is the task adding shortcut. You can create a task from anywhere section of this application. So you can select the emoji and add in this title, the due date of this task, so the range that you can select, to which workspace you wanted to add this task. So these are the workspace that we have as of now, and those are the things that I am showcasing. Let's say I wanted to add it to builders, you can just do that. So this is the option to add it to workspace, and here these notifications. So this is all we have about the mind maps, the preview section and the edit section. So now let's look at the tasks. So I'm just navigating to our super productive task. So on clicking on that, this is the preview section of a task. So here the same, we have the emoji, the title, and assign it to specific user, and as of now this task is assigned to this user, and the date that it is spread across the tags to this. And here as well we have an option to add it to favorites, to edit. So clicking on this edit, we are going to navigate the user to the edit page of this task page. So here this is the edit page, and I can add in the content, the titles, whatever I wanted. So here we can remove this one, add in the tags, whatever you want, change this, and this is the image that we have and all those things. So same thing, you can add in as much of titles and all. So I have this other, the task section as well. So if I just click on this one edit section, we can just see here the content of this. So here you can add in this header in whichever format, the level that you want, level 2, level 3, and add in the bullet points, ordered list or image. So let's say I wanted to check this one, the title. So once you add in this one, selecting this, we have an option to make this one bolder, italic, strike it, underline this one, and add in the code block, or you can add in a hyperlink to specific section, highlight this, the title that you wanted. Let's say I wanted to highlight this one, so you can highlight this one, and an option to undo the content of the task editor that we have, and redo option, and option to delete those things. So this is the advanced editor we have, and the limitations that we can add in for specific content of a task. So let's say I have limited here to 600 characters, and we are showcasing the number of words that the user has added currently and all those things. So this is how we can maintain the tasks and notes inside our task sections. And now let's say I wanted to add in a new task, so clicking on this actions, so I just created a new task, and this is the task that is created. I can click on any emoji, so this is the emoji that I added, and let's say I'm just going to create this name as new task demo. So this is the title, and this is going to automatically save, and you can see above the status saving, saved and all. And I can add in this date. Let's say I'm going to add in this range as 4 to 12. So this is the range, and I'm going to add in this new task, new tag, let's say productive, great, passion. So you can see immediately the things are updating. And after this you can just add in this title, the header of this task and all those things, and you can just add in whichever color you want. So like this we have just created a new task, and going back now we should see in the task list the thing that I added. You can see the new task demo, and here this the mind maps things. So even here if I just click on this new mind map, we are going to create a new mind map and navigate to the new mind map that we have. So clicking on this, add a new thing, you can see we have added in the new node, and edit this one. So just edit this title, so edited text, and the save changes. Clicking on this you can just change in the color of this. So this is how it's going to be looking, and it's automatically saving, and you can add in the other nodes as well. So you just add in as many nodes that you want. So this is the nodes, and link to this node. So I'm just linking to this, and you can just change the color, the title of this, and add in the new tag. Let's say I'm just going to add in here, and if you don't have a new tag, so I'm just going to create this as new tag, and color of this I'm just going to add in this color. So now we should see this new tag in the list, and we have successfully created. So and I can just add in this tag to our works the mind map. So this is really powerful feature that we have as part of this applications, and we can just delete whole mind map if you don't want. And that is all the nodes that you have in this mind map. So clicking on this, so I'm just going to delete all of this. You can see the nodes whichever we added as part of this mind map are just deleted, and have an option to delete the single node as well. So if I just click on this delete, so the node is deleted. So we have a delete functionality at a node level, and delete functionality at a whole nodes level in a mind map. And this is about creating a new mind map, editing a new mind map. And let's say I'm just going to add in to just showcase you the hedge options. So here I'm just adding in this hedge, and clicking on this hedge, we have here the connection settings. Let's say I'm just adding here this label as a new edge, and make this one as a step rounded corners. The color of this I'm going to change this one to purple, and I want it to be animated. So once you configure this options for a particular edge and click on this save, you can see here the label of this edge is new edge, and we have this animated step rounded edge in between those two nodes. And this is how you can configure an options to edge and add in as many nodes, as many edges you wanted, whatever you are imagining in your mind. So this is the mind map section. Now let's go to this workspace and the important feature, the group chat, that I'm going to show. So here now you can see all the things that we have just created related to this workspace. We are populating here. And now the group chat, here you can converse with all the users who have a part of this workspace. So now an option to upload a PDF or image and add in the emojis to your text in this thing. So let's say hello is the text, so immediately you can see the image that it is sent. And if it's your image, you can just edit this image right away, and once you are done, just press enter. We are going to allow the user to edit the message, and you can see the edited status. And the important thing here, we have the real-time chat. If other users are sending you the message, you will be immediately seeing those messages in this chat section. So you can see now this user as well as this user are online. And let me just show you how this is going to look like if two users are trying to converse, and I just need to see the message updated in our chat. So if I just minimize this one and add in the other users that I have, so let's say I'm just going to hello new message that I sent, and you can see here in the left hand section this is visible. So this is the real-time message that we are populating in our group chat section, and that's what I wanted to showcase. So if whoever are part of this workspace are texting, and everybody will be seeing those messages in real time. And this is the group chat, and I have an option to load more, and we are paginating the chats that we are showcasing here. Clicking on this, we are going to show the hold messages, and that's the pagination logic in chat as well. And this is about the chat section. And now let's go to the calendar, where we have all of the tasks and mind maps in a single unified calendar. You can see here the task on which date it is supposed to be completed and all those things. So clicking on this, it's going to help us navigate the user to this specific task. And this is the calendar page. In here we can just navigate between months, previous. I have here the focus on targets, the consistency works, focus on targets, and other data which I have just added. And if I just add in the quick add the task, let's say I'm going to add in here, just check task, and let me add in the dates as 1 to 4. And once I click on add to workspace, we should immediately see this one on our calendar now. So let's see this one. So I'm adding, so let's just please wait. You can see this task was added to this project, and we can click on this one to view this task. I'm not worried about navigating to this task page, so let's just close this one. And you can see here that it is populated in our calendar, the checks task, and clicking on this, it's going to take us to the specific task preview page, and there we can just edit the content, title, and emoji and all those things. So this is the calendar page. And going to this start page, here whichever the sections that you have starred and which are of your priority, we are populating here. Now you can see we don't have any projects marked with a star. So let's go to this one, and in this workspace, let me go to this task which we just created, and I'm going to start this one. So I added this to favorite sections, and now going to this start page, we should see this task, and this is the feature of this page. Whichever are of our priority, we can just populate those things and complete those things. And here we can sort this by latest or oldest. So that's the sorting by editing date of the task or mind map. And this one is assigned to me page. So whichever are specific to me that I need to work on, we are going to populate those things in here. So here you can just filter by all the tasks, and you can filter by mind maps. Okay, there are no tasks assigned to this particular user, so we don't have any details, and there is one mind map that is assigned to the user, so we are populating. And this is how we can filter by types and specific to workspace. So if you just change your workspace, and this is what the related to that specific workspace we are going to showcase. And this the Pomodoro feature, we have a timer, so we can just start this one and focus on the work that we wanted to prioritize and complete, and keep track of the time that it's taking for us to complete this one. So you can just stop and start this again. And here, so we have here the break time, so you can just start this one and do this and stop. So this is the Pomodoro timer, and we have the settings that we can configure for this Pomodoro feature, where we can configure the time duration for our work. So you can just change in this time to whatever the time that you wanted to set in for your work, and the time for the short break, you can just change this one, and the duration for your long break, and you can just configure the number of rounds, the interval between the long breaks. You can change it to customize to the needs of your needs. And here the bell sound that you want for a break and a work. So, and I have in here the preview for this. So clicking on this bell, this sound, how it's going to look like, we have a preview for that. And here for the analog, this is how it's going to sound like, and by the board. So for all these sounds, we just have a preview of how this is going to look like, and you can just select whichever you like that and configure these options. So this is the digital one, and the fancy sound, this is how it's going to be, and you can configure how loud you want that notification sound to be. So you can just control that one here. So once you have arranged this one to the likes of you can just click on this save, and whatever you have just modified here, we are going to store that one in our DB and consider that one and showcase these things in our timer page. So these are all the features that we are going to build as part of this application, which is going to be really exciting, and you're going to learn a lot from this, which it's going to improve your skills and make you really a good builder to build for the needs of yourselves. And that is what we are going to build as part of this application. Let's do it, folks. Let's build it. I open the terminal, and we are going to create the new application. So let me just name this as super productive, and we'll just choose so I'm just going to proceed with this next 15. So I'm just going to choose in the default the options that it is recommended. So okay, so let's wait for us to install this application. Okay, so the application is installed. So now let's try to open this in our editor. So I'm just opening this one in editor, and also so let me just run this, and we'll see this the default in our preview. So I'm just trying to run this. So let's open this one in our browser. Okay, fine. So now let's, as usual, let's have the code section on the left part of the screen and the preview on the right hand side. Okay, so and I'm just going to zoom this part. Yep. So yeah, as usual, so I'm just going to remove this, the default div, and I'm just going to add in this some text like this is the home. Okay, and also the okay, fine. So to get started, we will first try to implement the sign in sign up functionalities using Next auth. So I'm going to install the required dependencies for that. So I'm just going to refer to docs. So let's just open this one. So here the adapters, we are going to use this Prisma. Okay, so these are the things that we need to install. So let me just install these things, the Prisma client and then the Prisma adapter. Okay, so I'm just installing this, and also we need to install Next.js as well, which we are going to do. And let's install this dev dependencies. Okay, and I'm going to install this Next auth also. Okay, so this has to be what is the issue? Okay, I'm just going to add in here this legacy pair or dependencies. Okay, so we have installed that, and now whatever the instructions that we have here, we need to follow provided in here, and the schema that we are supposed to follow and all of that. So first thing, let's try to prepare in here the clients for this respective thing. So the best place for us would be to just create a library folder, so that whatever the libraries the clients that we wanted to, I'm just going to create in here. So first thing is this db, so I'm just going to name this as db, that's the Prisma. So in here let's just copy whatever we have here in the right hand side, the Prisma client, and let me just declare here the global, and in here I'm just going to create this Prisma variable, which is going to be of type the Prisma client. And now here, instead of this global, we can have this also, so but let's just do it this way, the Prisma, which is going to be the Prisma. So here, if this is not production, and all I'm going to do is whatever the variable that we have here, Prisma, I'm going to create in here this new Prisma client instance. If that's not the case, so there is so here else if this global dot Prisma isn't present, so I'm just going to assign this new Prisma client for this. Okay, and I'm just going to have this value present in this global.prisma assigned to our this Prisma variable. And finally we are just going to export this DB, which we can use in the places where we need to talk to the tables, that is the schema that we are going to create. Okay, so once we have this thing, now we need to have this schema. So for us to have this schema, all I'm going to do is this one. So let's have this. So if you wanted to know more info, so you just refer this Prisma documentation. So just the way to get started and all that. So this is how we configure and all of that stuff. So basically we have here all of the overview on what all those things signify and all those things. So introduction. So this is how we just install, and you can just get started in this way. This is the self-explanatory. Just refer to the docs to need more info on that. Okay, and now so let's install the client here. So if you just see the dependencies, we just installed already the client using that things, the docs in the auth.js. If you're not installed, you can follow this one as well. Okay, so once that is installed, you can just create in here this npx prisma, and this is going to help us, let's say, so this is going to help us create this the Prisma folder, and where we'll have this generator, the client, and also the data source that we are supposed to attach the database URL. Okay, so this environment variables configuration and all, which I'll add in a while. Okay, so now just moving on to this thing. So this is the schema that we need to add in if we wanted to integrate the next auth to our application. So let me just copy this, and I'm just going to ignore or remove whichever is not needed for us. Okay, so this is the default thing, and I think I can just remove this on the things. Okay, the database, we are going to use the Postgres, and that's what I attached, and the generator client, and the account here I'm just going to change in a bit. So let me add in here this ID, and this is going to be a string, and by default I'm going to assign this as the ID default. Let's have this current ID. Okay, what is the issue? Okay, there is an issue with this ID. Yeah, this one I'm going to remove this. Yep. Okay, like I said, I'm just going to make some changes in here. User ID, let's make this as a unique, and also the type of provider account ID refresh token, and this one, let's just try to change the name, or the thing that we are going to store in our DB to this case. Okay, provider account ID, then refresh token, access token, and this one also I'm just going to change this one to text format, db.text, and this one too I'm just going to change this one to db.text. Okay, and this expires token type scope ID token, I'm just going to keep that as it is, except that if it's just I'm trying to map this one to the types that we have in Postgres, and also the namings that we wanted to see in our DB. Okay, and remaining things I'm just going to keep that as it is, and this created it, updated that we can keep track of, or else we can completely ignore. I just removed this ID. So instead that I'm just going to specify the unique constraint, the provider and the provider account ID. Okay, and this user relations, we are going to map this user ID and reference the ID of this table. On delete, we are going to delete. Okay, so that is this account model. And now this the session here also, let me just add in this ID, so which is going to be a string. This one is going to be the ID, and default I'm going to assign this ID. Okay, and session token I want it to be unique, and also the user ID should be unique. So I'm just going to add this constraint expires datetime, and this relation, okay, this self-explanatory. And I think I'm just going to remove this, but we can, it's good to have, we can have this created at and updated at field. And okay, so the model account session, and here the user, the ID, okay, and the name also I'm not going to make this optional, but let's just make this as a unique. Email, let's make this optional, and also the unique. Email verified, okay, it's a date time. And for this I'm going to add in the hashed password. We are going to support the just the email password login. So for that I'm going to store this one, so which it's going to be of type a string, and then image, and then accounts, the sessions. And this is just the optional, so I'm just going to remove this, the updated ad and the authenticator part. Okay, and after this the verification token, the identifier token, and this one I want it to be unique, so I'm just adding this constraint. And here instead of this, let's add in this unique constraint. Okay, fine. And this thing which I don't want, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so this is the default schema that we have. That's fine. Okay, now I have this schema, and I'm just going to generate this, and I add in this database URL in just a while. Okay, fine. So, and also, so to integrate this one, so once we have this, all we need to, so to apply the schema and all, we are going to, and this is to generate the Prisma client and all that stuff. Okay, so this is just the instructions. Okay, so just the to integrate this, so we need to create this route and all those things. So let's try to create inside our API folder. So here inside this app folder, API folder, and then this auth folder, and inside this the dynamic thing, so next auth, and here I'm just going to create this route.ts. Okay, so in this so we have this already, the instructions, whatever we have here. Either we can do it this way, or else I'm just going to add in the separate library like we did for our the DB. We can create in that way as well. So let's do it. I mean, I'm just going to add in that the auth file in here. So here I'm just going to export this auth options, so which is going to be of type this next auth options, and in here we are going to specify here this session strategy. So this is going to be this JWT, and then the pages associated to this. So the error, I'm going to add in this sign in page, which we don't have, but I'm just going to add in. eventually we will add in these pages. And sign in, this is going to be this sign in page. Okay, and then I should attach in the adapter. So this is going to be the Prisma adapter which we installed, and I need to attach in here this DB which we just prepared, and let's just typecast this one to the adapter. Okay, fine. And after this, the providers. Okay, so we'll add in the 2 to 3 providers: the Google provider and GitHub provider, and also the Apple provider. Let's try to add in. And apart from that, this normal credential provider where we'll have this name, email and password kind of login and all those things. Okay, so first thing is this Google provider. So this one, let's first try to install all of these providers. Google provider from this next auth providers. This is going to be this Google, and this GitHub provider from this next auth providers GitHub, the Apple provider providers, the Apple, and finally the credentials provider. So let's just import this as this accordingly. Credentials provider from this next auth, the providers, and this is going to be credentials. Okay, so now we have these providers, and all I'm going to do is add in this list of the providers here, the Google provider, and here we need to attach in this client ID. So where I'm just going to attach in the environment variables, assuming we have those in place already, which we will eventually add those. Okay, so here first thing is this Google client ID, and I'm just going to show you how to get all of this providers client ID and client secret. Okay, so here this process.env dot this Google client secret, and we are receiving this error. So let's just make this as not null. Okay, and same thing we need to do for the other providers. GitHub the client ID process dot env dot GitHub client ID, and this client secret process dot env GitHub client secret. Okay, and after this the Apple provider. So let's attach in here this client ID, same like we just did for the above providers, the Apple client ID, and the client secret process.env dot Apple client secret. Okay, fine. So now we added almost the providers that we'll be adding in, and after this the credentials provider. So for this let's just give this name as this credentials, and the credentials I'm just going to attach in this name the label which is going to be this name, and the type of this, it's going to be text, and this placeholder the name. Okay, the same I'm just going to add in this like this email, so which is going to be this label again, the just the email type. I'm just going to for now specify it as a text, and the placeholder, let's have this as this let's say email. Okay, and below one we'll have this password. Okay, so here this password label, this is going to be the password, the type, it's going to be as usual the password, and the placeholder, let's have this the password. Okay, yep, so I'm just added this thing, and now here we need to add in the function to authorize this one. So just after this, let's add in this right after this one. Okay, yep, so async the authorize. So let's just make this as the asynchronous. So inside this, so basically so it's just a validation, making sure the whatever we're expecting from these credentials, email or the password, if it's not present, we're going to throw some errors and all that stuff. So here, if the credentials dot email is not present, or we don't have this password, okay, so I'm just going to throw in here this error, that is let's say this, please enter email and password. Okay, fine. And here, if that is not the case, I'm going to first get this user. So for here this to happen, we need to have this schema. So basically whatever we have in here, this the adapters, so the Prisma. So once we have that, I'm just going to run this. So but for that I need to attach in the DB URL. So to get the DB URL, I'm just going to have this local Docker compose file to run this PostgreSQL, or else you can go for Supabase and get the DB thing and all. Okay, so let me just add in the Docker compose file. So I just wanted to avoid the too much turnaround of connecting to this DB present in remote and all. So the best way for us to develop is to have a local Docker compose file and connect that one. Okay, so let me add that Docker compose file now. Root folder, root location, I'm just going to create in here this new file. Let's just name this as this docker compose dot YAML. Okay, and here I'm just going to mention here the version, the name of the services. So let's just say this as the super productive services. Okay, so and here I need to attach in these services. This is going to be this DB, the image name, it's going to be the Postgres, and restart, I'm just going to specify some instructions. So you can just refer how to use this on all from this the Docker Hub. Okay, fine. And the container name, I'm just going to name this as this super productive DB, and this environment values. The first thing, it's going to be the user, the Postgres user. So I'm just going to add in this one as the just the default, the Postgres, and the Postgres DB. The name of this, let's have this as this super productive, the name of our database, and the password, let's add in this one, just the password. Okay, I'm not adding in specific passwords and all. And let me attach in these volumes. So I'm just going to create this as database data, and attach and map this one, this PostgreSQL or data. Okay, and the port, so let's expose the 8009th port, or let's say some 10, and map it to actual 5432. Okay, fine. So now I have this. Okay, and I need to attach in this volume. So let me just add in this volumes, which is this database data. Okay, yep, and yeah, that's all. So I can just run this one. So let me just open this another thing. So all I'm going to do is have this docker compose up. Okay, so now this database is up and I can attach in this the environment variable. So this one, so basically here this database URL, so instead of this user name, this is going to be this Postgres, that is what we added. And also here this password, so we have this password as the password, and the localhost, so it was the port 8010. Okay, and the DB name is the super productive. Okay, so yep, and yeah, so this is the thing. And yeah, this one we have an error, that's fine. So okay, so this is the URL of our DB, and that's the port number which we try to map it to 5432. Okay, so now what I can do is just go to this the other thing, and here we can just run this. So basically let's generate our client. Okay, so it generated the Prisma client, and now I can just migrate this one. So basically this one I'm just going to name this as initial. Okay, yeah, now we can see we have this our database is in sync with our schema. So once we run that migration, so we'll have this here, the migration. So basically we created this user table, account, session, and all that thing. Okay, so if we wanted to see more about that, we can just use the studio command. So basically so it's going to open in localhost 555, I mean this localhost port number 5555, and these are the tables that we have: account, session, user, verification token. Okay, so we are good now. So we have this one. So now if I just go to here, so whatever we were trying to do, so basically I was going to first find so this user. So let's try to find if this user exists. So this one where we are going to do using this email, this credentials.email. Okay, so we'll try to find this user. So if we did not find this user, or if this user doesn't have this hash password, we're going to throw in an error saying that the user was not found, or something like that. Okay, so if not user, or this user has no hashed password, let's just throw here this error. The message, I'm just going to say something like user was not found, and I'm going to say this message, please enter valid email. Okay, fine. Else if user is found, we need to try to match the password that is entered with whatever we have in our DB. Okay, so for that this I'm just going to collect into this password match. We are going to use this this bcrypt. Okay, so let me just install that. So I'm just going to open this new terminal again. So here, okay, and just to hash the password and to match the thing. What is this? Okay, fine. Okay, so now let me just import this one from the library which we just installed. Okay, what is this error? Okay, let me just install this types for this. Okay, I think, yeah, so we have this bcrypt. So now we are going to use this and try to compare with whatever we have and whatever the user is as entered. So this one, credentials dot password, and we'll try to check with this the hashed password. So if this is not matched, okay, then I'm going to throw in error message saying that the entered password, so something, I'm just throwing this error. You can change this, the entered password is incorrect, and say that, please enter the correct one. Okay, fine. If it is matched, so all we are going to do is we are going to return here this user. Okay, so this is the authorized function, and after this we are supposed to attach in this secret, which is going to be this process dot env, the next auth secret, this random xcode which we are going to generate. Okay, and after that the callbacks, so here you need to handle this callbacks and also the JSON web token functions and all. So inside this one, so session, so here I'm just going to get this session along with this the token, so the session token. So inside this, if we have this token, let's just assign this session dot user dot id to the whatever the token dot id that we are going to be, and also here the types a thing. Let's not worry about this one, it's possibly undefined and all that stuff, which I will take care of this types eventually. Okay, after this the session dot user dot name, the token dot name, I'm going to assign this email. Let's add in the same token dot email. Okay, and then this user dot image, token dot picture, session dot user dot this username. I'm going to add in this username. So for now the typing issues which we will take care. Okay, and if we have this token, we are going to do this, and later, so I'm going to find this user, this db dot user dot this find unique. Inside this, let's find using this id. Okay, so we have in here the schema, the id, so I'm just trying to find the user using this id. If we have this user, and if we have this user, I'm just going to update this user dot image to whatever the value that we have inside our the record. Same applies to this name. So these are all present in this the how to handle all of these things inside this the documentation. You can just go ahead and have a look at that. Okay, fine. And here this name, let's assign this, and also I'm just going to convert this to lowercase. Okay, and finally we will return the session from this function. And after this, the one more thing, the JSON web token function that we can handle here, and here this token this user. Let's get this user. So pretty straightforward. db.user find first. We are going to find this using email. Okay, so where email with whatever we have in this token. If we have not found this db user, I'm just going to add in this token ID to the ID of this user, and let's just return this token. And after this, finally I'm just going to return here this ID, which is going to be this db user dot id, the name, which it's going to be this db user dot name, email, the db user dot email, the picture, which is going to be this db user dot image. Okay, sorry, this is going to be image. Yep. And finally, yeah, so this is the auth.ts helper that we need for us to handle the authentication. And I'm just going to export the function. Let's name this as a get auth session, and all I'm going to do is use this get the server session function from here and pass in the options that we prepared above, this one. Okay, fine. So now we have the helper function, which is going to help us authenticate the user and handle the session and all the tokens. So here now it's going to be very simple. I'm going to create this handler. Let's use this next auth and pass in this auth options from our the helper function, and export this handler as this get and the post methods. Okay, yeah, this is the endpoint that we need to prepare, like in here. Okay, and after this, first thing, let's try to create a route. Okay, and also so the output that we have here, where is this? Let's just remove this dark mode into here. I can just change here, add in this dark mode as this class. Okay, and also let's go to this layout. And also, so yeah, I'll add in that the normal light theme, but before going here, I need to add in the theme provider to control the dark and light theme. So for that, what I'm going to do, let's first try to install the dependencies, which is basically the Next themes. So we can just install the dependencies needed for that, which is the Next theme. So I'm just going to use this one. So this is what we need. So I'm just going to install this Next themes. Okay, legacy, I just need to check the version of this. Okay, that is installed, and now let's just prepare a provider like this inside let me just create a new folder for that also, so that I'll just wrap in not in this, so that I can have all of the providers in that, not inside this one, but okay. So the providers, and let's name this one as this theme provider dot tsx, and let's just make this as a client-side component, and I'm just going to import this React everything. So from this React, and let's just export this theme provider. So we can just refer the whatever we have in here the other side, but I'm just having this arrow functions rather than this normal function. Okay, so and pass in the other props, and this one is going to be of type theme provider prop, so that one I can import the type from this next themes dist types. Okay, so here let me just import this type theme provider props. Okay, and here let's just try to wrap this inside this next themes provider. Okay, this one, it's just a theme provider, but yeah, like this I'm just going to import from this next themes. So we are just going to wrap the children's inside this. Okay, yeah, this is the theme provider, and now the main layout, the place where we have I'm just going to use this thing now. So going to this the main layout, whatever here we have here the thing, let's use this theme provider, and the attribute, let's attach in the class default theme. I'm going to go for light and enable system, and this disable transition on change, and inside this we are going to wrap in this children, and let's just remove this one now, and I think we should be, what is this error? Okay, let's go with the system. Okay, this is just the iteration issue, so I'm just going to ignore. Fine. So we added in this theme provider, we just try to wrap it in, and along with that I'm just going to use this components. Okay, let's install this components, Shatsian components. Okay, yep, and whatever the default, I'm just going to take those suggestions. There is a problem of installing this. Okay, so I'm going to be specific. Okay, so basically now I need to fix this thing. So in our package.json, let me just fix this the legacy pair depths issue, and then we will install this Shatsian. I just echoed this legacy pair depths equals to true to our .npm rc file, so you can just use this echo legacy pair depths equals to true and try to write into this file. So once this is added to this, and we should be good. And then just install this, and I was able to create this. Okay, so to check this out, you can just add in some component. So I'm just going to add in this button. Yep, so we have this button component. Oh, where is this components? Here. Okay, so we have this added. Okay, fine. I was able to add this, and we added the schema and the theme provider and all of those things, and we have the issues in here, in auth because of the types. So for us to avoid that, what I'm going to do, let's just create here this types folder, and inside this the auth.ts, and it's going to be just the simple straightforward. So we are going to declare here this module, this next auth JWT, and here this interface JWT. I'm just going to add in this ID, which is string, and the additionally this username, which is going to be of type string or null. Okay, and also the next auth module. So next auth, and inside this whatever we had for this in session interface, I'm just going to add in the additional types for, and this one I'm just importing this type from this next auth. Okay, just let's import this type, and additionally for this we are going to add in this ID, which was of type string, and the username, which is either going to be string or null. Okay, and now here what is this? Okay, the other things we were able to fix it, and the issue is now because we are trying to let's just remove this optional thing, and even here as well. Okay, fine. Mostly the issue even here, I'm just going to change this. Yep, so the type issue is also fixed. So yeah, so basically we just added the next auth, just bare minimum skeleton, just by referring to the docs using the Prisma adapter, and added the ShardCN into our application, and next themes. Okay, so after this I wanted to add in this internationalization using this Next.intl. Okay, so let's add in this internationalization. So all we need to do is basically first install this dependency, not this one. So let's just try to go through the docs. Yep, yeah, so using this apps router. Okay, first let's install this one, Next.intl. Let's what's happening? Okay, it's installed. So once we have this installed, first what I'm going to do, let's create the new folder inside our app folder called this locally. Okay, and inside this, so this instructions and all, you can see we have here this local folder and all that thing, so you can just add in that. I'm just following these instructions whatever we have on our right hand side. So here let's create a simple page dot tsx. Okay, and also here I'm just going to add in simple component home and use this translation. So use translations, and here I'm just going to add in this index which we have not added. That should go into our messages folder. Okay, and here let me add in this one. This title. Okay, and I'm just going to export this as the default from this page. Okay, so and also now we need to add in this the configuration and also the helper, kind of like in our next config, and also the middleware and all that thing. So first let me add in this i18.ts as the file. Okay, not inside this, so let me just create I'm just going to create here this i18 internationalization, this is the helper function. Okay, so here let's just export this default to get the request config. So basically whatever we have in our the messages folder, which will be creating the local versions of the JSON format and all that thing. Okay, so get request config asynchronous, and here we're going to pass in here this local language code, and after this all I'm going to do is this messages, we are going to import this one dynamically. So the messages folder which I am yet to prepare, so let me just prepare this one, not in types. Okay, so messages folder, and now going back here, this messages, whatever the language code of the particular local version, we are going to get that respective JSON file. Yep, and by default I'm just have this. Okay, yep, and now so let's just import this get request config from this server. Fine. Yep, so now we have this, and the messages folder. For now I'm just going to prepare in the English version, which should be this en.json, and these are all present in here. You can just see this. Okay, so here this mean the key, I'm adding this as index. That's why even in our home component I refer to index. Okay, and after this the value present in this title, let's add in this the hello world title. Okay, so same like this we need to maintain for other local versions, which we will do eventually. Okay, fine. And after this the middleware we need to create in here. So for middleware let's create in here this new file middleware.ts, and here I'm just going to import this create middleware from this next intl, and we are going to export this default create middleware, we need to pass in the locals that we'll be supporting. For now I'm just passing here this English, okay, and this default locally it's going to be this English, and the local detection I'm just going to set this to false, and this the config the matcher, so whatever here this I'm going to add in this default the matcher here, whatever we have under all local folders and all that stuff, okay. And now the next config, so basically so going in here this is where I need to add in the wrap. If you just check this next config, so this is how I'm supposed to add in the plugin. So let's remove this one. I'm going to prepare here with the next internationalization, so require this next internationalization plugin, and inside this I'm going to specify in here the file that we just prepared, this thing, okay. So once we have this, all I'm going to do is let's we can either do it in this way, or else I'm going to module.exports with this one and pass in this next config, okay. So here this next config, let's have this simple object, okay. So this is how we can configure the default inside our configuration, okay. So we had this middleware and tried integrated into our next configurations, and for now locally we added only English language, and the thing now we need to change is in our layout, and the layout I'm just going to move this one, whatever we have this both of the things into a local folder, and also the stylings also let me move this global.css also into this. So now the changes that we need to do inside this, so basically let me just prepare this locals list, just the arrays of the language. For now it's just going to be English, and once we have this the here the root layout apart from children's, I'm going to attach in this params, which is going to be the locally, and I'm going to add in this string. So there are two ways of to integrate with this routing and without routing, so you can just prefer whichever works for you, and use that, okay. I'm just doing this without routing, okay, fine. Whichever works you can just add in that, but ultimately it's the same, okay. So once we add this as a param, now inside this let's first try to validate the local. So is valid local, so we are going to use this locals, and I'm just going to check this current whatever the local that we have and match with this value, okay. If it's not valid locally language, I'm just going to add in here this not found page, okay. And now instead of this the default English, we need to attach in here this local language code, okay. And rest it's going to be pretty much the same. So basically, so if I just go in here, what happened, okay. Okay, so now if I just try to, so you can see it's compiling thing. And okay, there's an issue with this font. Okay, yep, that's because uh, let's just remove this for now. I don't think I need this. Okay, wherever we are referring, I'm just going to remove this. Yeah, okay, fine. So we have this one. So if I just try to have the other default locally changed to other language and all, it's going to work just fine. This is how we integrate the next intl package into our application and see if we are able to get the English version translated into local languages. Okay, fine. So after this, what we are going to do is basically I'm going to focus on the auth piece one by one, and we need to add in a components for the kind of like the card for authentication, sign in card, and the sign up card and all that stuff. So let's add one by one now. Components related to auth, we will try to create the new folder for that. So inside this components folder, let's create auth, and inside this we'll create the all of the components related to that. So, and also just before that I need a card component from Shatien. So let's just install that. Yep, so card component is added, and inside this let's create this as the auth card. Okay, fine. So here this is going to be a simple, just the card wrapped with the card header, the image, title, and we'll have the whether this is the sign-in card or sign-up card. Based upon that, the content related to respective thing we will try to display. Let's first have the bare minimum component here. So here this export const auth card. Okay, so here the props, just a boolean whether this is a sign-in card or not. So for that, let's just create a simple interface here. Interface, and just have this as a props. The text would be simple like sign in card. Okay, boolean. And this one, let's just create in here this the props which we just created, the sign in card. And inside this, for now I'm just going to return the empty fragment. Okay, so why I'm returning this, so that we can use inside one of the pages and see that in action. For auth related stuff, let's try to create in here this new folder which doesn't count into the path, and inside this I'm just going to create a new layout. So kind of I wanted to make this as a common to our sign in and sign up page. Okay, so that's why I'm just trying to create in here this layout.tsx, and this is going to be a simple layout. So I'm just going to make this as auth layout, and the children, which is just the common of type this React node. Okay, so here we are going to return this main, and inside this I'm just going to wrap in the children. The styling and all we will take care. Okay, first thing, the sign up page or sign in page, whichever. So going to this auth folder again. So let's create here the new folder for sign up. So I'm just naming this as the sign up, and here inside this page.tsx, let's create here the component for that sign up. and here I'm just going to return the auth card component which we just created, and let's just export this as the default thing. Okay, so if I just try to this is sign up page. Okay, where is this layout? Yeah, this layout I need to export this due to which we are seeing that issues. This the layout. Okay, and now we should see. Yep, so as of now we don't have anything inside this auth card, so let's try to add something and see this in action on the right hand side. So inside this I'm just going to use this card component. Okay, and the styling, I'll just come back to that. So first the header. Okay, so here I'm just going to add in some image. This source, let's just have this random image for now, so I'm just adding here the sample image of this. Okay, later we'll just change that, and I need to specify here the width and height. That's why we are receiving the error. So height, let's just say it this one to 50, and also the alt section. So this one I'm just going to have this empty string, and let's close this one, and I need to add in this the configuration to allow this one. So just going to this one, so all we need to do is inside this next config the images remote patterns, and inside this the list of the protocol, so or the object with the just the protocol, which in our case is the HTTPS, and the host name. This is going to be this github.com. Okay, and I think now we should be good to see the image. Let's okay, fine. So we have this image, and now continuing on this component. So after this image I'm going to add in the title. So this title, let's give in here it's basically based upon this. If it's a sign-in card, I'm going to show the sign-in title. If it's not, we are going to show the sign-up title. So for this I'm just going to since we are trying to support multiple languages, it's better always this kind of hard-coded text always move to our messages folder. So whatever we have here inside this en.json, for now we are going to add in for the English version. Later I'll just add one translation to Telugu and we'll show that translation. Okay, so now let's always try to segregate this one. So this is for auth, so I'm just adding in here. So let me add in basically whatever we need for this auth section. The first thing is the email thing. So the title, the text of this is going to be email, and then this password. So this one, it's going to be again the password, username that will be collecting. So this I'm just going to add this text. After this related to sign in, again I'm just going to create an object for this. For that we need a title, kind of like card title, which I just mentioned. So here I'm just going to add in here, let's say sign in. So you can add in whatever text you want against this key, some description. So let's say welcome back to whatever. Okay, our super productive, whatever we can say. And then this submit button text, let's make this underscore. So submit button text, it's going to be sign in, and the forgot password thing, I'm just going to add in this forgot password text. And after this if it's a sign-in page, so basically normally we see things is like don't have account, and that's the text, and then the kind of link to sign up page and all that stuff. So I'm just going to add that. So don't have account. So here I'm just going to add in this first text, which is going to be the text which is don't have an account, and the second text, this is going to be the link to our sign up page. So this is what the text I'm going to add. And after this, the providers, so we'll have with Google, Apple and GitHub. Okay, those are the providers that we'll add. So here first let me add the text for Google. Sign in with Google, and the Apple, so it's pretty much the same. So sign in with Apple. GitHub, sign in with GitHub. Okay, fine. So that was related to a sign in section. Now we need to do with respect to sign up. So after this, so this is all about the sign up section. So this also, it's going to be pretty much same whatever we have. Maybe I can just copy all of this thing, and I'm just going to tweak the text value. So this is going to be sign up, and description, instead of welcome back to, it's going to be create your account. And this one, submit button text, it's going to be up. And first one, don't have account, so this one, so I'm just going to let's say already not don't have, it should be have account. Okay, so already have an account. Okay, and this second, it's going to be now redirecting to sign in page from sign up. And providers, it's going to be pretty much same. And also while we are allowing the user to sign up, the ideal thing that we'll have is the terms text and all. So I'm just going to add in here this terms text. So this again, first text, it's going to be by signing up you agree to our terms and conditions, something like that, or terms of service. I'm just going to add in this text. Fine. Okay, I think yeah, this is the so like I can just minimize this one. Okay, yep, so this is the thing now we have. So I'm just going to go to this auth card component, and in here we are going to use the titles whatever we added here. If the sign-in card is true, let's use this useTranslations hook to get the auth values. I can do it in this way. So useTranslations, and here specifically we want whatever values we have under auth, and we have this error that's expected. So here let's t of the things that we have under sign in, and the in sign in we want this title value. Okay, and this one now related to a sign up. sign up dot title. Okay, so since it's the sign up page, so by default we have not provided, and this is optional, so by default it's the sign up title, and that's what we have. And after this, the description, so just below here I'm just going to add in this description. Again, this is also pretty much the same. I can just take this, except that title we need to change this one to description, so I'm just going to change this one. Okay, create your account. It's not where is this? Yep, fine. That's the description, and after this header, the actual content related to the specific card. Okay, that I'm yet to add, and also the styling, you can see now it's not at all good. So for that, so let's just make this width to be full, and if it's the smaller screen, minimum width, I'm just going to set this to 28 rems, and width, let's set this to auto. Okay, and also first thing, the main layout, whatever we have, if I just try to apply the styling for this layout, which needs to be applied to sign in and sign up pages, so I just want this one. So basically we'll make this, whatever children's we have under this, as a flex and all that thing. So I'm just making this as a flex. Okay, and make this as the flex column, and gap, I want it to be some, like, let's say 3, and justify, let's center this, and items also we are going to center this, and minimum height of the screen, so that now it is in the center. Width, let's say it's going to occupy full, and some padding in all directions, and if it's a medium, I'm just going to add in more padding. Okay, so this is going to apply to all the sign in and sign up pages. So now jumping on to this auth card, we will style this header and all that thing. So the image, okay, so first thing, let's make this as the rounded. Okay, and I have this object cover, and the self, I'm just going to center this. Yep. Now the title, so not much, I'm just going to add some padding at the top, and our description, I think whatever we have, the text, that should be fine. Okay, after this header, I'm going to add in the content related to respective pages, and the common things apart from the sign in and sign up content, I'm just going to add in those things which we just added. This don't have account, the have account text and all. So here I'm just going to wrap this, and the styling of this, let's just make this to be smaller size text, and again this one based upon this sign in card. Okay, I can just take whatever I have here, and we'll just change the title of the text. This one, instead of this description, we are going to have this don't have account dot the first text, and this one, this is going to be a sign up have account dot first. Okay, yeah, this is what is already have an account, since we are in the sign up page, and I can just add in some space here, and after this the link component which I said. So here this text, I'm just going to apply here this primary color, and this reference, if it's the sign in card, will redirect the user to our sign up page, else the sign in page which we don't have yet. And inside this, the text again, it's going to be pretty much I can copy this one now. So here, instead of first, we'll have to showcase the text present in the second key. Okay, yes. So now we have this sign in since we are in sign up page, and this is the content of the auth card. And now focusing on the content respective particular page, let's first focus on the sign up since we are already in the sign up section. So I'm just going to create the new component for that, and let's name this as the sign up card content. Okay, so sign up card content, and inside this it's going to be a simple. So since we wanted to allow the user to log in with a normal email, so this is going to be nothing but a form with the values to collect the email, username and password and all that stuff. So all I'm going to do is just create a simple let's just create this component first, sign up card content, and inside this let's just written everything grabbed inside this card content, and inside this I'm going to use this the form component again. This needs to be installed, so I'm just going to add in this form. So okay, so form component is added, and let's just import that the form from this component which we just installed. So let me just import this one. Components UI, and okay, fine. And for this I need to attach in the schema. So basically we'll use the job here to evaluate that we are trying to collect the values that we need. This one again I need to install the hook form from this resolvers jar. So let's just add in this. First is this react hook form, and then this resolvers. Yep, so we should, yeah, so we have both of them added. And for once we import those things, we will prepare a job schema for that. So to maintain the schemas all in one place, I'm going to just create in here this new folder called the schema. And inside the schema, let's first we are trying to create for sign up. So I'm just going to name this as the sign up schema.ts. And as usual I need a job dependency, so I'm just going to add in this job. Once we added that, let's import this one from the job. Okay, so here this is going to be the sign up schema. Let's equals to this is going to be an object with the properties first for the email. So this is going to be a string. So for now let's not be very specific in the patterns and all. Okay, I'm just going to add in those checks later and all. So let's say please enter a valid email and next for the password, which is going to be a string, and here this minimum, I'm just going to set it, it needs to be of length 10 characters, and if not, the error message we are going to add in this as password must be at least 10 characters. Okay, and the final thing is the username. This also it's going to be of type string, and this one minimum it has to be of length 2. That is what the constraint is, and I'm just going to specify that error message here. So once we have, all I'm just going to do is export this type, the sign up schema, which it's going to be jet.infer this type of the sign up schema. Okay, fine. We have the schema, so going to this, what I can do now, just import whatever the schema just we prepared for this sign up and use it here. So here I'm just going to create this form, which we are going to use this use form, and this one should be of type sign up schema, and here the resolver I'm going to attach in this Zord or resolver, so that needs to be imported. So this one I can just import from this hook form resolver, which we just installed. Yep, so this it's going to be of type Zord. So, and for this I need to attach in this the sign up schema which we created, this one. Yep, and default values, let's attach for everything and the empty string for now, the password along with that the username. Yep, so this is going to be the form, and I'm just going to attach in for this form the controls or other things that we have. What is the issue? Okay, the children I'm just going to add in. So here everything we are going to wrap this inside this form. Okay, first I'm going to show at the top the provider that we are trying to add in, the Apple, Google, and GitHub. Those buttons we need to show. So for that, let's do one thing. Let's create a common button for that component in here. So let's name this as this provider sign in button, let's say. Okay, so this one it's going to be just the wrapper of the button component, and okay, so let's name this as provider sign in button, and here we are going to pass in the children, along with that the props. So let's just create an interface for that. Interface props, I'm just going to extend the button HTML attributes. So let's just do this. HTML attribute, and this one of type button element. Here the children, which it's going to be of type this React node. Okay, and this one it's going to be of type the props now, and inside this it's we'll use this button component that we have, and wrap the children's inside this, and also pass in the props of the button. And variant, I'm just going to keep this as secondary variant, and type should be of button, and we'll have this children wrap. Okay, so this is like the provider sign in button, and to have all of the sign in buttons for all of the providers, I'm just going to create one more the component. So this one it's going to be like plural version of that. So provide our sign in buttons. Okay, yeah, so this is this component, and in here what I'm going to do, so basically we'll have all of that displayed in a flex, in a column, like one by one, and we'll showcase inside our auth card component. This export const the provider sign in buttons, and here also the prop that I'll be sending is going to be the sign in card. Sign in card, okay, this one. Okay, so let's just, this is going to be seen on the sign in card, which is going to be optional of type boolean, and I'm just going to destructure that here. Okay, sign in card. So inside this, let's wrap everything in a div, where I'll make this as a flex and direction to be a column, and have this gap of 2. Okay, so this provider sign in button, first let's have this Google that I wanted to show. Let's use this translation to get this text that we just prepared. Use translations, and this is going to be auth. Okay, and here if this sign in card is true, then the text should be related to sign in first. So this is going to be sign in dot providers dot Google. Okay, and if not, it should be related to the sign up. So basically these are both same. I need to change the text. Okay. Okay, let's try to include this inside our sign up card. Like I said, the first thing that I will be having here is this provider sign in buttons. Let's just see this one. Yeah, and this needs to be here. I need to add in this. After this, if sign in card, I'm just going to have this empty fragment for now. If not, the sign up card content. Okay, okay, the problem is with respect to this. What's wrong in that? This needs to be a client component. That's why we're seeing this issue. So once I make this one as this client component, I think we should be good. Yeah, even here as well. So let me just make this one also the client component. It's not found. Oh, what is the issue? Use translations. The issue is with respect to, okay, this. Okay, where is this auth card? Okay, the issue with this auth card. all I have in here is the auth card. Okay, sign up. The issue that we're seeing is in this buttons. In this one, I'm using in this sign in buttons. Okay, what's wrong in this? I need to make this also client, which I made this already, and I'm just using in here now. What's the problem still? Okay, I think the issue is yeah, I get that. So the issue is we need to wrap this with the next international client provider, and that's why we are not able to see these translations imported. I think whatever the client and all, that was fine. So let's do one thing. I'm going to make make this as asynchronous. Okay, and after this, so here let's try to get the messages first using, I'm just going to use this messages and pass in here this what's the issue here? The local, okay, it should be object. Okay, I'm just going to pass in here okay, fine. Once we have this, whatever we have here, theme provider, I'm just going to wrap this one and attach in here this local and also the messages that we have and pass into this, and this one, let's just move this into this. Yep, now we have this. Yeah, that was the issue. Okay, this is this sign in with Google button. Going back to this, we need to add in the other providers. In just to style this one, let's have this width full, okay, and rounded. I'm going to add in this 1.9 REMs, okay, and let's have some border. Fine. So I'm just going to copy this and apply the same for the other providers, and I'm just going to change the text here. Let's change this one to GitHub. Yep, so I changed this one to GitHub, and this one let's change to Apple. And here I can just make in the background or to be black. this button alone, not exactly like my 90, so text is not visible, so let's make this as a white. And if it's the dark theme, so background, let's make this to be a black 70, and the hover, let's have this black, change it to 80. Okay, and even if it's dark on hover, the black color background color, I'm just going to make it a bit lighter. And pretty much I think okay, fine. So this is like provider sign-in buttons component that we have, and I can just remove this one. Okay, so now going to this sign up card content, we have this I just added this one in the form thing. After this we need to have the form fields for the email. Okay, so just let me add that. So let's wrap this inside this div, and let's have some space in the y direction 1.5. First form field, let's add in this control form dot control, the name, it's going to be this email, this render, let's get this field, all we are going to do is wrap everything inside this the form item, and the form control, and use this input component. In this one I'm just going to add in this input component. Okay, so let's just import this one input component placeholder. Let's just have the text whatever we have in our email. So let's use translation, so just the same whatever we had for the auth, and here instead of T, we are going to change this one to T of the email, the content whatever we had, and other fields I'm just going to leave this as it is. Okay, I need to close this one, that's the issue here. Yeah, okay, this is the thing that we have. I just added this piece, so let me just add in for all of these things to this form component, space in y direction, let's say 7. Okay, fine. So this is for email input, and after this we'll have for the username. So I can just copy this one and use this, and we'll just change it. So this one needs to change it to username, and instead of this email, let's have this to be username. Okay, fine. And also the errors, I can use this form message component to showcase the errors if they're not meeting the job constraints that we added. Fine. Yeah, so this is the thing for username. After this, the password. So the password thing, let me just replace this one with this. So let me change the username to password. The field, this instead of this username, this is going to be a password, and we need to specify here this type, which should be password. And yeah, I think this is the three inputs. After this, the buttons, okay, to sign up, and the terms, the first text and second text, okay, that is what we are supposed to add. So below this, let me add this div, and I'm just going to add in some space between them. And the first button, the styling will just come here, so the text on this should be whatever we have in this sign up dot submit button. Okay, and let's make this to be width full, and also font type I want it to be bold. In text, let's make this whiter, and this type, it's going to be of the submit. Fine. So after this, the terms text, so here inside this thing, the first text, it should be the sign up dot terms dot first. Okay, and I'm just going to add in some space here, and after this I will have this link component. The styling, let's not worry about that, and also the href. So this one also I'm just going to add this later, and here the text should be the sign up dot or the terms dot second. This is what we have, so let's just style this p tag. Text should be very small, so extra small, and also let's just center them, text center, and I'll just mute this foreground. I think, yeah, it's looking good. And also here, whatever we have here, the second text, I'm just going to make this to be bold. Yep. Yeah, so this is the component, and the things that we need to handle is the on submit and all that stuff. So let me just add in the placeholder for now. So as of now, we are focusing on the skeletons of this sign up and sign in. So let's make this as the asynchronous. This data, it's going to be of type this sign up schema, and here I'm just going to log this data. Okay, and this needs to be attached to this on submit function call on submit, and here whatever this form dot handle submit, and I'm just going to pass in this on submit function. Okay, yeah, I think this should be it, this component. So we can just test this one, the values collection, and we will worry about what to do with those values later on. So let's say test, okay, account one, and the things, okay. Yeah, you can see the error that we are having is showcasing, so fine. And this is what we are getting, the email, password, and the username. Fine. Okay, sign up card content, I think we are good. So let's now focus on the sign in card content component. So it's going to be exactly the same but with minor tweaks. So I'm just going to copy the same whatever we have, and we will tweak accordingly. Sign in card content, and inside this, let me just change this one to sign in, and for this also let me just prepare the schema, so which I'm just going to name this one to assign in schema dot ts. So whatever we have here, let me just copy this. So only the change inside this the sign in schema would be we will not have this username. So, and also I'm just going to change this text, sign up to sign in. Okay, so this is the schema for sign in. So going back to this sign in card content, we need to change this accordingly. So let's just import the schema that we just prepared, and I just changed the name of this. So this one, instead of this, it's going to be the sign in schema. So sign in schema, and also this one should be the sign in schema. Okay, so default values is this, and whichever we are not using, I'll just remove this later. And this also should be of type this sign in schema. Okay, and here I need to specify here the sign in card, which is true. Okay, and this one I think it's going to be same, and all I'm going to do is remove this username, and we'll just have the password and the email. And after this, sign up. Yeah, this is pretty much the same. Okay, so let's just remove whichever we're not using. So basically this thing, and just going back to our auth card. So instead of this empty fragment, we will just import the sign in card content. Okay, so to see this in action, I need to create in the sign in page. Okay, so and also here let's just add in the metadata for this. So I'm just going to add in export const this metadata. So this is going to be of type this metadata, and here we can have this title, which I'm just going to name this as the sign up, or we can add more details in here. This description also, let's just have this sign up. Okay, I'm just going to copy whatever we have for our the sign in page, sign in page.tsx. okay, and here I'm just going to change the text accordingly. So this one, instead of this sign up, it's going to be sign in, and this one I'm just going to change to sign in. Should be sign in, and need to pass in here this sign in card and export this sign in. Okay, so if we go here, okay, so if I just change this route to sign in, yeah, you can see now the sign in text, welcome back to sign in with Google, sign in with the email and password. This should be the button text. Okay, okay, this should be different. Once again, sign in card content. Yeah, I need to change this thing. So instead of this sign up, it should be sign in. This also should be sign in. This should be sign in. Okay, yeah, this needs to be changed, and we don't have the other thing, that's why we're seeing that issue. Just submit button, and here we don't have this thing. So all I'm going to do is, instead of this terms, we'll have this forgot password. Okay, yep. So now we have this, the components and also the headers going to this auth card. The header should be centered. Okay, that's fine. So we have this placeholders. So basically the components that we need for sign in, and the buttons for all of the providers, and the email password, and that thing. Okay, so the next thing that I wanted to focus on is to add in a theme switcher. So basically what I wanted to do is have an option to toggle the theme. Okay, that let's create the component for that. Let's create a new folder. Let's name this as the switchers. So inside this, let's create in here this theme switcher.tsx, which should be a simple component. Okay, and I need in here this drop down menu component. So let me just add in this drop down menu. Okay, and let's just export this one first, and let's make this one to be of the client component. So this export const theme switcher, and here let's just, for now I'm just going to return empty fragment, and this one we are going to use it inside our main page. So that's where for now, just for testing purpose, I'm just going to add into our the root page. Later we'll change here. So what I mean is basically in here in this page where we have this the title, I'm just going to remove this, and here we'll have this fragment. Okay, so let's add in this theme switcher. Okay, and once we create this, and also just to see okay, that's fine. Here let's import the drop down menu component which we just installed, and wrap everything inside this. It's going to be this drop down menu, and inside this we'll have this trigger, a single child, and in this I'm going to add in this button component. The variant, it's going to be of type this outline, and the size needs to be of icon. So to just see this in action, maybe let's just change this to, yeah, this is what the trigger that we'll add in here now, the icons. So I will add in this sun icon. So from this Lucid React, so I'm going to install that. So let me add in this. Okay, so we can just import this one. From this Lucid React. Okay, so okay, and this one, let me just close this. Yeah, On the right hand side you can see we have this. Okay, and styling, I'm just going to do that, so that's not going to be an issue. Okay, and I'll just add in the span text. So this is only for SR only. The text, it's going to be this toggle theme. Okay, we will change this dynamically, no need to worry about that. Okay, fine. After this trigger, the menu content, just the text, which it's going to be light, dark, or system. Okay, so let's have this drop down. Menu content, this align, let's do it at the end. And first the item, on click, we need to set this to light theme. Okay, the text, it's going to be light, and here let's use this use theme hook. So this one, this use theme hook, and from here I'm just going to destructure the set theme callback function. And here when we click on it, let's apply this set theme value to be to light. Okay, and I'm just going to take this and I have for darker and system. In this second text, let's change this to dark, and instead of this one light to, we'll change this to dark. And this one, let's change this to system, and this one I'm just changing this value to system. Okay, yeah, this is like simple component. So if I just click on this here, let's say if I make this dark, yeah, and if I make this light, yeah, that's what I was talking about. So this is like a simple theme switcher, just to check if it's working or not. Now this styling wise, this icon, let's have this height to be 1.2 rems. Okay, and width also I'm just going to have this 1.2 rems. And let's rotate this by 0 and scale this to 100, and transition all. Okay, and if it's a dark, I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees, and if it's a dark, let's just scale this to 0. So what I mean is, let's say, yeah, this is what is trying to have this. Okay, so even for this, the moon thing, let's just try to maintain in the same way the styling, except that I'm just going to make this to be absolute, and height and width, let's set this to same, and this is just going to be opposite of it, rotate 90, just scale to 0, transition all, and this just vice versa, scale this one to 100. Okay, yeah, so now if I just change this to line, yeah, so that's how we are adjusting the icons. So this is like simple theme switcher that we added, and yeah, I think we have the components that we want for the sign up and the sign in place. So if I just click in here, we are into the sign up page. Okay, fine. So the next thing that we will focus on is, let's try to log in with our normal credentials, that is the email, username and password, and try to add in the functionality to achieve that. To add in a API route to handle users sign up, we are trying to collect the username and all, but if we look at our schema in our Prisma folder, we don't have those fields. So let me just add in those additional fields, and we will then create an endpoint for that. the name should not be unique, but the username should be unique. And and I can just make this one also as the optional. And here let me add in this username, which should be unique. So I'm just going to add in this constraint, and let's try to add in simply the optional surname also. So this is going to be optional. And so we added in this username and surname additionally, and removed the unique constraint on this name. So now I need to migrate this. So the name of this is added username to user table. Okay, so that's the migration. So now if you just see in the studio, we should have that. So let me just refresh this. Ideally we should be having this thing. So if you just see here the migrations, we have this. I added this username, and surname. Okay, so just refreshing this. I think I just need to restart that. So let me so now we have this the username, surname added to our user table. So once we have this, I'm going to try to create an endpoint to register the user, so that we can do using the API folder. So let's just, here in the auth section, I'm just going to create in here this new folder, register, and inside this let's have this route.ts. So mostly in this, what we are going to create is create this post endpoint. So let's just make this asynchronous. The function, the post, the request, it's going to be of type request. And here first let's try to collect this body, and for now I can just specify this to be if unknown. And here let's get this request thing, and the result should be, we are just going to use this sign up schema and try to safely parse if it's matching to what we are expecting in the body request. And if this result is not success, then I'm going to return the with error message this next response.json. The text that we are going to show, let me say this is going to be like missing field. Okay, so for now I'm just going to say missing fields, kind of like wrong data or something like that. Okay, I'll change this later, but that is the message that will be sending if you're receiving other than what we are expecting, okay, in the body. Fine. So now, okay, and if that is the case, if it's successful, let's try to destructure those data. So result.data, which in our case it's the email, the password, and the username. Okay, so here in the try catch block, what I'm going to do first, let's check if it's the existed the username or not. So this one we can just check in this way. Import this db.user, the find unique, so where, and let's query this username. So we just check if it's the existed username. So if this existed username found some value, then we are going to return saying that the username is already taken. Okay, something like that. That's the error message. And status code, let's say 202 is what I'll be sending back. Fine. And if it does not exist, then let's try to check if the user is already having the same mail that the new user is entering. Okay, so it's kind of similar. I'm just checking this. So here, this one, user, instead of username, we are checking with email. So existed user, email is already taken. Okay, fine. And status code 201. And even if that's not the case, so let's first hash the password. So using this bcrypt. Okay, so hash this password. This needs to be imported. Okay, so once we hash the password, what we are going to do is we are going to create the user. So new user, await db.user dot create this data, the username, email, and this hashed password. Okay, and once we create that, I'm just going to return this next response.json on this new user, and the status, it's going to be success, like 200. And if something went wrong, so we need to handle this inside this catch block. And inside this, let's just return here the something went wrong. Will be precise later. Something went wrong. Okay, and status, it's going to be 204. Okay, this is the endpoint to register the user. Once we have this, we will need to use this, and also okay, that's to, and I'm going to create one provider, the auth provider, just to wrapping the session provider from Next.auth, the children's inside it. So the providers folder inside this, let me just create in the auth provider, and here let's make this the client component. Export const the auth provider, and here the children, which is going to be of type this React node. So here let's just return this session provider. I need to import this one from this next auth React. So we are going to wrap this children here. Okay, fine. So this needs to be used inside our protected routes. So basically for now, let's do what I'm going to do inside the layout. So here this layout, whatever we have here, this theme provider, I'm just going to wrap this on the auth provider, and yep, so this is the simple change. Okay, yeah, that's the like small change. And the register endpoint which we just created, that needs to be integrated in our card. So the place for us to use that is in, so what is this error again, in auth.ts. Okay, this needs to be changed. That's because we changed the definition of it. So wherever we have so this needs to change to username, and even this label, I'm just going to change everything. We change the name to username, so I'm just changing that username. And also okay, and finally here. So basically for now, let's do one thing. I'm just going to comment these things. We'll change, we'll come back to this later. I can just console here the session with this value, even this token. I just wanted to log this. Okay, fine. I just commented this. We will come back to this later on. This needs to be changed to username, and this one also needs to change to username. Okay, fine. And the next thing is going to this sign up card content. Where is this components folder? Yep, yeah. So in on submit, we just console the data that we are trying to collect. So this needs to be changed now. So here the endpoint which we just created, we need to handle that. And also like I said, I wanted to have an option to log out once we log in. Also, that also needs to be handled. Okay, first thing here, let's add in some local state to keep track of whether it's loading or not, and all those things. And also I wanted to use the toast to just show the message like we are loading and all that stuff. And if something went wrong, the error message needs to be showcased and all that stuff. So I'm going to add it now. To add toast, let's add in the dependencies that are needed for it. So the dependencies that we need to add in is just I'm just going to add in this toast component, and this is going to help me install this toast, use toast and toaster. Okay, fine. And once we have this in our root layout, I need to use this toaster so that we can apply to our all children, React children. So here, let me just, yep. Okay, fine. So we just added this toast. So now let's just go back to the sign up card content. So that's where actual integration needs to be done. Okay, so first the state variable to just keep track of loading or not is loading, set is loading, use state, let's set this to false. Okay, and I'm just going to use this toast to show the message if successful and if not. Okay, so use toast, let's add in this, and the router, so this one on successful, I'm going to use this to navigate to respective page. Okay, fine. Now here I'm just going to remove this, and first thing we are going to set this is loading to true, and let's try to handle the logic in try catch block. So let's just keep it simple, and we are going to use this fetch for now to test. Await fetch, the endpoint is /API/auth register, and here this method, it's going to be of type post. The body, it's going to be nothing but I'm just going to stringify whatever we have in our data, and this headers just need to specify here this content type, which in our case it's the application /JSON. Okay, and here after this, if result is not okay, and then I'm just going to throw this new error. Let's say this one, something went wrong for now. Okay, so we will change this message to be very clear later on. And after this, if it's okay, so I'm just collecting this sign up info. So here this sign up info using this await response dot JSON, and if this result dot status is equals to 200, I'm going to show this toast message. Okay, so this title that I'm going to add in is let's say the success message for sign up and all that thing, and then I'm going to call in the sign in function with whatever the credentials we have, and navigate the user to the landing page. The title message, if it's successful, rather than hard coding here, let's try to create an object inside our messages folder. So inside this I'm just going to add in the messages and all that things. So and also for sign up, it should be like sign up, not sign in, so that needs to be changed. Okay, fine. Okay, so after this I'm just going to create in here this new object called this messages, and in here the for success I'm going to add in for the sign up, and here let's say the message it's going to be like account was created. For sign in, this is going to be you have been logged in. Okay, something like that. Okay, the errors I can just create the similar way for like we did for success. So let's just have the few messages for errors. So for errors, default I'm just going to add in something like something went wrong, and here let me just add in the message to try again. Okay, that's the default thing. And here the other thing, taken username, I can say this as this username is already taken. Okay, and this the taken email, this is going to be like this email is already in use. Okay, fine. And if there is any db error while we are trying to retrieve, so we can say something like we are currently having some problems okay, and I'm just going to add in here this please try again later. Okay, and if there is something wrong data that we received in the body, then we expect it. So this is what I'll be showcasing the message. The data you provided is incorrect. Please provide the correct ones. Okay, fine. And after this, the if there is no user, I mean we can add as many as we want. I'm just going to add in one more, and then we'll move back to this logic. Okay, so this one, let's say the user was not found, and the message that we'll be adding is like please try, or like let's say please enter a valid email. Okay, and finally if it's a wrong password, the text that will be showcasing is the enter password is incorrect. I'm just going to say that please enter the correct one. Okay, yeah, I think for now this should be good. So going to here, the title success message. So now we will just use whatever the messages that we added. So I can just show in here, and also I need to have these messages. So that one we can just select here. So messages, use translation. So now this is going to be the messages thing. Okay, so now here I can use that. It should be like em of the success dot sign up. So this is what we'll be showcasing the message. And after this we can call in this sign in from this next auth and pass in here this credentials, and for this we can attach in whatever we have collected the sign up info, the email, password, which is going to be data.password, and redirect. I'm just setting this to false. We are doing it manually, so this is the router dot push. Okay, this is what we are doing. If it's the status is not 200, I'm just going to throw this new error. sign whatever we have in here, this sign up info. Okay, and after this, in the cat section, if there is any error, so let's see the error message, and we are not okay, so for now I'm just going to use this the errors dot default message. Okay, so if this the type of error is of type string, then error message I'm just going to assign this to error. Else, if this error is instance of the error, then error message, it's going to be the whatever this error dot message that we have, and we'll show the toast here, this title whatever we just collected into this error message variable, and along with that the variant. I'm just going to show this as the destructive, saying that something went wrong. And finally, after this, I'm just going to set this loading to false. Okay, this is the functionality, and now the providers sign in buttons, I need to change this. So basically, let's add in here this disabled. So basically this will be disabled if loading is true. Now we'll be receiving error because we don't have that as a prop, which I will change. And also the submit button that we have, so we need to use this loading thing. So this will be disabled if is loading is true, that is we are processing already. And we need to show the loader icon and all that stuff if it's the loading. So for that, quickly I'm just going to create a simple loading state component. It shouldn't be a big thing. So inside this, let me just create in a new file called this loading state.tsx. And here let's just create in the props for this, where we will have this loading text, which is going to be a string, and then hide the loader icon boolean type. And I'm just going to create a simple component called this loading state. And here let's just restructure this loading text, hide loader icon. Okay, and here I'm just going to return here hide loader icon, and inside this loader 2. Okay, and margin, I'm just going to add some margin right and height and width setting to 4, and the loading spin effect, so animate spin. Okay, that's this thing. And after this, I'm just going to wrap this loading text inside this p tag. Okay, yeah, this is like simple thing. And now just going to this sign up card component. This is where I'll just use this component based upon this loading. So if loading is true, then I'm just going to use this loading state and pass in here this loading text as this one. Let's say, okay, this also I'm just going to add in some message inside this. Let's keep it simple. So let's say some pending message or something like that I'm going to add in. So just below this success, let me add in this pending, and here this loading, I can say that please wait as some text. Okay, so going back to this, we will just use this message which we just created, pending dot loading. Okay, and let me just close this, and if it's not the case, whatever we have here, that is what we'll be showcasing. Okay, this shouldn't be brackets. Yep. Yeah, this is the thing, and the issue is in the provider sign in buttons. So I need to change this one, need to add in this the prop. So let me just add in this disabled, which again I'm going to make this as the optional. So let me just restructure that, and we need to use this. And also, yep, here this disabled, let's just pass in here disabled. And also, rather than so going to this, I would like to add in the SVG icon for each of the providers, so at least it looks better. Let's do what I'm going to do. I'm just going to add in the SVG folder. So I'm just going to add in all the SVGs inside that. So let's create in here this SVG, and I've just have this SVG icons prepared for the provider, so I'm just going to use them. Let's move this one into components rather than to have it as the standalone folder. Okay, so okay, fine. And here I wanted to prepare the SVG icons logos, so which it should be pretty straightforward. So let's just create in here for the Google logo. Google logo.tsx. Okay, so it should be simple. The props, this one, let's create a type for this also, kind of like SVG type. So I'm just going to create in here the props.ts, and it's going to be simple interface, which SVG props. I'm going to extend this react dot SVG attributes, and this should be of SVG element. Okay, and this one I can just import now. This should be of type the SVG props which we have. Okay, and this should be a simple SVG icon, so that I'm going to use it here. So yeah, this is the SVG icon. So now let's try to see this usage inside our the sign in buttons, and then we'll add in for the other providers. This Google, so before this I'm just going to Google logo, and let's have this margins right, and width and height I'm going to set this to 20. This is the thing. And also the text size, let's make this one to be smaller, height of 12, and if it's the smaller screen, height is 10, and on the text, if it's a smaller screen, let's make this to be base. Okay, yep, and I'm just going to pass in the disabled for other providers also. Okay, and the logos needs to be prepared for Apple, so I'm just going to create for those respective things. Apple logo.tsx. Okay, let's just copy whatever we have here, and I'm just going to change that. This needs to be of type Apple, and this svg whatever we have, I'm just going to replace with the Apple svg icon. So this is the thing, and one more is this GitHub logo. Let's just copy this thing and change it for GitHub. Okay, so for GitHub, I'm just going to add in the respective svg icon. Fine, and now going to this things, I can just import all those respective things here and change the stylings. Okay, so this should be Apple logo, and this should be GitHub logo. Okay, the styling to this GitHub logo, I'm just going to add in here the fill of foreground. Okay, and even for this, whatever the text size that we added for the above, I'm just going to add in text to be smaller, and height to be 12, and if it's a smaller screen height, I'm just going to set this to 10. Smaller screen text, let's set this to base. Fine, and the Apple logo, we need to change this, so this one should be fill white. Yep, and some margin right, and also this one, let me just add in this text to be smaller, height 12, if it's a smaller screen, height to be 10, and text, let's set this to base. Fine, so okay, we added in the providers, and I think this is looking decent, and now we have the logic. And one more thing, so in this main layout where I mentioned that we should in this page, so basically I wanted to add in the button to log out the user and to redirect it to the sign in page. Okay, so let's just test this. In this home page, let's test the logout functionality. So I'm just going to create here this session object using this use session and prepare this logout handler. So this is going to be simple, straightforward. Use this sign out the functionality, and here this callback URL, this is going to be this window dot or the location, the origin, the sign in. Okay, so this is what I'll be adding, and here let's just add in a simple button. So button on click, I'm just going to pass in this logout handler, and this one, let's say logout. Okay, let's test this functionality now. So on the right side we are on the sign up page, so I'm just opening this console on the network. Let's see this one, and I'm just testing this too with this, and I'm just, let's add the password. So let's just say this is the password, and on submit. Okay, okay, now let's try testing this. So it's loading, the account was created, and okay, now the problem is React context is unavailable in server components. Okay, that's expected. So the thing is I need to make this a use client. I forgot to create this one, and I think now, yep, we are in this thing. So if I just see the DB, we should be having this user inside this. Yep. Okay, fine. So we are able to create, and on logging out, and we should redirect back to our sign in page. Okay, so we are in the sign in page. So whatever we added, the functionality for logging in and the logging out, it's working. So with basic thing, so for logging in we haven't added the functionality, I mean for signing up and then the logging out. Fine. Now let's focus on the providers. So basically the Google OAuth and the GitHub OAuth and other providers. So I wanted to focus on that first, and then we will see about the Apple provider later. To use that, what needs to be done? First we need the environment variables that we configured. So to just get the Google, so let's just console.cloud.google.com. so I'm just going to log into this, and in here let me go to console. I'm just opening this, and the OAuth consent screen. The credentials, let me add in the new one. Okay, here the OAuth client ID, application type, the web application. So the name, I'm just adding this as the super productive, and the origins URL, so I'm just going to add in this local host 3000, and redirect, it should be HTTP localhost 3000 API auth callback Google. Yep. So I've just added, and this is the client ID. So let's just the file that we have here, Google client ID is this, and this Google client secret is going to be this value. So okay, fine. Yeah, I think let's first test this one with Google and then we'll add in the other things. Where is this? Google client ID, Google client secret. Okay, that's the name that we just gave for this. Okay, now this needs to be tried. To handle this part, we need to take care of first. So basically what I wanted to do is let's go to our auth helper. So this is the file, the place where we have these providers. So here in this profile, let's get this profile, and here the username we'll generate from this email, and this helper function I'm just going to create or else I'll use this unique username generator, so we can just install all this library. So unique username generator. Once we have that, okay, all I'm going to do is let me just import that one, generate from email from this unique username generator, and I'm just going to use this to generate from email this profile dot email and provide in here the random digits 5. Okay, fine. And the return thing from here, the ID, which is going to be the profile dot sub, the user name, the name, which here it's going to be profile dot the given name if it is there. So I'm just going to have that, or else we'll have this profile dot name. Surname, this is going to be this profile dot family name, profile dot family name, or this empty string. Email, profile dot email. Image, it's going to be the profile dot picture. Okay, so this is for Google thing. The others we will worry about that later. Okay, and now the session, so the place wherever we just commented the auth session. So here just finding by token ID using the ID, and if we have this user, I'm just going to change this. And also I wanted to once the login is done, we wanted to take the user to onboarding session. So I need a boolean variable to track that. For us to track that needs to be changed in our schema, so it's going to be a small change. So in here to the this, I'm just going to add in the boolean value. So completed onboarding, so this is going to be of type boolean, and this default, let's set this to false. Okay, so that's just the change. I can just migrate this schema, added completed onboarding to user. Okay, and yeah, I think we should just that. So why I added that is basically I wanted to accordingly keep track, and on successful login I need to redirect the user to onboarding page or the dashboard page and all that, which we don't have anything as of now, but that's why I just added that one. So going to this here, I'm just going to uncomment this one. So finding this by token ID, and if we have this user, I'm just going to assign this one. So instead of this name, so the and even the types needs to be updated. So I'm going to update these types in the auth. The place where I added the username, so I'm going to add in this completed onboarding, which is going to be the boolean. So now we will not see any type issues here. This completed onboarding, and this needs to be the user dot completed onboarding value. Okay, that's how I'm just setting to the session of the user the image, along with that the completed onboarding value it or not. So once we have that, that's fine. So we're handling this session and all. Now the major thing, like we wanted to handle the sign in using providers. So that one we need to handle inside the component where we have all of the providers. So basically the provider sign in button. So this is exactly where we need to handle. So we need to change the definition of this component. The definition, so basically along with this I need to pass in the provider name and also the callback function to update the loading status and all that thing. So let me just add into this props along with the children. We are going to add in this provider name. For now, let's just restrict ourselves to Google on GitHub. The Apple, I'm not going to do it right away. Maybe at the end of the video I might do it because it's very less people will have the Apple account to log in, but I'm going to show you how to accomplish that, also where to get the client ID, client secret and all that stuff. Okay, so here this Google and the GitHub, okay, and on loading this callback function. So this is going to be of type this react dot dispatch of type react dot set state action. So this is going to be a boolean. Okay, and now I can just destructure them, provider name and on loading callback function, and inside this we'll have one state variable. So to have the state variable I need to change this one to client side component. So let's have this client component, and here to show logged info. Okay, so let me just create that. This is just a boolean to show the logged info or not. The callback function to update it, show logged info, use state. This needs to be by default I'll set this to false, and let's get this local. So using this use local, so I need this so that I can add in the callback URL to onboarding accordingly. Okay, so and also if there is any error while we are trying to log in, I need to show that. So rather than writing everything inside this, I'll just try to maintain a separate hook for that. So basically let's name that as a use provider login error. That one, what I can do is I'll just create the root location, the hooks folder. Okay, there's already hooks folder. Okay, let me just, yep, here let me create in here this use provider login error.tsx, and inside this what we are going to handle is all types of the error that we expect to see when we are trying to do auth login. So I'll try to handle this inside this hook. Okay, so here let's just create this use provider login error, and here I'm going to send in this the boolean prop, which is going to be of type boolean, and everything will be wrapped inside this use effect. And in here, first thing, so let's try to get the params. So I'm going to use this use search params hook from this next navigation, and we can get this error from this params. So this params dot get error. So if we have this error, and then the session, so I can use this use session hook, use session. So and here the session dot status, it's equals to unauthenticated. Only then we are going to inside this block. So we are going to switch based on this error. So case first is auth account not linked. Okay, so if this is the case, we are going to show the toast with some taken email or something like that text. So let's import this toast using this use toast, and I'm just going to have this toast. Okay, fine. And here the toast, the title that I'm going to pass in, it's the messages which we are maintaining. So I'm going to get that messages also, which this use translations the messages, and here this is going to be errors dot taken email. Okay, fine. And then this variant, let's pass in this as a destructive. Okay, so if this is of auth account not linked, then we are going to show this, and after this we are just going to break from this switch statement. And if the case is auth create account, so then the toast, I can just take everything from here. This one I'm going to show this as the taken username, that's for this. And now the other scenario, so if it's the callback. Okay, so okay, so if it's the callback, the message that I'll be showcasing is the aborted. Okay, so or else I'll just show default message here for now. We can change this to later. Okay, so and even this default I'm just going to add in the same. Okay, yep. So this is the thing, and after this I mean we can just, so after this, so I'll just have this the timer, the timeout. So here the router, again I'm going to use this use router hook from this next navigation. So and here in this timeout I'm just going to replace this with the sign in, and for 2000 milliseconds, and in this unmounting, so let's just clear this timeout, this timer, and yep. And finally, if this session dot the status is equals to authenticated, and the show logged info is true, then I can just show the toast message that login was successful. So this title I can just add in this success dot sign in. Okay, this is the thing, and the dependencies here are going to be the params, the toast, and the session, the router, this messages, and the show logged in info. Okay, so this is the dependency, and this is the hook that we'll be using to just to capture the login errors while we are using the provider. So now we have this and this I'm just going to, yep. So here inside this individual button we are going to use that. So I'm just going to call this. So basically here all I have to do is use this provider on login error and pass in this show logged in info. Okay, and the on click I need to handle the sign in functionality. So let's just prepare here the function for that. Sign in handler, so this is going to be asynchronous. Okay, and inside this on loading I'm just going to set this to true, and this set show logged info to true, and in this try catch block all we are going to do is use this sign in from this next auth and provide here this provider name and this callback URL. It's going to be the local slash onboarding, which I don't have yet. I'm going to create, and in the catch error, I'm just going to console that error for now. We'll do something later point of time. And on loading, finally I'm just going to set this to false. So this will be triggered on clicking of this, so the sign in handler. Okay, so now the place where we are referring this component, we need to change this, which is the provider sign in buttons. So here again I need to add in the props, so which is this on loading. It's going to be react dot dispatch of type react dot set state action, which is going to be of type boolean. Okay, so on loading is the thing, and I just need to pass on this one. So since we are just trying for this on loading, so let me just pass in for that. So, and also the provider name, so this provider name here, it's going to be Google. So let me just copy this one. So like I said, so for Apple we are going to for now not worry about this, we will do it at later point of time. And here this is going to be a GitHub. Okay, fine. And this again we need to change inside our the sign in card content and other pages. So here the place where we are referring on loading, I need to so pass in this set. So basically for sign in, so for sign in we need to add the functionality here, normally like we did for sign up. So here on loading, like set is loading, so same way I need to add for sign in also. So let's try to handle for this. So basically here we have this one. Let's create the state variable to keep track of loading status. So let's just create in here is loading, set is loading, use state, so by default the false, and I need the toast, so to just show the toast messages, so we are going to use this toast, and then this router on successful login we need to redirect the user, and this messages use translation, so this is going to be of messages. Okay, so now here on submit, all we are going to do is just set is loading to true, and in the try catch block let's try to handle this errors. Okay, so in here first thing the account, let's try to sign in and provide in here this credentials, the email, it's going to be this data.email, the password data.password, and the redirect I'm just going to set this to false. Okay, so now if we don't get any account, so I'm just going to throw this error, something went wrong. Okay, so we can change this to be very specific later point of time, and if this account dot error, then I'm just going to show the toast message with the title, let's say this whatever we have, this m of account dot error, and variant let's specify this to be destructive because we received some error. Okay, health, so that means everything went well. So if that's not the case, so we are going to show the success message, the title, it's going to be a simple one, which is the success sign in message. Okay, and after this the router dot push, so I'm just going to go to this onboarding page which we don't have yet, and let me just refresh this. Okay, router, so this is the function, I mean the logic to handle this catch block. If there is any error, so it's going to be pretty much the same as we have for this. So I'm just going to copy whatever we have for this one, the string on the message destructive, and finally after this I'm going to set this to false. Okay, this is on submit, and we already attached in here, and on loading, so I just need to pass in this set is loading to this function. Okay, yep, and we added in here pretty much the thing. And now the important things is I need to create the onboarding page, just the placeholder. So we can just have in here inside this, I'm going to create the new folder called onboarding, and inside this let's have this page .tsx. Okay, so let's name this as this onboarding, and inside this we'll have one helper function which is going to help us check if the user completed onboarding or not. If he has completed onboarding, then we are going to stay here, else redirect the user to dashboard, which we don't have had. So just that function, let me just create inside the library folder which we have for helper function. So let me just name this as check if user completed onboarding.ts, and here let's just create that function, check if user completed onboarding, and here I'm just going to send in this current path as the input param for this function. And let's get this session, which it's going to be a get auth session from our helper function. And if we don't have this session, then I'm going to redirect the user to this home page. Okay, and if this session dot user dot completed onboarding, and then the current path is equals to this onboarding, we can redirect the user to this dashboard. And the other condition now, so if the session dot user, so basically it doesn't have, so the vice versa of it, not completed onboarding, and the current path is not equals to onboarding, so which is in this case onboarding. Okay, then I'm going to redirect the user to onboarding, and this error, let's say I'm just going to attach in this not completed onboarding. Okay, and then we are going to return this session. So this is the function which helps us with this. And now we can use this inside our onboarding page. So here is the thing, we will just import the function which we just created. Here I'm just going to get this session, await check if user completed it or not, and path I'm just going to pass in here this onboarding, and we can just control this the session value, and the return in the p tag I'm just going to add in the text as onboarding, and here I can just export this default onboarding component. Okay, so that's the simple page. And also in the main layout I'm just going to just style a bit in the layout here to add in this the theme switcher. Okay, so that it is common to all of the pages, leaving aside these children. The theme switcher component, okay, we should see it somewhere. Okay, it's here, and now I need to make this the parent div as absolute. Okay, and also the position should be top and left 0, and width should be full, and make this a flex and justify end. Yeah, it's at the top right now. And this one, make this also a flex. I'm just going to add in one more switcher just to switch the languages like we have for the theme, which is just pretty common. This item center, gap of 2 and max width 7xl, so you won't see the difference now, so I'll just add in a while. And padding of 4, and if it's a medium, padding would be 6. So let's just quickly create the simple component then, which we will create inside these switches, where we have the theme switcher already created. Inside this, let me just create a new file called this local switcher.tsx and make this also a client component. And here okay, first thing, the component name, it's going to be local switcher, and inside this is loading just to this is the value to just showcase indication of the changing the language. Okay, so set is loading, and I'm going to set this to false. Okay, other variables we will create eventually. And this one, this drop down menu, trigger, drop down menu trigger as a child. Okay, and inside this I'm just going to add in the button, and so this would be disabled if we are loading. And the variant, let's just make this one to be outline size. Let's have this of type icon. So here, if it's loading, so pretty much the common that we had it for the other section, the loading state, and just and for this, let's have some margin right. Yeah, on this one I'm passing in the class name, but we are receiving an error. That's because I need to change this one. Going to this UI loading state, so here I'm just going to change this one like the props, which extends svg props. Okay, and make this loading text also the optional, and by default this one I'm going to set this to false. The icon, and then the class name, and the other props whatever we have. So this is going to be this, and instead of just coding, I'm just going to pass in this styling. Use this cn function and pass in this thing. Additionally, whatever the stylings that we receive, and attach in the other props. Okay, and this will be showcased only if we have this loading text, and only then I'm going to show this. Just a slight modification to include this additional styling that we can pass on to this component. Okay, so here now in this local switcher component, now I can now pass in this class name, and if not this whatever local language that we have, so that one I can get using the use local hook. Yep, and this one I'm just going to show here the dot to uppercase. Okay, adjust the code of the language, and after this just the span text only for SR only thing, that change language. Fine, that's the trigger. And after this the content, basically the two languages what I'm going to add for now. We can add as many languages as you want. Okay, so drop down menu, content align, I'm just going to add this to end. The drop down menu item on click, let's have a callback function which is going to update the path. So for that I'm just going to create in here on select change, on select change. So this one next locally, so this is going to be either TE or EN, so just these two languages that I'll be supporting. And this one, let's set this to loading to true. And after this the start transition, so in here the router, so I can just get this router using use router hook from this next navigation. Router dot replace the path name, again this path name I'm going to get this using this use path name. Replace this path name, the local would be the next local. Okay, okay, this one the typing issue, so basically okay, fine, this one instead of next navigation we will use this router routing. Okay, so basically instead of this using normal next navigation, I need to use this the next intl. So let's try to check this. I think I need to check this dependency. The navigation should be there, so let me just check this. Imports for this use router and use path name, so I'm just going to do it using import Next.js client. So let's just import this use path name, use router. Yep. Okay, so now in this on click functionality, I'm just going to pass in the code of the language. So here this is going to be TE, and styling for this, the cursor should be of type pointer, and in here the text it's going to be TE. Okay, fine. And same like this, I'm just going to add in for en. So here instead of this TE, I'm just going to change this to en. Okay, yeah, we have this local switcher. So here opening, I need to restart this. So I'm just restarting. Okay, the issue is respect to okay, with Next.js package. So what is the issue here? Okay, this one needs to be just a local. Yeah, okay, fine. So just very cautious, so just look at the version of Next.js which I'm using and use that. There are a lot of versions, so whichever, just refer the docs and implement accordingly. Okay, so fine. So going to this layout, all I'm going to add in here is this local switcher component, and we are going to add in this. Okay, so this is what we have for now. And to just see the change, whether it's working or not, let me just create in here this new file te.json, and whatever we have here I'm just adding inside this thing. And we are in the sign in page, so I'm just going to change this to sign in Telugu. Okay, and let's just check this now. So basically this local switcher, so if I'm changing this, what's happening? Okay, I think it stopped. No. Okay, let me rerun this again. So I wanted to go into sign in page. Okay, so if I try to change this one to, okay, it's sign in. What happened? Is there any issue? Okay, I'm seeing the issue with respect to language not working fine. Checking this layout, messages. Okay, local. Okay, the thing here is I need to add this one, and also in the middleware. Where are you? Here I need to add in this. Now it should work ideally, so let's just go back to the sign in page. Okay, and let's just change this to this language. Yep, fine. This is just the change, and that it's working, and that's fine for now. So we added the local switcher, and now actual thing needs to be tested, which is the auth with Google and GitHub. So that I'm just going to check that now. So trying to sign in with Google. Okay, so choose an account. Okay, fine. So I'm trying to log in using this, and so I just created this auth client ID and the client secret in this organization, so that's why it is like this. So now if I just sign in, okay, what is the issue? JWED encryption failed. Okay, there is an issue, so let me just, yeah, that decryption just ignore for now, but we're able to log in using our auth, Google auth with the client ID and that we have. So you can see the user inserted here. So the same thing we need to add in this GitHub. Okay, so this settings, apps, this auth apps. So here super productive, and this is going to be this one, and callback URL. It's going to be same as this. Local host API auth callback GitHub. So this is the callback application, and this client ID and client secret. So GitHub client ID. So this is the client ID that I have. So I'm adding in this secret. I'm just going to generate a new secret here. Okay, so this is the secret. So let me just use this. Okay, fine. Okay, now we have these things, the ID and all that we need, and just for testing purpose, I'm just going to delete this record that we have, and going here I'm just logging it out. And this we are seeing this one because we need to configure the pages, which we will eventually. And now if I try to sign in with GitHub, let's see that okay, yeah, you can see authorize super productive is the application. So if I just authorize this, we should be redirected back to okay, the username is already taken. Checking this, how many do we have? The username is taken, but I'm not sure. Let's try it again. Okay, so the issue is in the username is already taken. Where is this router? But why is it let me just go back here. This sign in button, handler, provider name, just going here, it's the GitHub. Okay, let me just remove this user as well. So as of now, we don't have any entries in any of our table. Let's just try it again. Okay, it should be mainly because of the session storage. Yeah. Okay, let me just clear all cookies and let's see this. Okay, I am again and again receiving the username is taken. I'm not sure. Let me just check this. Okay, the issue with GitHub looks like in here we forgot to add the way we added for the profile in the Google provider. So same way I need to handle in this GitHub provider as well. So I'm just going to here the username and the full name, which is going to be the profile.name.split by space. In ID it's going to be this profile.id username. If profile.login, then I'm going to add in this profile.login, else this username, name, this is going to be the full name, whatever we have at this first index, and the surname, whatever we have at the first index, and name is at 0th index and this is at first index, and profile.email, and instead of this picture this is going to be avatar URL. Okay, yeah, so this is how we are going to update this. And now if we just check this out, we should be good is what my understanding is. So let's just okay, so now we don't have any users, so for now, so I'm just going to show that everything is 0 entries, and let's try to sign in with GitHub. Okay, what is this error? So you can see here this is successful, but let's see the entries. Okay, we have a lot of issues here. Let me restart this application. So I'm just going to sign in page. Okay, sign in with GitHub. Okay, looks like there is an issue. Cannot read properties of null. Okay. What is it that I am trying to read? Profile dot name dot split, and ID, we have this ID. Avatar URL we do have, and okay, name is null, company is null, and others is null. Okay, okay, so let me just update this thing. Profile, edit profile. Okay, and that's what I need, so I'm just adding this thing. Okay, now let's hopefully it should work. Okay, so sign in with GitHub. So hopefully we should yes, it did work, and we are here, and now we should have one entry of the user, yep, that we have. And let me just log out and try to sign in with Google. So this also we should be, I'm trying to log in with another account, and now this should also work. Ignore this iterations errors, and we should have 2 users. Okay, fine. So the sign in with Google and GitHub is working fine, and now after this we are redirecting the user to onboarding page. So where is this onboarding? And in here we are checking, and so in this if we don't have a session, we are redirecting back, and if the user is completed and current path is onboarding, redirecting to dashboard, which we don't have, and that's why we are onto this page. That's okay, it's fine. So the next thing is the validations. Like I said, we did ignore for the schema. So let me just change this one. The validations we can add in, so or else I'm just going to ignore. So basically you can add in for password, it should be of minimum length 6, it should have uppercase, it should have the lowercase, and it should have the digit and all that stuff. The validation you can just add in here. or else you can ignore, that's fine. I'm just ignoring this for now. You can add if you need, and yeah, now we are done with auth, most of it. The next step that I wanted to focus on is the onboarding part. So onboarding is basically, I wanted to collect the basic details like is a workspace name, and other details like taking the profile image and like workspace image and all that stuff. So let's try to add in that. To get started with onboarding, I'm going to create a simple context for onboarding. So let's name that as onboarding context. So basically that will have what and all are we collecting from the user in onboarding thing. Okay, so let's create inside this root folder the new root location new folder called context, and here I'm just going to name this as onboarding context or onboarding form, whatever. So I'm just going to name this as onboarding form, which makes sense because ultimately we're collecting values, and this is going to be use client. And in here the types for this. So what and all we are going to collect from this form, or the state of this onboarding form, it's going to be the current step. So we'll have multiple steps. It's going to be multi-step form. We'll have 3 steps where we'll collect name, surname, profile image, use case, workspace name and all that stuff. So for that, let me create a types like we did for others inside this types folder. I'm just naming this as onboarding context.ts, and in here and also the important point, we need a tables in a DB associating with each user. Then it will be clear for me to create a types and all. So just going in here in the schema, what is it that I'll be adding additionally is the workspace, because ultimately each user in onboarding we are going to create a workspace for him, and he's going to become part of it. And the subscription model, so basically the people who are part of that workspace. Okay, these are the details that I wanted to create. And the enums that I'm going to create first is for the user permission. So okay, user permission, so the admin, and the can edit and read only. Okay, so this is what the permission for enum. And for use case, so the use case here basically we are segregating into 3 parts, one for work, another for study, and another for personal use. And this is the enum for that. Work, study and the personal use. Okay, fine. Now we have this use case and user permission, so I'm going to create the model for workspace, where we'll have this ID, and this is going to be a string, which is pretty much common, and default we are going to add in this ID the name of this workspace, which is going to be a string, and the created at, which is going to be of type datetime. Default, it's going to be the now, and the updated at, which is again it's going to be of type datetime. This is going to be updated at, and creator ID, this is going to be optional on string, and the creator, this I'm going to attach in the relation to this user. So let's add in this relation, which is going to be created by, and fields, let's attach this one to a creator ID, which references ID, and on delete I'm going to delete as well. Okay, and the index I'm going to create on this creator ID. Fine. Okay, so we are receiving this error because we need to create a mapping to that user table. So I can just do that here. The user here, create add a workspaces, which is going to be a workspace array, and a relation, let's have this created by. Okay, yeah, and now there shouldn't be any problem. Yep, relation created by the name and fields or creator ID, which references ID, and okay, fine. And same the subscriptions as well. So let me just add in quickly the subscription. Here the user, again the mapping for this relation, the fields, the user ID, which I'm just going to create. It references the ID of that table, and the cascade. So here I need to add in this user ID, which is going to be a string. The workspace, now it's going to be of type workspace, and this is again relation, so fields references workspace ID, references the ID of that table. On delete, let's delete this one as well, workspace ID, which is going to be of type string, and this user role, this is going to be of type user permission. Default, this is going to be read only, and the unique ID for this is going to be a user ID associated with that workspace ID, and then the index would be on this workspace ID, and also I'm going to add in on this user ID as well. Okay, so this is the thing, and the association to this workspace, I need to add in this the subscribers to this workspace, which is going to be area of this subscription, and now the mapping to the user table. So in the user table, this is going to be a simple yep, so here the subscriptions, which is going to be again subscription array, and the use case I'm going to add in here. This is going to be use case, and this is going to be optional, just to understand whether it's for work, study, or personal use. So this is the major the tables that we need related to workspace and the users associated with to that workspace, kind of like subscriptions and all. And now we are going to create that. So here I'm just going to migrate this npx prisma migrate dev, and here the name added workspace subscription models. Okay, and we should be having those tables now. Okay, now we have this, and let's create a type for our onboarding context. First is the action type. Action type, it's basically a name, surname, profile image, use case, workspace, and changing the site and all those things, which I'm going to create this as the enum. So I'm just going to be very particular about it. Action type, this change site. Okay, and this name, which is going to be of type name, then the surname, just this is enum, so profile image, use case, and finally the workspace. Okay, so this is the action type, and the interface for action. So basically it's just the will have the type, which is going to be the action type, and the payload. So this can be of type string, number, or the use case which we have from this Prisma. Okay, fine. And now the onboarding form reducer. So this is going to be in this way, onboarding form reducer. So this will have the current step that we are in. So this will ideally be 1 or 2 or 3, and this name, which is again the optional, would be of type string or null. The surname, this is again going to be optional, string or null, and the profile image, which would be of type string or null, and the use case, this is going to be use case or null, and finally the workspace name. So this is going to be string or null. Okay, so these are the types for this, and I'm just going to export this interface. Let's onboarding form context, which extends this onboarding form reducer. So I'm just going to add in this dispatch the React that or dispatch of type action. Okay, this is what we'll be dispatching. So we have this onboarding form context that we have. So now I can just create in the actual context, so using this type. So going back to our context folder here, so the reducer, so I am going to create here, it's going to be really simple. We'll use the context from React, okay, context API. So let's just try to create the onboarding form context. So export const onboarding form context. So I'm going to use this create context, and this is going to be of type onboarding form context. Yep, or it can be of type null, and initially I'm just going to set this to null. Okay, and the function kind of like reducer. So let's just name this as onboarding form reducer. This we are going to pass in the state, which is going to be of type this onboarding form reducer, and the action, which is going to be of type action. So this also I'm just going to import from our types. Fine. So here let's destructure those from our action, which in our case it's just the date type, and okay, this should be action type and payload. Okay, and here I'm just going to switch based upon this type. If this action type dot change site, okay, all I'm going to do is just have the all the existing state, and here the step alone I'm going to set this to payload value. So I'm just casting this so to avoid any errors, and that's the thing. And default, let's return state. Okay, so this is just the reducer, and now the provider, the thing where we will wrap all of the children's that we want the access to these variables in. So let's just prepare here export const onboarding form provider. So here this the children, and this session. So the props for this, I'm just going to prepare an interface. So here interface props the children, which is going to be of type this react node, and then this session, which is going to be of type session from this next auth. Okay, so I can just use this props now, and here inside this we'll use the user, so the state and the dispatch user. Okay, so this is going to be react dot reducer of onboarding form reducer, and here this the action, and I'm going to attach in this onboarding form reducer, which we prepared, and the thing here, the initial form state and the name and all those things I'm just going to attach in here. This name would be session.user. The name, and the surname, which it's going to be session.user. Surname. Okay, and this one again I need to add in this to the types, so that we don't see the error. So the same place where we have this username, so I'm just going to add in the surname, which is going to be optional string or null, and this completed onboarding, which again I'm going to make this as optional, and it's a boolean type. And here this surname I'm just going to add it's the string or null. Fine. So going back to this context, here now we don't see the issue with respect to surname. And after this, the profile image, this is going to be session.user.image. Okay, and the initial form state, like the current step, name, surname, and all that thing. Let me just prepare a simple object for that, naming this as initial form state, which it's going to be reducer. The current step, it's 1. Name, I'm just going to assign this to null. Surname, even the value as null. Profile image, also I'm just going to set this to null. Use case to also to null. And workspace name, I'm just leaving this as empty string. So, and here I can just spread all the values into this. Okay, the use reducer. Okay, fine. So this is the state, and all we have to do is in return onboarding form context dot provider. The value we are going to attach in this state, along with that this dispatch function. And here I'm just going to wrap in the children. Okay, and the if hook that we can use in our components, which it's the use onboarding form. So here this context, use the context, use context and pass in this onboarding form context. If we don't have this in the scope, so I'm just going to throw new error with a message saying that this is the invalid use. Okay, else we will return the context. Okay, this is the state for our onboarding form context. Okay, so now we have the types for it and the context for it, and all we need to do is try to create in a components where we can instead of having in the normal onboarding page as the onboarding text. So if I just go in here, this onboarding, okay, so looks like what is this session that we are printing here? I just wanted to see. Okay, we have this session object. Okay, so here if not session redirect is not completed, in current path is not. What is the issue? Okay, let me just console this one too. So where are you? Okay, the session that we are getting is null. Okay, let me log out and onboarding. Okay, so sign in with Google. Okay, so if I just try to go to this onboarding, where is this page session? I'm getting this value as null. Okay, so there is seriously some issue here with respect to completed onboarding, so it's not value we are not getting in here, and that's why okay, so let me just go to this auth, get server session. Okay, there is an issue here. Let me just check this. The issue was with respect to the params that we were sending to the page component. So to avoid that issue, what I did is so basically I downgraded the next version from 15 to 14.11, and once you downgrade this, just delete node modules package log json and .next folder, and additionally this next.config ts should be changed to next.config.js. okay, so once those are changed, you should be good to continue. Okay, fine, and just double check the versions that I'm using. So there'll be a lot of releases for all of the libraries. So if there is an issue with the newest version that you have installed, just downgrade to version whatever I have uploaded. Okay, fine. So this is what we are on to this onboarding page, and this is the onboarding page that we have currently. So this needs to be changed, and here I'm going to add in the layout as well for this onboarding layout, and in this so let's name this as onboarding layout, and we are receiving that error. That's fine. So this is going to be for react node. So here we are going to return this wrapping in this main, and inside this I'll have this div. So normally whatever we have for the local switcher and theme switcher, and after this just so I need to close this div. Okay, so after this I'll just wrap this children. Okay, and we need to export this default. That's the issue that we are seeing. Okay, fine, and I can just close this. I don't need this console for now. Okay, so we are on this onboarding page, and here the issue is fine. So here let me have this local switcher. I'm just going to restart this server. Okay, so and the theme switcher, fine. So we are onto this onboarding. Okay, that's fine. And now let's make this as the flex, and the minimum height of the screen, and let's make this width to be full. Coming down to this div, just like we did the absolute, so whatever we have for this auth, I'm just going to take this one. So let's go to this. Okay, just absolute top 0 left, width full, flex justify end, and whatever we had for other things. So that's exactly what I'm adding in here. And now to this page section where we have just the normal text, this one needs to be changed. So basically I'm going to wrap in. So instead of this text, what we need to do is whatever we have this the provider, the onboarding form provider, I'm going to provide in here this session, and inside this we will have these components. Okay, so I'm just going to create in here this onboarding, and here first thing I'll add the additional info section. So basically that's where we will have the title of our application and some logo, and also based upon the current step we will display the components related to that. Okay, so components related to onboarding, so let's just create inside this components a new folder called onboarding. Let's have simple placeholder component for now, the additional info section .tsx, and here I'm just going to create simple component export const additional info section. So here we can just take this current step, based upon that we can render that particular component, which we don't have that one for now. And here I need to import the use onboarding form. This needs to be imported, use onboarding form from this context onboarding form. Okay, fine. Okay, so here let's try to wrap everything inside this section, and I'm just going to add this one to this page. Instead of this, let's import this additional info section which we just created, and just going back here, Use onboarding form is not a function. So looking to this, where is this use onboarding form? Okay, what is the issue? Let me just refresh this. So going to here on this one, for now let me just, yeah, that's because again by default this is a server component. Making this as a client component should resolve. Yeah, okay, fine. So now in this section we will wrap this inside this divs. So here we'll add some logo. For now logo I'm just keeping this as a placeholder, and here let's name this as super productive as the title. Okay, and after this I can just add in some text, some elbow text, whatever it is, we can add in this, like I'm just adding in here this application, so we'll change this later. And after this, so basically here based upon the current step, so if this is step 1, so we will have in here this as the step 1. Okay, and if current step is equals to 2, we will have in here the title as the step 2. Okay, since the current step value is 1 now, so we are seeing that as the step 1, and as this value keeps on changing, we will see the whatever the content that we have here. So for now this is going to be step 3. Okay, so now whatever the placeholders that I added here, we need to style this, and also the styling for this section. So let's make this to be width full, and also if it's a larger screen I want the width to be just half of the screen, and also background let's apply this to be of card. Okay, and also minimum height, and let's assign this to be full, and direction to be flex, and column display to be flex, and direction to be column. Justify between, and let's just center them, these items. Padding 4, and medium padding I'm just going to add in this 6. Okay, so this is at least here now. So now coming down to this div, let's add some margin at the top so that the space, yep, and even from the bottom I'm adding this 8. Width let's say full, and display as a flex, direction column, and let's just center this items. Okay, fine. And now coming down to this, I'm just making this as a flex, and justify center, and even items, let me just center this, and a gap of 2. Okay, yep, and also here I can just display the logo. For now let's add in this. Okay, let's leave this logo. Will as of now it will be as empty placeholder. Let's change this later. And the title I can just change this one to 2 times extra large. and we can be specific and style this as well. And like I can wrap this one in this pan and apply some styling for this. Text to be primary and font to be semi bold. And now I can just bring this productive text inside this. Okay, yep, so this is the thing. And this one I'm just going to add in some taglines here, maybe not now. Like let's make this font bold or text size 4 times XL medium. The text size I'll just make 5 times XL. Direction to be column, display flex. Items just let's center them, and margin in the y direction 10. Okay, so basically here what I'm going to add in is so the text I can just say it has something like let's prepare you or something. Okay, so for now I'm just adding this. After this our focus is going to be on the components, and also I can just add in some placeholder to the onboarding page just to see something on the screen like a summary section. So let's just create in here the simple file, the summary section .tsx. Okay, so this is going to be a simple one, summary section, and inside this I'm just going to wrap everything inside this section. Let's import the card component. Okay, this again, components UI/card. Okay, I'm just going to refresh this. Okay, and inside this the card header, so let me just import all of this card content, card description, card footer, title. Okay, so here as I said, this is going to be just a placeholder. This card title I'm just going to add in this as this card title, and let's just try to use this inside our onboarding. So here I can just add in this summary section. So just yeah, okay, after this card title I'll just add in some description, card description. We will add in the virtual content eventually. I'm just adding some placeholders here, this card content, and here we can add some content inside this card, and finally the footer. Okay, so just to style this one, so by default I'm just going to hide this one. So if it's larger screen, let's have this width set to off, background to be primary, and only on large screen the display should be flex, and justify center. Items I'm just going to center. Okay, yep, so this is what exactly what we want as a placeholder for now. Okay, we have this additional info section, summary section, and inside this additional info section the steps component. So for the first step, so let's just prepare a component where we collect the name, surname as the part of this step 1. So that let's create inside this onboarding a new folder called steps, and I'm naming this as the first step.tsx. Okay, so here again this default first step, and here let's just return this div as the first step. Okay, as the first step, and same way I'm just going to create the second step under the third step. Second step, and then this third step. So here let's just copy whatever we have, and I'm just going to rename this component name. This is going to be a second step, so the title just changing it to second step, and this third step. Okay, so now in this additional info, so instead of this one, I'm just going to use this the import. Okay, so here onboarding steps. Okay, so here let's first step. So I'm just going to add in here this component, and now this should be a second step, and this one should be a third step. Okay, so that's, we are just going to import. I don't know, sometimes the problem with respect to imports. Second step, this needs to change to third step. Okay, so yeah, so this is the first step, and the second step, and the third step. So now let's get into this first step component, and inside this the div that we have, we will add in a simple the form where we collect the name and surname. So let's do it now. Here let's wrap everything inside this div, and we will have in a title and the icon for the user, and then the form input fields for name and surname. Okay, so inside this div, let me add in the simple p tag, and Here I'm just going to add in a text, just the text which says kind of add a photo or something like that. So let me just add in here. Okay, fine. So after this I'll add a div where we will have this user icon. Okay, the styling I'll just do it afterwards. What is the issue? Okay, and after this let's have this form component, and for this we need to attach in the form. So let's create a schema for this additional user info first part. So that one we are going to create inside our schema folder. So let's create this new file name called this additional user info first part .ts. So in here I'm just going to add in this additional user info first part as the name, and we are going to import from jar. This is going to be object, and this will have this name which is going to be of type string, and I'm just going to apply this refine. So this username should be only of this type. So basically let's restrict it to A to Z, capital A to Z, and 0 to 9. Okay, so yep, and I'm just going to test the username whatever user enters. In message we can just add in, for now I'm just adding this one as a schema username, just a placeholder so that I can add in later special characters. Okay, and also let's just make this one to be optional, and the other thing, the surname, this one it's also going to be of type string, and here also I'm just going to it's going to be pretty much same. So let's just apply this. Okay, fine. So this is the definition for additional user info part. So let's export this type. Export type additional user info first part. This is going to be of type of the above additional user info first part. So going here, I'm just going to import the type which we just created here. So, and we'll just prepare the form using this use form from this React hook form, and this is going to be additional user info first part, and this the resolver. Let's attach in this job resolver the additional user info first part, the default values we are supposed to provide. So here the name. Okay, so these values, let's get our destructure from our use onboarding form. I'm just going to destructure whatever we need. So the current step, the name, the surname, and the dispatch function to update once user enters something inside. And here, if there is a name, I'm going to assign that as the default value. If not, the surname also the same. If there is a surname will be default. If not, empty string. Okay, so we have this form, and I'm just going to attach to this form component. Okay, so inside this first thing, so let's have this form field for our user name or name. Okay, form dot control, this name, it's going to be the name, the render, we are going to wrap everything inside this form item. The form label, it's going to be the name, and I need to close this. Okay, so after this, the form control, and inside this, okay, and inside this I will have this input component, placeholder, let's just have this thing, and whatever we have this field, I'm just attaching that, and let's close this. Okay, the styling, I'll just do this, don't worry about it. And after this, form control, let's have this form message to display any error messages, and I'm just going to take this and create this one for surname. I'm just going to change this one to surname. Okay, fine. And after this form, I'm going to have a button just to on click. This is very important. So on click, all we are going to do is just dispatch the type. Here this type, I'm going to use this action type dot change site, and this payload, I'm going to attach in here the current step plus 1. And the styling, let's come back to this, and the text, it's going to be the continue. Okay, and after this continue, I'm going to add in this arrow right icon, and the styling also, let's just do and add in width 18, height also, let's just set this to 18. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is the continue thing. So now coming down to styling, the main div, so let's first make the max width that it can take is of medium, and width should be full. Okay, yep, and let's have space in y direction 8. Fine. And now this div, let's make this to be flex, and direction to be a column, and justify, let's center them. Items also, let me just center, and a gap of 2. Yep, so they are center, and direction is column. Okay, and for photo, this one, let's make text to be very small, and I'm just going to mute the text, the foreground. Yep, that's the thing. And the icon thing, let's make this background to be muted. Width, set this to 16, and if it's a medium, height, I'm going to set this to 20, and if it's a medium, again width, let's set this to 20, height 16, and rounded, let's make this full, make this flex, and justify, I'm going to center this. Items also, let's just center, and text muted foreground. Okay, yep, so it's looking decent now. Down to this form section, let's add in the space in the y direction 1.5. okay, and the form field, the name, I'm just going to mute this text. Okay, so foreground, and also this background, let me just make this one as muted. Fine, and yep, the same thing to this below thing, so just mute this text foreground, and the input background, I'm just going to mute this. Okay, and coming down to this button, let's make this width to be full, and also the max width it can take is of medium, and if it's a dark text to be white color, and font I want it to be semi bold. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is the first step component, and now on, let's say now I enter here this Vineet as the name and surname. This, let's clicking on this, we will be showcasing this second step. So this is the component that we should work on now. So moving on to the second step, so it should be pretty much the straightforward as that, but let's do that eventually. I wanted to first focus on the image upload part, and then we'll move on to the second step and the third step component. And also we want the pagination, so basically moving backward and frontward, that also needs to be handled, and all of that stuff. That's fine. Okay, anyhow, okay, so let's continue this second step. Here this second step, I'm just going to create the constant list for use cases, which is the work, study and personal use, just a simple thing. Let's create that, and this will have a the form fields to collect the use case type, kind of like the radio group. I'm just going to showcase that, and yeah, okay, mostly this is for use case, and then we'll update the current step and move on to the next part. Let's prepare the list for use cases, so which is going to be the use cases, the object of case, so this is going to be work, and the title, I'm just going to have this like for work, and here this case for study purpose. Okay, so let's say this is for study, and the finally the personal use, and here this title I'm going to add in this as this personal use. So this is like the use cases, and now to prepare the fragment for this, so let me just add in here the fragment, and inside this we'll wrap everything inside this div, and the title that I'm going to have is this, like how will you use super productive, something like that, the question. And below this I'm going to add in this, like we will use this information to personalize the experience for you, something like that. We will use this information to personalize the experience for you. Okay, something like this, the step. Okay, so if you what's this should be okay, yep, fine. Then after this, the form component. For the form component, first we need to have a schema like we did for our first part. So let's try to create the schema for that. Going to this thing, let me just create here the file name as the additional user info.ts, and here I'm just going to export const additional user info second part. So we are going to import this jar, and this is going to be object of type, so we'll have just the use case. So this it's going to be enum of type the work study and the personal use. Okay, so these are the values that we'll have, and here the required error that I'm going to provide is like you need to select a notification type. Okay, so this is the type, and I'm just going to export this, the additional user info second part. So let me just add in this. So this is going to be the type of additional user info second part. Okay, so now we have this, and in here this is going to be pretty straightforward. Let's first extract whatever we need from our the use onboarding form. So use onboarding form, and from this definitely we need the current step, along with that the dispatch to update the values. And I'm going to prepare in this form using our use form hook. So this it's going to be additional user info second part, and this the resolver. Let me attach in the resolver, the jar resolver of this additional user info second part. Fine. And yep, so now just going below this div, so let me add in a div where we will try to wrap in the form component. So in this form, let's attach in this form for this, and inside this on submit we are going to create a on submit callback function, and the styling just will have some space. And apart from that, the only form field that we are going to add in here is this for selecting the use case. So let's attach in this control, and name it's going to be this use case, and rendering, let's have this field, and inside this the form item. So let's just wrap all of that inside this form item. So inside this again the form control, and here this radio group. So I'm just going to add in that radio group. So we'll just import this radio group component. So once we have this, I'm just going to import this. Okay, it's added. Yep. So this is the component, and for this the callback functions on value change, I'm just going to pass in this field dot on change default value. Default value, it's going to be this field dot value, and the styling, I'll just do that. Okay, and now inside this we are going to use this use cases list we just prepared and iterate through this each use case object. Use case, and inside this we will use this form item and pass in this key, which is going to be the use case dot case, and the styling, which we are going to do this, and also inside this I'm just going to add in the form control component. So basically where we'll have the on click functionality and dispatching the selection accordingly. So let me just add in that. Form control, and here this on click, I'm going to get this target. So basic this is going to be this e dot target has the HTML input element, and here we are going to dispatch this type, which is going to be action type dot the use case, and this payload would be the target dot value. Okay, so this is what we will be doing on click of this functionality, and inside this let's have this radio group item, and the value, it's going to be the use case dot case value. So that's what we'll be having here. And finally after this form control, I'm going to add in this label. So here the label, here it's going to be nothing but this title thing. Okay, yep, and this is pretty much the thing, and we need to close it here. The form the form item is closed. Yeah, on this form field needs to be closed. So okay, so here after this the button, it's what that we need to have. The button, again, this would be disabled if this form dot form state dot is valid. and this type it's going to be of submit. And so here again I'm just going to add in the continue as a text of this button, and the same we'll add in this arrow right, and the some styling for this. What is the issue here? The arrow right icon, and width and height I'm just going to set this to E18. Okay, fine. So if I just refresh this one, okay, the on submit is what we have an issue. So let me just add in here the placeholder. For now we need to create the function for that as well. Okay, so if I just go here, okay, this is how it is now. So we need to style this, and before even styling the on submit callback function, let me just create a simple function here on submit callback function. So here this data, it's going to be of type additional user info second part. In here I'm just going to dispatch the type which is going to be the action type dot use case, and this payload we are going to attach in this data dot use case. And after this I'm just going to update this step, so that type it's going to be action type dot change sign, and then our payload we are going to pass in this current step incrementing that by 1. So that is the on thing. So I can just add in here this form dot handle submit, and that pass in this on submit function. Okay, now I think we should be good. Now let's focus on styling. So first this the header, the title, make this as a flex, and direction to be a column, and let's justify this the center, and also I'm just going to item, so let's center it. Let's have this cap of 4, and width making this as a full. Margin top let's have some 10, and text let's center it. Okay, so this is like for the whole div of this header and paragraph text. And for now the header, let's make this font type to be bold, and also the text size let's change this to 4 times extra large, and if it's a medium let's improve more the text size to 5 times XL. Direction to be column, and display to be flex, and that let's just center these items. Max width it can take is extra small. Yeah, this is what I want. And now the styling for this the p tag, max width let's give the larger screen for this. What happened? Okay, okay, so let's just try to sign in this again. Okay, did it stop? Fine. Okay, so I think there's a network issue, the power yeah, okay, let me just restart this application. So I've just restarted the issue in the application. So let's just try to log in this. Yeah, okay, so this is just the network disconnected due to power issue. Okay, so here now this is where we are, and max width, this is what it can take, and I'm just going to text mutate foreground. Okay, that is for the title section. uh, Fine. And now for this div where we are wrapping the form, let's add in this maximum width for this to be medium, and width let's assign it to be full, and space in y direction to be of 8, and some margin top. Okay, so that is the thing. And now for this form, I'm just going to add in the space in y direction, let's say 8. Okay, so for the first form field, uh, this styling for our radio group. So if I just open this one, let's make this as a flex, and direction column, and let's have some space in the y direction 1. So that's the thing. Okay, and also now for this form item, this individual thing, let's make this the dynamic, so the flex, and items, let's center it, and let's have some space in the x direction by 3. Yep. And in the y direction, let's say 0, and padding of 3. And rounded, I'm just going to have this medium, so let's add in the transition colors, and for the duration of 200, and make this relative, and overflow, I'm just going to hide this. And here, if this form dot get values of this use case is equals to this use case dot case, so basically if it is selected, I'm going to apply here this background, the primary by 40 color. If not, on hovering, we are going to have this color by 10. Okay, so that is the styling. So basically if you see here, this is what I mean. So on selecting, we are having this rounded and transition colors and duration, and this is the thing. Okay, fine. And that is the styling for that. And finally the thing that is left is for this label. Label, let's make this font to be normal, and also if it's the larger screen, let's let's make the text size to be larger. Yep, so it's looking big. And height to be a full. Left, let's have some space like 9, and make this as a flex, and I'm just going to center these items, and make this one as absolute. Width should be full, and also the cursor on hovering, it should be a pointer. Okay, and the thing that we have is this button. So here the button, just I'm adding this margin top, and width, let's add in this full. Max width, let's make this medium. Dark text white, and font to be semi bold. So yeah, so this is the pretty much the second step component, which is way simpler than our first one. Okay, so this is what it is. So if I select, okay, what's the value here? For personal use, use case is equals to use case Okay, fine. I think this is disabled for personal use. What's the title? This is the case and the value that we are selecting. Okay, let's do one thing. So for now I'm just going to, yeah, okay, so there's some issue with this. Let's figure that out. Okay, that's fine. So this is the second step that we have, and now I wanted to add in the steps info at the bottom here. So let's create a simple component for that. I'm just going to create inside this onboarding folder. Let's name that as forms steps info dot tsx. Okay, so this is going to be simple component. Let's make this as a client component, and here this, it's going to be form steps info, and here let's, and the steps, I'm going to have this 1 2 3 4 for now. Let's just have these 4 steps in a list, and get this current step using our use onboarding form hook which we just prepared, and here I'm going to get this current step value, and inside this let's have this, so basically this div, so this one I need to add it inside our the main section. So basically in our additional info section, so here just below this one I wanted to add in this form steps info, the component, and then we will style this accordingly. Okay, so as of now we don't have anything inside that to see, so let's focus on that now. So inside this I'm just going to use this steps list that we have and iterate through that list, get this step value, and here let's try to wrap inside this span the key, let's say this step is what I'm going to attach, and okay, this div, let's make this as a flex and justify a center, and items I'm just going to center this one, and let's have this gap of 2, width should be full, and this span thing, the styling for this, so let's have this height of 2.5 and the width as 8. So let me just refresh this, hopefully you should see this. Okay, I'm just going to add in this border, and okay, so the border, and let's add in this padding in the x direction and y direction, and the rounded to be a medium. Let's add in shadow smaller, and here if this the current step is greater than or equals to step, I'm going to add in this background to be a primary color. If not, the background would be muted. Yeah, so this is at the bottom that we have here. If I just press, so this is the steps or the thing that we are in. So if you need to select some value here, only then we can go to third step. Okay, fine. So this is the the kind of like steps info that we have. Don't worry about going back and forth. I think just the indication that the user is in this step should be good enough. Okay. And okay, so we added in the second step as well. And for this this summary thing, I wanted to change this now. Instead of this having the default thing, let's get the values that we want as part of this component using our onboarding form. And here all I'm going to get this name, surname, and the use case. Okay, so let's what happened. Okay, this needs to be the client component. Okay, so now we shouldn't see the issue. Fine. And I need to have those details showcased. So let's just remove whatever the card we had here before, and I'm going to wrap everything inside this div. Let's add in some div, and inside this, if we have this name, I'm going to show the name here. So basically okay, so if I just continue, so the text and styling and all needs to be done, that's fine. So basically here this background, let's make this as a card, and this rounded 2 times extra large, and width to be on 96, and minimum height I'm going to set this to 10 rems, and let's add the shadow small effect, and display to be flex, and direction to be column. Let's just center this items. Padding of 4, padding in the y direction I'm going to apply 8, gap of 5. Yeah, I think that should be good. Yeah, this is the card that I'm stocking. So for this div, I'm just going to make this just the style of width, and the height as 32, and this one let's make this the full, and let's add in shadow, the background to be muted, and some margin on top, let's say -5 rems. Okay, that's what I'm going to have. Yep, so that is the thing, this div. And this the div where we have the name and surname, the text center, and the space in the y direction 1.5, and text to be like 3 times extra large. And let's add in this break words, maximum width extra small, and font to be semi bold. Okay, yep. So yeah, if I just refresh this, let's say I'm going to enter this beneath, and here this red D as the surname. So here needs to be updated, the name and all that stuff, IDD. So same applies here. Why is it we are not able to display? Let me just check that. Surname. Okay, yeah, so in the first step we are updating. Okay, I have not added any on submit thing, that's why we haven't seen any value. So here let me add in here this on submit function. This data, it's going to be the additional user info first part, and in here I'm going to use this dispatch. The first thing, it's going to be action type dot name, so the payload would be whatever we have in data dot name. And the second dispatch is to update our the surname. So this one, it's going to be surname, and the payload, it's going to be this data dot surname. And finally the third dispatch is going to be of type the chain site. So that is where we'll be updating our the current step value. So the payload, the current step plus 1. Okay, what is this? Let's make this as not null. Okay, and this needs to be attached to this on submit thing. So here on submit form dot handle submit, I need to add in this on submit. Okay, and the rest should be pretty much the same. Okay, so we have this form field, so maybe let's just add in this space in y direction 8, and here I'm just going to add in this div like we did for the other part, and inside this let me just wrap in this two forms. Yep, so let me just refresh this, and so we'll go back to first step. Yes, so let me enter in here Vineet and surname, and let's continue. Okay, this still what happened? Okay, so still the value, so let me just remove this on things. Okay, so I need to wrap this one inside this form, only then it will be working. So let's just test this again. Okay, so if I just click on, still I wanted to console this. Okay, so let's open this console, inspect this. Let's test this. Okay, I'm receiving the values, name and surname, and this needs to be updated. So let's just to check this. Dispatch going in here, session.username. Okay, let's do it this way. I just wanted to ideally we should see the values. Okay, so just one more. Okay, fine, the state is not updating and the values that we want I'm not able to see. Just let me check this. Okay, so it's my bad. So I need to add in this other actions which I didn't, and that's why we're not seeing the values reflecting in those things. And also just I wanted to be very strict on the types here. The onboarding, the payload, I'm just going to change this one. It can either be undefined as well. And also let's just add in this additional this step which we just added. So that's the small change. And now going to this the main the context, the where we are trying to update the values. So here is the place. So we just added for one thing to just see if this step is updated or not. So now we need to handle the other types. Name. So here everything will be same as the state, except the name, which should be whatever the payload that we are receiving. And now the other case, so the key action type dot surname return. I'm just going to return here the state whatever we had, and I'm going to update the surname, which again the payload as string. Okay, so that's the surname. And finally the use case value, action type dot use case. This one again we are just going to update the use case value. So use case payload as the use case. Okay, so these are the change just to update that. And now I think we should be good to see whatever the values that we are entering. So let's say I'm just refreshing here and try to update this one thing. And yeah, this is what we have here. The name here, that the styling part will handle. So, and even if I just click on here, that needs to be added in our summary section. Okay, so going to this one, after this, if there's no use case, then I'm going to add in this span. Let's just say this background muted, rounded, medium, width 24 and height of 8. And this is just the this span that I'm adding. And if we have this use case, then let me add in this text. So if this use case is equals to work, okay, then I'm going to show the text as for work. And if use case is equals to study, so then I'm going to show the text as for study. And finally, if this use case equals to personal use, let me just add in the text as for personal use. Okay, yeah, so this is what we have for study that I added. The styling, yeah, that's not accurate, that's fine, which we will adjust eventually.
The text is showcasing in the image section. That's because we wrapped everything inside this div, so this should be out of this div. So I'm just now let's see this. So if I just try to test this now, yes, okay, now it's looking good. This is like a summary section. Now I wanted to focus on adding the user image part. So let's try to create a component for that inside our onboarding folder. So here let me add in the component name as add user image. index.tsx, and inside this for now we will have the a dialog and a button inside that, and I'll be wrapping the logic inside this. So let's have this component const add user image and props for this. So let's create an interface for that, props, which it's going to be a profile image, can be of type string or null. Let's just destructure the same from this props. So I'm just going to destructure this profile image. Okay, this one, let's just return this div, and I'm just going to include this in our the first step section. So basically if I just go to this steps component, first step, so whatever we had it here, this icon, I'm just going to add in this component which we are trying to create. So basically so in place of this in old div, I'm just going to let's just comment for this, and here add in this add user image and profile image needs to be added. This one I can get this from this here, and I'm just going to pass in this profile image. Okay, so this is now the empty div, so we don't see much in here. So let's try to add in, and then we will see this in action. So if I just go back to this add user image component, so inside this first thing, it's I'll need to install the dialog component. So in that I'll have the button as a trigger, basically to just to upload the image, user image. So let's just first try to install dialog component. Okay, yep, so dialog is added, and now here I'm just going to import that. Inside this, let's have here the text like add a photo, and after this the dialog component. So this is the thing, and the trigger point, this dialog trigger as child, and inside this we will have this button as a trigger point. So the text of this, so basically inside this I'm going to if the profile image, if we have this, I'm going to show this in the image component. Let's add in this priority, and the source, it's going to be the profile image, and alt, let's have this and fill, And styling, let's just worry about that later. And if not, we will have this empty user icon. Okay, yeah, now I need to add in this as the I need to add in this one inside our next config. So basically here the protocol, let's add in this the HTTPS, and host name I'm going to add in this thing. Okay, so now going back to the add user image, and if I just try to refresh this, we shouldn't see this issue anymore. Let's see this. Yeah, okay, the styling, it's not correct, so that's why we're seeing this. Okay, so here let me add in this object cover, and also width and height I'm just going to set this to full. And most importantly, if we style this div, so here let's make this width full and make this one as a flex, direction to be of column, justify, let's center it, and also the items I'm just going to center, gap of 2. Yep, in this button, this one, make this to be a relative. Yep, now, and make this background to be a muted, and width to be a 16, and height also to be a 16. If it's a medium height, let's set it to 20, width let's set it to 20, and rounded I'm just going to make this circle, and display as a flex, justify, center this, items also let's just center, and text muted, foreground is what we want, and finally overflow I'm just going to hide it. Yep, so this is the button, the trigger point to upload the add user image. Fine. And also for this, the p tag, the text I'm just going to make this smaller, and text we are going to apply this muted foreground. So that's the styling for this add user image. So this is just the trigger, and the actual content I'm going to add in here this dialog content, and inside this the dialog header will have some title, and the image preview and all those things we need to take care of it to showcase. So for that, so we need to attach in a reference useref hook to attach to while user is trying to upload an image. So basically inside this, first let's have this header. So this dialog header, and inside this the title, like upload a photo. Okay, so let's just see this one. Yeah, so this is the add user image. So upload a photo, and after this, so let's first like I said, we need a state variables to maintain once the user selects the image, or to show the preview of it, and also the reference for the input element. Okay, so here this image preview, set image preview, use state it's going to be empty string initially, and the input reference. So I'm just going to use this useref, and this is going to be of type null or of type HTML input element. And here let me just initially assign the null value. In the content section, after this header, so after this header, what I'm going to do first, like I said, if we have this image preview, then I'm going to show that image preview in this div. So let's use this image, and source, it's going to be whatever the value present in image preview. Alt and fill this, and class name, it's going to be just same object. Cover width full, height full. Yep. Okay, so if not, so here if we don't have still the preview, I'm just going to add in this just the user avatar component. That one, let me just add in here user avatar. Okay, it's the avatar, so I'm just going to create in a simple component inside this. Inside this, let's create a new file called this user avatar.tsx, and in here a simple component where we'll have this image or user icon. Okay, the props for this, so the size, which is going to be of type number, and the class name, which it's going to be of type string, profile image, it is going to be of type string or null. Okay, fine. So now the component user avatar, so inside this let's just destructure the props. So the props, whatever we have, the class name, the profile image, and the size. By default, I'm just going to assign the 16 as the size for this. Okay, and returning this component div inside this. If we have this profile image, we will show in the form of this image component, attach in this source, which is going to be the profile image. Fill, alt, I'm just going to add in this as the profile avatar, and add in this priority. Okay, so if we don't have this profile image, we will just show this user icon from this Lucid React, and size, let me just attach in this size icon. Fine. The styling wise, so basically this one, let's make this dynamic. Okay, so height and width, I'm just going to set this to 16. Background muted. Let's make this as the circle. Flex, justify center, and also the items, let's center this. Text, mute foreground, make this relative, and overflow is hidden. Okay, fine. I think this should be a component. Now going here, and I can just use this user avatar component and pass in the params for this, which we added as a props. So the styling, I can add in here width and height to be 52, and margin in the y direction, and size also to be 52, and profile image, I'm just going to pass in this profile image. Okay, so let's just see this one. So if I just click on here, yeah, this is the profile image that we have, so that's what it's being showcased. So Okay, fine. To just have this the content properly styled, let's add in this item center and justify center, so that justify center, and also max width I'm going to restrict it to 28 rems, and also padding of 0. Okay, yep. So now they are in center. At least it's looking good. And this header also, let's just center them, and also justify, I'm just going to center. Fine. Coming down to this image preview div, again make this as rounded full width 52, height I'm just going to see this 52. You will not see this, but I'm just adding whatever we had it for below thing. Make this relative overflow hidden, and margin in the y direction 5. Fine. So okay, yep. So after this, the actual the form component, I'm going to add in here for this. So the schema we need to prepare like we did. Let's call this as the image schema. Inside our schemas folder, let me just add in this new file, image schema.ts. okay, so here the only thing that we are going to collect is the image. So export const image schema. This is going to be of type object, and the image, let's have this for now of type any, and let's apply this refine. So whatever the file that we receive, let's add in the constraints like max file size. Okay, so let's add in this. Okay, and accepted image types. For now it's all going to be of type image jpeg, image jpg format, image png, and image webp. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to check this, if this file dot size is less than or equals to the max file size. If not, I'm just going to add in this the placeholder, the thing schema.image.max, so which we will add in the text later. And okay, and one more check of this accepted image file types. So image types includes the file dot type. If not, this is the placeholder thing that we are going to show to the user. Okay, yeah, this is the schema. So now going here, let's just create a form for this. So I'm just going to import the schema for this. Use form, and in here this is going to be okay, and the image schema needs to be export type image schema jet.infer. This is going to be type of this image schema. So now going here, let's image schema, this we are going to have this resolver, jod resolver, and attach in this image schema. Okay, fine. So that's just the form, and now we need to attach in to our actual form. So just going down. Yep. So inside this, let's have this form field, and for this the controls, form dot control, or name, it's going to be the image, and the render this field. So here this form item, form control. Okay, so inside this I'll just have a button and input field. It's going to be a simple, so let's wrap this inside this div, and I'm just going to have a button and the input field, this button. Then after this, this input component, and pass in whatever the fields that we have, and add into this. Okay, so now we need to add in the text for the button and styling, so that it looks better on the screen. So the thing here is, first the text that we are going to add in for this button, it's going to be just simple, like choose a file. Normally we add in like for any button. Okay, and once we had this, on click, what are we supposed to do? So here on click in here, all I'm going to do is whatever the input ref that we have and current, I'm going to trigger a click event on it, so that I'm going to attach for this ref input. Okay, so the reference, let me attach in this the input reference, and this value, let's for now add this undefined, and on change, what are we supposed to do? And the type here, I need to be very specific. This is of type file, and add in this image, and class name, I'm just going to hide this so that user doesn't see this. And for button also, let's add in this type, which is going to be of a button, and the styling, if it's a dark text white, and let's have some margin bottom. Okay, fine. And also the div that we have here, I'm just going to make this as a flex, justify center, and items, let's center them. Okay, fine. So now the on change, what are we supposed to do? So that we need to create a logic for that. I'm going to create a function here. So on image change, so here on image change, so we are going to receive event of type this change event of this HTML input element, and here if e.target.files, and we have this files inside that, so this is how we just check. Then let's collect this selected file. Okay, so e.target.files of 0, and here this result I'm just going to parse with the constraints that we have using this image schema. So save part and pass in this image, the selected file. Okay, so once we parse this and we see this result as is success, then I'm going to clear any errors of this image, and let's set the value for this image, whatever we have in the selected file. And also then we are going to update the image preview value with url dot, I'm just going to create a object url using this a.target.files of 0. Okay, fine, that's fine. If there is any error, then we are going to collect this errors. So using this result.error dot this flatten and get this field errors of this image, and for each errors I'm just going to iterate through this and get this error, and let me set this form.set error for this image, and the message that we are going to set, it's going to be whatever we have for this error value. Okay, so this is the on image change thing. So this needs to be attached to this input component. So let me add in here. So on change, so I need to attach in this on image change. Okay, so basically, so if I and we need to attach okay, so if you see here, let me select some photo here. I'm just going to select some random photo. I'm not getting. Choose some file here, so I'm just going to select randomly whatever I have inside my downloads thing. Okay, so let's see this one. Yeah, so this is the preview. So if there is an image preview, this is how it's going to look, and that's how we have here. Okay, fine. Then after this, so we have the form field to take an input and show this as a preview. Then we should have a option to remove it or to upload it. So this can be done. So after this form field, I'm just going to add in this div, and let's add in this two buttons, one with the trash icon and a size, let's say 18. Okay, and the other with the icon, let's say check, and size let's set this to 18. Okay, yep. So now we need to style this. So since we are wrapping this one in this div, so let's make this one as a flex and some margin from the top, and also let's say it occupies all width, and justify center this, and items also I'm just going to center this, and let's say a gap of 4 between each button. Fine. And for this button now, so this type, it should be of type button, and this would be disabled if this image so again I need a variable what operations can I perform on this. So basically let's just create a simple variable, so kind of like image options. So here this image options, I'm just going to wrap this inside this use memo, and this one will depend on this image preview and alongside the profile image. So inside this there is an error, so let me just remove this for now. Okay, fine. Now inside this, so what is it that we are going to have an options is basically if we don't have this image preview value, and we have this profile image, then the operation that we can do is can delete, let's say I can delete, yes, true, and I can save, it's the false. Okay, and the same, so same here. Now we have this the vice versa, the image preview and and also we have this profile image. Then I'm going to add in an option can delete false, can save to true. Okay, and now the image preview we do have, but we don't have this profile image. Then here the options, I'm going to add in this can delete to false, and I can save to true. Okay, and finally, if nothing, so I'm just going to set both of them to false. Okay, just this simple object, I'm just maintaining it this way. So now just going to our button. So now based upon the values that we have, we are going to maintain this. So disabled, so this one, the image options dot can delete, and the variant, this one will depend upon this can delete. Then I'm going to have this default, if not secondary. That's the variant which I'm going to add in. So let's just choose this image. So okay, yeah, that's how it is. And styling for these buttons, so let's make this one to be rounded full, and also width and height as the 12, and padding of 2, and here based upon this image options dot can delete, the text it's going to be white, if not text to be muted foreground. Okay, fine, and same thing it's going to be for the below button. So I can just take this and we will just adjust this accordingly. So this one, this is going to be of type submit, and instead of delete, here can save, and this one also I'm just going to change this to save here as well. Okay, fine. So this is the stylings for both of this div, and yeah, I think for now let's just keep it this. We will do logic handling, where to save this image and all that stuff. So but at least we have this user image heading in the form of the dialog as part of our component. the first step that we added. And also just going to this summary section, instead of this having this, I'm just going to add in this user avatar component, and the class name and the style name, let's just have whatever we had for the about div. Margin top, like let's say native minus rems, and size let's say 40. And profile image, I'm going to attach in this profile image from here, and now I can get rid of this div. Okay, so if I just close this, yeah, this is the avatar component that we have, and that's just the small addition instead of just having a div with whatever we had. Okay, I think now the next thing that we are going to worry about is make the logic to upload the file to some storage. For that I wanted to use the upload thing. So let's use this upload thing. So just log into this, so I can just upload thing.com. okay, so I'm just going to open this documentation in other side, and yep, so here I'm just once you create an account or login, so you will be redirected to this workspace, and here just create this as the super productive, and this I'm just going to leave this optional. And okay, and we'll have this API keys here, so I'm just going to copy this, and let's go to our env file, and I'm just going to add in here. Okay, this is the token. Fine. So once we have this one, or there is two ways getting the secret and app ID. If it's a legacy, that's fine. For this to add, we need to create two things, so core and the route for that inside. So if you just read more info and what to install and all those things, so we need to install these and all things, like we need to create like this core and route. So you can just refer this docs for more info. I'm not going to walk you through all of this info in these docs. Okay, fine. And now I need to install this, so let me just install these things. Okay, fine. And now we need to create a folder inside this API. Let me create a new folder called upload thing, and inside a new file core.ts, and here let's create this file which is going to be this create upload thing. So let me just import this. This should be from next. So I'm just going to add in the another dependency as well. I think we already had it. Okay, so Okay, so here the create upload thing, and this type, I'm just going to import this file router type. Okay, what is this issue? Okay, fine, now it's, and here this upload thing, and let's export this our file router. So I'm just going to prepare in here this router. What is the problem here? Okay, fine. And first thing, I'll have two routers, one for profile picture uploader. We can rename this later, whichever works better for us. So here this I'm going to have in this image and the constraints the max file size, let's say for now 4 MB is what I'm going to add in, and the middleware, let's say let's add in this request. So in the middleware, let's try to get this user await get token from this next auth JWT and pass in this request, and if we don't find any user, I'm just going to throw this error saying that you are unauthorized. Okay, and let's just return this user ID, user dot ID. Fine, that's just the middleware. And now here on upload complete, let's not do anything, so I'm just going to leave this as thing. Okay, this is for profile picture uploader, and just as a placeholder I'm just going to add in for PDF uploader as well. So here let's add in this PDF the max file size also. Let me set this to 8 MB. Okay, and the middleware, even here it will be pretty much the same, so I can just take this okay. We'll get the token and check if it's not unauthorized, and we are going to return this user ID, and on upload complete also, so it's going to be pretty much the same. Fine, so this is our router, and I'm just going to add in here this satisfies our the file router. Okay, we have in here the same way that it is recommended, and next we need to create a route, so in the same folder. So let's just create inside this a route dot ts. So here we just need to export this endpoints get post create a next route handler. From this upload next, upload thing next. Okay, so create route handler. Okay, so I can just do this, and pass in here this router, which it's going to be. So basically I'm just going to import our file router from this core which we just created, and pass in for this. Okay, yeah, this is just a simple route. So we have this thing created, the route for this, and after this the components which we will create as our own. I'm not going to take a reference from here, and we can just mount a button and all that stuff. Okay, fine. Now we have this route. What I'm going to do is basically create an endpoint to update our image in our user table as well. So let's do one thing. So like we did create for upload thing, for the profile also, I'm just going to create a new folder called profile, and inside this let's create one more folder called this profile image. Now we'll create a route inside this route.ts, and let's just check if it's not correct. The best way, we'll just try to refactor later. Okay, so here this is going to be a post endpoint request. So this is going to be of type request, and inside this, first as usual, we'll try to get this session, and let's get auth session, and we will just check as usual if the session, we don't have the user. So I'm just going to return this new response with the message as this unauthorized, and the status, I'm going to send this as a 400, and the status text, let's send this as this unauthorized user. Okay, so that's the thing, if you don't find the thing. And now the body, let's make this type as the unknown for now, and get this thing request.json, and here this result, I'm just going to prepare in here this profile image, which it's going to be of type this string. So this needs to be imported. Okay, fine. And all I'm going to do is safely parse this body. Okay, fine. So if this result is not success, then we are going to return this next response saying that, okay, next response.json, something like the errors, the placeholder for now. So errors dot wrong data, and the status code, in this case we are going to send this 401. Okay, fine. Now if it's successful, let's get this data from this profile, this result dot data. So I'm just going to destructure this the profile image, and let's try to handle this in try catch block. Okay, so here first thing, let's find this user, await db.user find unique using this session user id. Okay, fine. So we'll try to find the user using this id. So first, if we don't find the user, again we are going to throw this error, next response, the thing user not found, and the status code, I'm just going to send this as 404, and status text as user not found, something like this. Okay, okay, what is this? So let's add in something. Okay, fine. If we found the user, so I'm just going to update this and collect this into updated user, await db.user.update, and here we are going to update the row matching this id, the data image is, we are going to replace this with the new profile image. And finally I'm just going to return this the updated user data, the updated user, and the status code, it's going to be 200. Okay, in error I'm just going to for now say something like db error json, and here this errors dot db error. Okay, and the status code, let's say 405. Okay, so this is the endpoint to update our image in our user table. So now we have the endpoint on all of those things, and the place where we had this user image component, we need to handle that the API calls which we just created. And just for that I wanted to use the just to better caching our results from API and retrying things, I wanted to use the TanStack React query. So let's just install that. Okay, so if you want you can just check out more info of that. So we need to create a provider for that. So I'm just going to add in inside this the query provider, and here let's make this as a client component. Okay, fine. So we will come back, I mean let's create this thing and we'll see the changes in our UI. Query client I need to prepare. So this, it's going to be the object of type this query client. So I need to import this from this TanStack React query. So let's just import this, and here we need the query client and also query client provider. Okay, fine. So and here let's create this provider, query provider, and wrap all of the children inside this so that we'll have access to this react react node. Okay, so now inside this let's return everything inside this provider. The client I'm just going to attach in this our query client, and here this children. Okay, fine. And now this provider we need to wrap inside our the main layout. So basically in our local layout, in here this thing I am going to wrap everything using this query provider which we just prepared, and move this thing inside this query provider. Okay, fine. Now we'll have an access and a way to all the components of that TanStack React query. Going to this add user image component. So if we go here, yep, in here we need to create an endpoint or a function to handle the saving of the user's image. Okay, and also I need the helper for upload things. So like we saw in their documentation, where's this, in this way. So inside our libraries folder, let's create this upload thing.ts, and all I'm going to do is export this const generate React helpers. So I need to import this one from this upload thing, React hooks. What do we have here? Yep, React helpers, and this is going to be of type our file router, and this I'm just going to import this. From this app API upload thing and core, and here let's just have this our file router. Okay, and here I'm just going to use that. Our file router. Okay, and here let's export this use upload thing and upload files from this thing. So what is this? Let me just restart this server. Okay, still there's an issue. Okay, so let's just export from the here the type. Okay, my bad. Fine, so we need to export this type, this our file router, which is going to be this type of our file router. And now if we go to that library, I think now we are going to be fine, and I'm just going to add in this. Okay, fine. Now we have this use upload thing, upload files. We can use this inside our the add user image component. So going to this add user image component, below here I'm going to create a function. So basically use upload a thing from this library, and here this is going to be the profile picture uploader. Okay, and here I need to add in this on upload. Let me fix this first. What is the okay, on upload error, if there is any, I'm just going to for now alert that error. Later we'll see how to handle from that. Okay, and here we are going to get this start upload and the is uploading status. Okay, this is the use upload thing, and now uploading that image in our DB, we are going to use this use mutation hook, and let's prepare this function. And here from this mutate whatever the function that I'm going to let's just rename this to upload profile image, and is loading. I'll be extracting from here. Okay, and inside this now let's first the mutation function. So this is going to be asynchronous the profile image, which is going to be a string, and inside this all I'm going to do is let's try to get this data and use either the fetch or Axios. Let's just use this Axios. I mean, we can use the fetch or Axios. There's nothing specific that you need to use this. Okay, so let me import this Axios. Fine. Yep, so here this Axios dot post, and the endpoint is this /API /profile /profile image, and the body that it needs is this profile image is the thing that we need to send. And after this I can just return this data as the maybe user type, let's I mean the user thing. So I'm just going to import that to just not conflict as from this Prisma client. Okay, so I'm just going to typecast this to user type. Okay, we return this in the mutation function, and now in the on success and on error callback functions. So in this on error, so if there is any errors that we are receiving, for now I'm just going to console this. Okay, later we'll see what to do with this. And on success, in this callback function, I'm going to close this dialog and also call the update function on our use section. Okay, so to maintain state variables at the top, let's maintain that just to open this dialog or not. So this is for that. Set open use state, make this as the false, and the router, I need this router to redirect accordingly from this Next.js client. Okay, and this update function using this use session. Okay, this needs to be const. Yeah, so now in this on success thing here, we are going to first set this open value to false, and call this update function, and let's just refresh this route. Okay, yep, what is this issue? Is loading. Okay, is pending. Fine. So now this needs to be triggered when the user tries to save the image. Okay, this needs to be handled, so we need to prepare a separate on submit function. So I can basically on form submit. So here this data that we are collecting, it's going to be of type this image schema, and here this image, it's going to be of type profile data.image, and I'm just going to handle this in the try catch block, and in this try section, first let's try to get this result by passing this to start upload the function which we have using the use upload thing hook. And here I'm going to pass in this image, and if we don't what is this issue again? Okay, fine. Here then if we don't have a response, then I'm going to throw this error saying upload thing error, okay, something like that. Okay, and after this we will trigger this function, this mutate upload profile image, and pass in this result of 0.url. okay, so that is the thing. And here this dialog, I'm going to control this using the state variable now, and on open change, let's toggle this using this set open. And now the important thing, the form section here, on submit we are going to handle this and pass in this on submit function. Okay, so this should help us trigger this on submit callback function. In coming down to this the buttons that we have for trashing and checking, so here I'm going to, this will be disabled, is uploading or is pending. Okay, and same thing here, so basically let's just change this, is uploading or is pending. We will show this loading state. Okay, else this icon, so this check icon, I'm just going to change this to this. Okay, mostly this is the logic to upload or save the image. Let's just check this and hopefully it should work. So this one also I need to add in inside our context. So basically the dispatch action to update the profile image we don't have here, so I need to handle this one. So here just one more thing, this case action type dot profile image, let's just update the profile image value. So this is going to be this the payload which as a string. So this needs to be handled inside our the first step. Okay, and that's where we are using this component add user image. Yep, so here the best way for us to handle is, let's try to wrap that inside our use effect, so that whenever the value changes, we will trigger this action. So here let me use this use effect, and inside this this would be triggered if this session so I'm going to use this use session again. So use session. Okay, so here if this session dot data dot user.image is changed, then we are going to trigger the logic inside this. So basically this is going to be nothing but the dispatching action of type the profile image, action type this profile image, and this payload I'm just going to pass in whatever we have in this session dot data dot user dot image as a string. Okay, so this is how we'll be updating the profile image. And okay, so this can be null, that's fine. So I'm just handling this. Okay, still this loading, that's fine. Fine, so this is how we'll be updating it, and hopefully now we should be able to upload the user image. So let's just test this. So going here, I'm just going to refresh this one, and I open this dashboard as well. Here this files, that's fine. So let me try to upload this. Choose file, and let me just choose this one, and here this one should help us achieve the file upload. And let's see now. So it's loading. Okay, fine. So this needs to be added inside our next image, but let's see if we have this image in here or not. So just refreshing. Yep, so we have this here, and also the db that we have, it should be updated the profile image. Yep, so this the URL, so it did work. Now if I just go to this next config, and here add in here this protocol, I think we should be good. Okay, so here if I just refresh this, so it's compiling. Let's just wait. So I'm just going to close this thing. So I'm just restarting this server. Now hopefully we should get the image that we just uploaded, because that's the value that we have in our db as well, in our profile image. So it just compiled. So let's see this. The photo should be okay. Okay, fine. Yes, so if you can see now, the photo that we uploaded is what we have. Don't worry about the styling and all, which we will change that, but we have the functionality to upload the photo that the user wanted. So on that is in place. Okay, fine. So the next thing that I wanted to focus on is the first step. Let's try to add in the logic again to delete, because we added the option to upload. The same way we need to have an option to delete. And also let's try to add the internationalization to our first step, and yeah, let's do that. So the delete endpoint now, the profile. So here I'm just going to create in here this new endpoint called delete profile image, and inside this let's create this route. Okay, so here it's going to be pretty much same. We'll just use this thing and just try to tweak this. Okay, so here the session, if there's no session unauthorized, and we are not expecting any body here, so I'm just going to remove here everything, and let's find the user using session user id. If there's not found, user not found, and this updated user, instead of this to be, I'm going to set this to null. Okay, so that's how we are going to delete the thing, and the updated user, and yeah, this is going to be pretty much the endpoint that we want. So I'm just going to remove whatever we don't need. Okay, that's the delete thing. And so now going to this user image, so basically let's just try to organize this one also. I'm just going to create in here this new folder called common, and I'm just going to push this to user image. Okay, and we need to update the imports. That's fine, we updated. And in here now the functionality to delete this. Okay, so like we had for the same for uploading the mutation function, so I'm just going to copy this, and in here let me just change this to delete a profile image, and is pending. I'm just going to say this as the is deleting or renaming. Okay, and then mutation function, there's no input that needs to be sent to this endpoint, and this needs to change profile slash delete profile image, and I'm just going to remove this thing. Okay, and on error, instead of this logging, we can use this toaster message. This title, let's just add in this message. So we will where is this? Okay, first thing is this let's use this toast and import this toast, and I'm just going to remove this here. Okay, fine. And this the localization, so use translations messages, and also the changing profile name, so I'm just going to add that profile image. Okay, if you don't have this, we'll add in this or messages array, that's fine. Okay, so now we have this toast and the translations versions. So let's try to handle this one. Even here the on upload error, we just added this alert. I'm just going to replace this with our toast. So here this title, it's going to be this errors dot upload title, and this variant, let's make this one as destructive. Okay, fine. And also here itself I'm just going to add in the functionality. So basically the on client upload callback function, upload complete, we will get this data, and if we have this data, I'm going to call this upload a profile image here itself. So data of 0 dot url. Okay, else we'll show this toast message with this title, errors dot image profile update. Okay, fine, and this variant, it's going to be again the destructive. Fine, so just the callback on client upload complete. So if there is a data, we're going to just try to call in this function so it updates our db. Okay, fine. And now the thing, the deletion. So basically, yep, even here let's change this to toast thing. Maybe I can just copy this one and we'll just change this accordingly. On error image profile update, and that's pretty much the thing. And here also we will show this error message, but it should be the success message image profile update. And I'm just going to remove this variant. Okay, and this is what just instead of consoles replacing with this toast thing. And now in this delete thing also, here I'm just going to use this image profile update destructive, and this one, this success thing. So here as well the thing, and also all we need to do is just call this update and refresh. And the mutation key I'm going to specify for both of them. So here this mutation key, this is going to be this update profile image, and for this delete profile image. Okay, yep, and I think that's pretty much. And on submit, maybe this one now we can just change, don't have to handle inside this try catch block, and also no need to call this specifically because we are handling in this callback function. So I'm just going to call this start upload and pass in this the image thing. That should be the change. And the remaining things, here this button where we have this trash, that needs to be changed. So on click we need to trigger this function. So on click I'm going to trigger this delete profile image. Okay, and even here the status, if it's deleting, let's add in this loading state. Else I'm going to have this trash icon. Okay, and this one also I'm just going to change this to is deleting. Yep, pretty much this is the logic to delete the profile image. And also I need to add in the messages for this, or else we are going to receive an error here. Let's add in this as this change profile image. So here this title, which is nothing but this send a photo, and the button which will have this text of choose a photo. Okay, and yeah, and also the I'm going to add in for onboarding form as well for the steps that we have. And so this is this first step, the title, the first thing, the text of this, it's let's say let's prepare you, something like this. Okay, and second thing, I'm just going to add in this ready text. Okay, and this photo, the text, it's going to be add a photo. The inputs, it's going to be the name, the first name. Okay, and then the surname. So I'm just going to add in that surname. Okay, and finally the placeholders. So the placeholders also we need to add in. So this name, I'm just going to add in this beneath, and the surname, let's add in this value. Okay, and also after this the next button. Okay, so this again, the text of this, it should be the continue, and let me just add in this. So for other thing, I'm just going to copy this for local version. We can translate this into the local language later. Okay, so let me add in here. Okay, fine. So now we added in the messages so that we don't receive any issues as well. So this needs to be included in our the first step component. That's exactly what we are trying to localize. So here let me just import this use translations, and this should be onboarding form. Okay, and this needs to be replace whatever the text that we have. The first step, let me add in this fragment, and I'm going to wrap everything inside this div, and here I'm just going to add in some title, title, the thing which we removed here. So inside this header, use this t, which it's going to be the first step dot title dot first. Let's see this. Yeah, okay. Why is it did we not add it? Okay, let me just remove this one, go back to our messages. We have here first step title onboarding form. This should be yes. Okay, going to this first step, I used this onboarding form, first attempt or title. Okay, it's Why is it? Let me try to rerun this. Ideally we should see the text that we have inside that. Translations. Okay. Okay, I think I misspelled here. Okay, fine. Onboarding form. Yeah, now I think it should work. That's what we got this error. Missing message, and yeah, now it's fine. So let's prepare you, and here I'm just adding in here this text. First step dot title dot second. Okay, fine. And here this styling for this div or for this h2, I'm just going to make this one to be bold, and also whatever we had below above, I'm just going to remove that, which is common. I wanted it to be just for first step. Okay, so for medium, let's make this size to be 5 times extra large. Flex column items center, and margin in the y direction. Okay, yep. And the okay, and also now let's remove this commented code, and this add user image also. I'm just going to wrap this in one more div for better styling, and here we can have the text, which is the first step dot photo, and after this I can just have this add user image, and this div that we have in here, I'm going to make this width to occupy full. Flex column justify center, and also this items, let's center this gap of 2. Okay, this is the thing, and now inside this form I'm just leaving this as it is. Not as it is, this also should be localized. The label that we have, so let me just change this. This should be now first step dot inputs dot name. Okay, fine. The next thing is the placeholder also, and let me just add this. So this is going to be surname, and this placeholder also needs to be changed. So instead of this, it's going to be placeholders dot name. Okay, fine. So that's, I need to change for this as well, so let me just change this one to surname. Yep, and also finally the button, this it's going to be just the next button text. placeholders. No, it's a placeholder. Okay, yeah, so now it's working, so fine. We added the localization for this first step, and let me just remove whatever we had here, and I need to test the delete functionality once that we are going to do it. That delete functionality, so basically I need to check once and see if it's working properly or not. So let's check the deletion now. Clicking on this photo and let's choose this delete option. So yep, so clicking on this, delete profile image 404 not found. Okay, I got it. The endpoint that in our add user image, let's go to the this one I added in the extra endpoint. That was the wrong path. Okay, now let's try this again, deleting this. Yep, so it is successful, and now in our DB for one of the image, so if I just refresh, it should be null. Yep, so it's working, and also this messages needs to be added. That's why we are seeing those things. So I'm just going to add in those messages first for the success thing. Here the image profile update and delete should be added. Your profile image has been updated. Okay, fine. And next is for deletion, image profile or delete. I'm just going to add in the text, your profile image has been deleted. So this is for success, and for errors I need to add in. So here let me just add in image profile update, which is going to be like failed to update your profile image, and I'm going to say like please try again. And this one, image profile delete, failed to delete your profile image, please try again. Okay, fine. And also for uploading the file also, I'm just going to add in that like upload failed. So here we can just say like failed to upload your file, please try again. Okay, fine. Just the messages that we updated here, that's fine. And the delete functionality is working, and the next thing that I wanted to work on is our obviously the second step. So there we need to add in the localization for our second step, and also a few polishing of the UI. So if I just close this Let's add in this Vineet. Let's continue this. Okay, and let me add this image again. Okay, so I'm just uploading this. Yeah, your profile image has been updated. That's the message that we're getting. So going here. Okay, now here we need to polish a bit, and also the title and that thing I'm going to change that. So basically, where is this component? Additional info section here. This one, let me just for now I'm going to remove this because we already have for the other things. I just don't want it to be common. And also this one, I wanted to move this to separate component rather than having it here. Let me just create in here the simple component called app title. Okay, and inside this, whatever we have, I'm just going to copy this thing, and here let's try to create a new component, and let's name this as the app title. And for this also the props for, let's have this size, which is going to be number, the class name stylings, which it's going to be of type string, and the link, so which it's going to be boolean, so it has a link or not. Here let me just destructure this, the props class name has a link, and the size by default I'm going to set this to 20. And inside this, so let's try to wrap this inside a fragment. Okay, so I'll use this link component. So href, we are going to navigate to dashboard, and inside this, let's just have this thing. Let's remove the div and all, everything. I'm just going to add in this h1, and also this styling will apply to this link. Okay, fine. And for this, in the styling, so let's make this dynamic. So whatever we had for this div, I'm just going to apply for this. Flex justify center, item center, gap of 2, and the text size, I'm going to make this 2 times extra large. Background, let's say a red color. Okay, and make this as a relative, and a z effect, so 10, and additionally whatever we receive as the stylings. Okay, and I can completely remove this and add in this header. And logo, we can just add in here about this header later on, but I'm just going to ignore it for now. And this we will show only if we have this link. Okay, if this is true, only then I'll show this link component. Else what we are going to do, so whatever the div that we had, I'm just going to use that here, this one. Let me just take this and use this div, and only the change that we are going to do is make this dynamic and pass in this additional class name, and also this anyhow I'm just making this as a 2 times extra large, so I can change this. Okay, so this is the app title. So now I can completely replace whatever we have in here, the div, and completely I'm just going to remove this and use this the app title component which we just prepared, and size I'm just going to add in this 50. Okay, fine. And also I'm going to add in a props for this, a profile image, so that I wanted to pass it to the first step. That one, let's create a interface. So we are going to change a bit, just the way of passing a props and polishing of the UI. So this string or null, and let me just destructure this props, and here I'm going to add in this profile image, and this one we are going to pass into this first step, which there also I'm going to add in the props, the profile image. So let's go to this first step component, and in here let's copy whatever we had the props interface. For this one, going here, I'm just going to add in this interface props, and let's just destructure this profile image. So here let me just remove this one. Okay, and everything should be as it is. And also here in the use effect, instead of this session, I can change this to profile image, and also this one profile image, and I'm just going to change this one to string or null or undefined as the type. Okay, and this it's going to throw us the type error. We need to change the definition of that types in our types folder for onboarding context. So here I just need to add in, this is going to be of type null as well. Okay, so just going back to our first step component, this dispatch, let's go to the context as well. So I need to specify here profile image null or undefined. Now we shouldn't see any issues. Yep, so that's the change in our the first step component, and I'm just passing in the sub props on the profile image. Now the second step I'll come back where we need to add in localization on all of that, and also the summarized thing also I'm going to localize those things and all that stuff. Okay, so to localize, so let's go to this this thing. So onboarding form, wherever we had this first step, I'm going to create for the second step. So let's so here the title, it's going to be like how will you use, and the info I'm going to say like we use this information to personalize your experience, something like that. And work and those use case titles for work, then the study, which it's going to be for study, and the personal for personal use. Okay, yeah, so this is just the thing, and I'm just going to use the same for this localized version also. Later we are going to change it. Okay, now we can use this one to update the second step. So let's go to the second step component. Here we are, and this one, so instead of this hard coding, I need to change this one to second step dot work, and even this one, second step dot study, and this one as well, second step dot personal. Okay, and here let's import the useTranslations object. So here this useTranslations of onboarding form. In this one, wherever we have this thing, I need to change this thing. So what I'm going to do, the second step, and this also we need to change this. Okay, a lot of changes. Okay, first this p tag, let me change this to t of second step dot info. So if I just enter something, continue, yeah, so we have this. The same thing I need to apply for this. So this needs a bit of change. Everything was wrapped inside this h2 tag. So what I'm going to do, let's copy this one, and here let me just tweak this, the whatever flex item center and all, I'm just going to remove this, and instead of this one, now it's going to be t of second step dot title, and this one I'm going to wrap inside this span, the super. Okay, and this productive, let me wrap this inside one more span, and a bit of styling for this, just the primary like we had for font semi bold, and I'm just going to push this productive here. Okay, so let me just remove this one now, and we need to add in some space. Okay, so which is not looking good, so let me add in some space. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to add in this question mark, and we'll change this later, but I just trying to localize this. So we localized this title info, and now this, the use case title, the thing that we are displaying, this needs to be changed. So this one, we should add in this T of this use case title. Yep, that's one thing. And also the continue button. So this alone, if I just do this, we should be good. So T of next button. Yep, fine. So we localized this second step. It's looking good. Okay, and also we change the thing in the summary section. Also, let's try to localize this. We just hard-coded here these values. So here as well, I'm going to use the same approach. So just use this useTranslations hook, and here this is going to be onboarding form. And once we have this, so whatever for work and all that I have, I'm just going to change this. It is going to be this T of second step dot work, and this one as well, second step dot steady, and this one second step dot personal dot personal. Okay, fine. Yeah, this is like the small change. This also we localized, so we're almost good. And in our the onboarding page, so we need to pass in the profile image for this. So here I can just add in this session dot user dot image, and now we will pass on this from to the our first step, and we will showcase the image inside that. So yep, so we are just passing that, and that's the change that we added. And now the focus should be on the third step and the components required for third step. That let's add some placeholder text here inside this instead of this empty div. So here let me wrap this everything inside this fragment, and inside this I'm going to have a div. The title for this, let's just add in a title like create a workspace or something like that. Workspace, and that's if we just okay, continue and choose for something here. Continue, yeah, create a workspace, and this needs to be changed, and we need to focus on the components needed for this. So this one, like normal, whichever we had, this flex column, justify center items, I'm just going to center this gap for whichever we had for other components. That's going to be very much common. And this title, we can make this a bold, like font type to be bold, text to be 4 times extra large, medium, just whatever we have for the other components you can just take from there. Maximum width medium. Okay, yep. So now the focus of ours, it's going to be on the components. So basically here I wanted to first create a component which kind of helps me to upload the images for our workspace. Kind of I'm thinking of supporting 2 images upload for a workspace. So let's work on a generic upload button which helps us achieve that. Okay, or working on the generic upload file button. So I need to change this the max file count here. and here I need to change to 2 since we wanted to support for workspace. That will take care. And also in this add user image component on submit, I had to make this one as await. That was one thing. Okay, and also the accept type in the input, let's be very specific, except we are going to accept only image related files. Okay, yep. Now the upload file functionality. So we do have the so if I just open here the components from here, the components from here, I do have this, we can use this. So with Tailwind, this is how we need to integrate. So for now, let's integrate with the Tailwind and have the components thing. We will not use it right away. We'll try to build our own generic component, and whenever it's needed for like upload button and all that stuff, only that we will use it. Okay, so for us to include in our Tailwind config, this is the thing that needs to be added first. So here import with upload thing from this upload thing Tailwind. Okay, and whatever these the config that I have, I need to wrap this now. So basically instead of exporting like this, we will do this using with ut and wrap this config inside this. Okay, and also here in the schema for our image, it needs to be 4 MB, or we can change this to 10 MB. So okay, and also let's make this one optional. Fine, so we made this optional and this one, and now in this library, the upload thing, I can import the components from this upload thing. So basically here let me just export this const generate components. So I need to import that from this upload thing React. So I can add in this generate upload button. So let me add in this upload button, and this one let's export upload button from this. Okay, so let's just check here the documentation, generate components. Yep, this one, this is what I wanted to use. Okay, so generate components. Okay, it doesn't have this, I don't know. Okay, this is what we have the version. Okay, so let's just undo this, and for now have this in this way, upload
button. Okay, so like this we can add a drop zone and other components as well. So just with version changes, a lot of changes are happening in the libraries. You can just refer the docs. Okay, so this now we have this, and I'm going to focus on creating the upload file component inside this common folder, upload file dot tsx. So this in here the props, let's and also make this one the client side component. The props for this component, let's make generic for now. I'm just leaving that. Okay, we need to create in here. So the form that we will be taking, so this would be of type use form, written from this React hook form, and the schema, which would be jod object of type any. For now I'm just specifying any, and then this get image preview optional function, which would be this react dot dispatch of type react dot set state action, which is going to be of type string. Okay, and the max files, this is again optional, of type number, the jod key. Okay, these are the props for the file upload file component. So export function upload file. So here the props. So let's just for now return here this empty fragment. Okay, this will be integrated as part of our third step component. Okay, so because that's exactly what we are building this component for. So in here, this third step, after this there, I'm just going to add in this form component, and inside this we'll have and we need to attach in here this schema. So for that already we have this image schema form use form, and this is going to be of image schema, and inside this the resolver jod resolver of type this image schema. Okay, I can just pass in this form for this, and this is where we will have the actual, so inside this form the upload of file component. Okay, so we need to pass in this form and also the schema, which is going to be image schema, and jod key, this is going to be image. Okay, now let's focus on completing this component. So this is going to be the form field that we will be wrapping everything in. So basically that will be nothing but the image input. So here this control form dot, and this one I need to destructure for schema get image preview max files jod key. So now I can specify here this form dot control render this field, and inside this and let's close this as well. Okay, and the name, so the name, it's going to be we can specify a jod key or image. Okay, fine. So inside this the form item and styling, I'll come back to that, and inside this the form control, let's have this div, and we need to add in all the functionalities that ideally we expect for a file thing, on drop, on drag enter, on drag leave, on drag over, and all those things which we will add. And inside this it should be the input component. I'm just going to pass in all of these fields. Value, let's say undefined, and on change and all those things we are going to specify, and accept type it's going to be image. Okay, fine. So, and after this input I'm going to have this upload cloud icon, and the size, let's say I'm just going to say this as a 30 as the size of this, and the text, let's see here I'm going to have this upload, and also just below this I'm going to specify here only dot png or dot jpg or types and all that stuff. Okay, just to specify. And after this form control, let's have this form message if there is any error that we wanted to showcase. Okay, and also after this, if you have a file and uploaded, and that needs to be showed previewed and all, the name of the file if not the preview, and an option to remove that. So these all functionalities needs to be handled, and also the styling for this upload file needs to be handled. Okay, so this form item, let's make this as a flex, and the column, and okay, let me just refresh this. Okay, there is some issue with this personal use. Let's see this. Okay, so this is the component that we have, the upload file. Let's justify center and items center. Okay, and the form control, the div which we have needs to be handled. That's fine. First I wanted to focus on core logic. I need state variables to keep track of whether the drag is active or not, and the file storing. So let's create the state variables for that. Drag active, set drag active. This is going to be of type boolean, so by default I'm going to set this to false. And also the file, so set file, and inside this also this use state, this is going to be of type file or null. Initially let's set this value to null. Okay, this is the thing. And like we had the input reference for other things, I'm just going to add for file another component. I'm going to create this useref hook, and this is going to be HTML input element, or can be of type null. So I'm just going to specify here the type to be null. And now whatever we had for other thing, just the on file handler, I'm just going to quickly create that on this on change. We are going to send in this file as the input, and here let's just try to parse this using our schema dot save parse,
and pass in whatever the file that we receive as the input for this image. So if this result dot success, you can just create a reusable function and use this, but that's fine. So here if there are any errors for this key, I'm just going to clear that, and for this let's set this value for this jar key. The value it's going to be the file, and set this file into this local state variable. If get image preview is true, then I'm going to send this to this by creating object URL by passing in this file. Okay, else it's going to be just the image errors and link. So errors result dot error, I'm just going to flatten this field errors image, and let's iterate through this errors dot for each get this error, and let's set this the error for this key, which is the jar key. The message, I'm just going to directly set this to be error. Okay, so this is the file handler function, and now the core things, handling the drop, drag, and all those changes. So this is to handle this change function, handle change where we are going to receive an event of type this change event of input element. So inside this, let's get this files e.target files. Okay, and once we get that files, we are going to check if this files is not null and we have this value, and I'm just going to trigger this all file handler and pass in this value. Okay, and now this handling this drop functionality. This drop functionality again, this it's going to be of a type drag event of this HTML or div element. So here let's just prevent default event and stop propagation, and also now set this drag active, which we are maintaining as a local variable, and collect these files using this e.data_files, and if we have this files just the normal condition, and only then we are going to trigger this function files of 0. Okay, this is for handle drop, and same way let's just copy this one and handle the drag leave, drag over, drag enter, and all of those things. So I'm just going to change this one to drag enter, and this is going to be of that. We are just going to stop propagation, and here just set this active or to true. Okay, so now this drag leave, it's going to be just the opposite of this drag leave, and this one needs to be false, and handle drag over. So here this drag over again, this needs to be true, and drag leave we have, enter we have, I think. Yep, and one more function to remove this file once we have this file uploaded. Okay, so set file to this null and form whatever we have. For this jar key, I'm just going to set this to null. Okay, so this one we need to attach into this div, the div where we have this input wrapped in. The styling, let's worry about this on drag enter. So here I need to specify handle drag enter on drop
here we have this function handle drop, and on drag leave we have this handle drag leave that we need to attach here. On drag hover, handle drag hover. Okay, so we had it in all of this, and on click, so the ref needs to be attached for this. So for this I'm just going to attach in this input ref. Okay, yep. So here now on click, what are we doing? So basically if input ref dot current, then I'm just going to set the current trigger this click event on this input thing. Okay, fine. Even on enter, so on key down this event, if e dot key is equals to enter, and input ref it's on DOM. So here again we are going to trigger the click event on this. Okay, fine. And the role, let's say this, I'm going to set this to presentation, and tab index, let's just set this to 0. Okay, fine. The styling, okay, for this div what I'm going to do, so let's make this as dynamic, import this. So here if the drag is active, then I'll have this background primary color. If not, let's have this background color to be muted. Okay, this fine. And remaining thing, this focus visible, I'll have this outline to be none, and also this ring effects on focus visible, let's have this ring to focus visible. Let's have this ring thing, and also the offset for that ring. And normally just we'll add some padding, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have more padding. And height, I mean of 0, and height I'm just going to set this to 40, and cursor to be pointer. On hover, let's make this background to be muted, let's say by 90, and that for the duration 200, this transition colors, and the ring offset background, let's have this rounded medium, and make this relative border, I want it to be a muted foreground, and let's add in this border dashed text to be muted foreground, and make this as a flex and display as a column. And items, let's center this with let's say 15 REMs, and justify this center. Okay, this is the thing that we applied the styling on this div. Okay, fine, at least it's looking decent. Now for this input, the placeholder, let's say I'm going to say this as the file input, and the class name, let's add in this sr only. Okay, and the type, we are going to specify here this type as file, and multiple, let's set this to true, And on change, I need to call this handle change function. And yeah, I think the input should be this one, so that's what it's looking at least good. The upload cloud and the text that we have, the upload and all this thing, make this one to be small size, font to be semi bold, and let's make this one as the uppercase. And the text color, let's change this to primary, and some margin top, fine. Yep, so it's looking good. And now this one also, let's make this one to text to be very extra small and some margin at the top. Yes, okay, so fine. And now let's say so we have here this images. Okay, so let me select some image, this one same as we have. So we selected this, and now I need to have that as a preview here. So this file, if we have this value inside this file, let's try showcasing this div, the file name. So here this file name and this button to remove it. So on click, I'm just going to call the function which we just prepared, which is the remove file, and inside this I'll have this the trash icon, and the size, let's say, let me set this to 18. Okay, yep, so we have this one, so I can just click on this to remove it. So ideally it should remove. Yep, so if I just upload this again, okay, ideally it should work. Okay, what's happening? Let me just refresh this again. I think okay, it's working, but there's some issue with this. That's fine, I'm just going to fix that. Now styling for this div, just the straightforward, make this flex items, let me center them, make this flex row, and the space in the x direction 5, text to be smaller, and some margin at the top. Okay, yep, and now for this file name, let's leave that as it is. And for the button, the class height and width, I'm going to set this to 8, and also text should be destructive, and on over the text again should be destructive as well. Okay, yep, and the variant, let me set this to ghost. Okay, yep, and the size of this should be icon, and yep, so this is our simple upload of file component. So we can even drag here. So let me just try to drag some file into this one. So let's say I wanted to drag one image, so I'm just dropping here. Yep, so we have here
just the file which we just uploaded. So the drag is also working. So if I just remove, it's working. Okay, so this the component, yeah, I understand we are uploading multiple enabled multiple true, but just showcasing one file, that's fine. Just we will change the logic the later, but the intent was to have this component in place for us so that we can use it in our the third step component. So going to this third step, the place where we have here, I can add this simple button, just the placeholder. We will change this one as add. Okay, fine. And here as well I can just add some onSubmit callback function, make this as asynchronous. The data, it's going to be of type the image schema, and inside this I can just console this data that we have. For now we'll have to do a lot of changes here later. Okay, and for just onSubmit, I can just attach in here this form.handle submit and pass in this onSubmit function. Okay, and also you can either add in more limitations for the image size and all that stuff, so it just depends on to you. So I'm not going to worry much about those things. Okay, okay, fine. So we have at least a simple upload file component. The next thing that we wanted to make is let's have the drop area component also to the existing component, the whatever the thing that we have. It was for just for the image, and we just tried whether it's working or not. It's working for image, but let's make it generic for a PDF as well. So why I am adding this PDF, you'll understand eventually when we are starting to build the core features of our application. So I can make this generic now, the component where we have this upload file. Let's make this one to be of type any, and we have this max files and jar key. I can completely ignore this one and add in this input accept. So here this is going to be image type or the PDF. Okay, so those are the two values, and this types description I can add in this, which is going to be a string array, and the container class stylings. So I'm just going to name this as a container class name, make this as optional, label a styling as well, label class name, let's make this also as a string, and finally the text of this label, let's make this also string and optional. So I'm just going to remove this now, and we need to change the component accordingly. So here instead of this, the input accept and types description, container class name, label class name, label text. Okay, so this the file handler, the first thing is the
these errors, the jod key that we are referring. So instead here this is going to be of file. Okay, and even this it's going to be file as the thing. And now to just we are not conflicting with our name, so I'm just going to change this to provided file, and let's just set this value to be provided file. And even here let's set this to whatever we have in this provided file. Okay, and this one, instead of this image, this is going to be our file now, and this one also, it should be file. And remaining they are going to be pretty much the same, just that in our remove file component, this should be changed to file, and the name of this, now instead of this image, it's going to be a file. And the label text, so this is what I'm going to introduce here. If we have this label text, and then I'm going to introduce here this form label component, and the styling for this, whatever we received for this label class name, I'm going to pass in here, and inside this let's just have this label text which is passed as a props. Okay, and also for this one also, let me add in the container styling also. So basically here I can just specify here after this container class name, so if any additional apart from whatever we have, and this rather restricting it to image only, so I'm going to change this to the props that we have, the input accept. And now the text that we have here, let's make this one dynamic, so here only, and let's wrap this one inside this pan. The types that we have, the descriptions, so I'm just going to join the list of strings separated by commas, and here after this let's have some space, and below this, if this types descriptions dot length is greater than 1, then I'm going to add in this text as the types supported. If not, we'll have this singular type supported. Fine. Yes, so, and finally this div, so let's just check this again. There's an error, of course, so let me just make this more margin and text. I'm going to center this. So going to this third step, now a lot of changes to the component that we have here. So we don't have the jod key because we removed it, so I'm just going to change this, and we need to pass in the other params, so which is the input accept. So in here the input accept is going to be the image star. Okay, and this types description, let me specify here dot jpeg dot jpj and png web format, and even the Jeff. Okay, and still which is the mandate param. So let's just check this. Input types description, so others are optional. Okay, yep. So let me just try to log in again. So okay, yep. So I'm just going to sign in. Let's sign in and go to our onboarding page. What's wrong? Too many clients. I'm just restarting. So let's try to log in again. So trying to sign in, use this, and let's okay. So it's redirecting to onboarding. So yep. Okay, fine. So let's go to our in here. Yep. So we are back with this same component, and now a lot of changes needs to be done inside the third step component. Just the additional text and all the buttons and all that styling, which we are going to handle that now. And so let's focus on completing this third step. So whatever I have now in this third step, we are going to replace most of it with proper styling and components. So for the form thing, this styling for this form, let's make this to be width to occupy full, and max width, let's make this to be medium, and space in the y direction, let's say 8, and some margin top 12. Okay, and now here, instead of just having this upload file, we need to wrap everything inside the form field and have an item, the input, and all those things. The name of the workspace, so I need to collect that. So for us to have the workspace name and image for that, like we had the schema for image and other sections, we need to create in a schema for that. So here, so that's the third step exactly, for to collect the name of the workspace and the image for that. In here, let me just create a new file called this workspace schema.ts. okay, so here let's export this workspace schema, which it's going to be jar object with the two properties. One for the name, this is going to be a string, and the constraints, let's say I'm going to add in this too, and this is the text which we'll add in our the messages JSON format later. And I'm going to say this is going to be like too short, and this refine, just checking like we normally did. So this username should be for the characters. So whatever we have for this this thing, I can just take this refine constraint. So
Okay, and the other thing is the file. This can be of type any, and the image whatever we have here, this thing, I'm going to take this. File size, if it's less than this needs to be imported. So let me just export from this image schema, export this const max file size and also image types. So here I'm just going to import this. Max file size and accepted image types. Okay, and also let's just make this also the optional, and also it can be nullable as well. Okay, so this is the schema for workspace, and let's just export the type. The workspace schema jet.in for this type of workspace schema. Now we have this type, so going back to our third step component, here we can just prepare the form like we did. So here, instead of this image schema, I'm going to remove this and use this workspace schema, and this one should be the workspace schema, and default values for name I'm just going to specify empty string, and other one is nullable, so I'm not going to specify default value. And so here next, the values that we need is the current step from this use onboarding form hook. So I'm just going to get this current step, along with that the dispatch to update that. So we need to create an actions for this also for workspace. So for us to create an action types for this, first we need to update the types in our onboarding context. Instead of this workspace, I'm going to change this to be workspace name, and this one, let's change this to workspace name, and this should have this workspace image. Let's change this to workspace image. Okay, and here I can make this one one more property here, this workspace image, which is the optional, so string, or it can be of type null. So we updated the types, so now I need to update the context. So going to this context here, this onboarding form, we need to add in this case action. So action type dot workspace name, let's return whatever the state that we have, and here this is going to be the workspace name, which it's going to be this payload as a string. That is what we'll be sending. And finally this action type dot workspace image, so this needs to be updated state and workspace image payload. This one can be of type string or null or undefined. Okay, so we added in here the cases, so now I can just and also here the default values here, this workspace image, I can set this to null. So let's go to our the third step component, and here
Now we need to handle uploading the image functionality like we did for in our first step and on submit and all those logic. So it should be pretty straightforward after we have done that. So here let's use this use upload thing, and also here let's do one thing. I wanted to change the upload thing. So basically so going to this API endpoint, this code thing. So it's now it doesn't make sense having this as a profile picture of uploader. So I'll just rename this one to image uploader. Okay, and this needs to be changed, and also this needs to be changed in our place wherever we referred this one. So that is in our first step. Not in first step, but in this add user image. Yep, so this should be image uploader. Okay, so fine. So I changed this here. If there is any error, I can just copy this one so that we'll use it in our third step component. Okay, so here let me just use this, and this toast needs to be again use toast. I need to import this, and let's have this toast imported. So now we can use this to showcase the message. Okay, so here the start upload is uploading, that's fine. The image uploader on upload error, this it's going to be same. And again the messages, I need to use translations. So let's import this use translations of this messages. Okay, fine. So on upload error, we'll just show the toast message on this client upload complete. And here we're not doing here just for now. Let's just use this dispatch and trigger this action type dot workspace image, and the payload I'm going to have this data of 0.url, and the toast it's going to be pretty much the same. Okay, and in on submit what we are going to do, so this one needs to change to workspace schema, and here instead of consoling now, first try to collect this image which is going to be of type of file or undefined or null. So this we can get this from this data.file. If we have this image, then I'm going to upload this by passing in this image, and after this we are going to dispatch action type to update the workspace name, so which is going to be action type dot workspace name, and the payload would be this data dot name, and then I need to update the step value as well. So this step again should be action type dot change site. Payload would be the current step incremented by 1. So this is what we'll do in on submit. Okay, so just let me go to here. Now the major functionality of us is changing whatever we have here. Okay, so this upload file, let's have let me wrap this everything inside a div, and we'll have this form field first for name input. So the control, okay, there is an error. Let me just close this. Okay, fine. So the name here would be the name, the title of it, and this control, let me pass in this form dot control. And for now, let me just comment these things. Okay, the form dot control, and here this render field. Inside this we'll have this form item, and inside this the label, form label, like name of your workspace or something like that. So let's say this want to be create a workspace. What is the error? Form field I did not import, that's the why. Even this form label. Okay, fine. So I have this. Why is this? Yeah, now the error is gone. So we have this imported, and let me just see this in action. So okay, this is the create workspace label. So after this, here we'll have this form control, and inside this I'm going to have this input component, and let's make this background muted like others. Let's worry about placeholders and styling later. Let's attach in this field, and this should be in the input. Okay, yeah, that's the input that we have the other side. And after that div, we'll have this upload file component and then the button. Okay, so let me just uncomment this one and we'll pass in the props. Let's just uncomment this complete one, and here instead of this button I'm just going to use the button component which we have. So here this button component, let's import this one. So this disabled and all, for now let's pass this value as static. We'll change this. The type of this, it's going to be submit, and the styling, let's add it later. And so here it's going to be again the continue, all those things. So based upon this uploading, so I can just use this uploading here. He's uploading, so even here if it's uploading, so if it's uploading I'm going to show the loading state component which we have. Else I'm going to have this these text, the continue text like we have. We are going to localize this later eventually. So this is the continue, and the arrow, the right icon that we have normally for other things, and some margin left, and height and width I'm going to set this to 18. So let's set this height also to 18. Okay, fine. I think now we should be able to see this the upload file and this yeah, okay. Okay, it's looking good. Now once we give a styling for this form, and we should be good. So for this div, the thing where we wrapped this one, let's make this piece to be in y direction 1.5. And now for the form field, for the form label, so let's make this one text to be muted like we did for the other things. And the input also, the placeholder, we can just have some value, uh, placeholder new workspace name, something like this. And for this the upload file, we passing in the form here, instead of this image schema, it should be workspace schema. And input accept is image type. Okay, that's fine. And some styling for this, so the container class name, make this as the width full. And also the label class name, so width, it's applied. Text muted, foreground, and some margin at the bottom of 1.5. And the self, let's apply the start. Okay, and the label text now, so this one, let's say upload workspace images or something like that. I can just add in some text like that, or you can add in whichever works for you. So so that depends, whatever you want. So here I'm just going to add in here this as the workspace banner, or workspace banner or icon. Okay, so this is what I added. So this is what the label that we have, and this is now the button thing. If we just make that also width full and all this styling, it should look better now. So make this to be width full, some margin at the top, and also the max width, let's say it occupies medium. And if it's a darker, the text color, I want it to be white, and the font to be semi bold. Okay, yeah, so this is the thing for uploading workspace. I mean, the third step, the major functionalities that we want, though we are not saving that and all, which we will add it eventually. Yep, so yeah, so if you wanted to see this, we can just have that. So after this, the final step, it's going to be finish thing. So for that, I'm just going to quickly create a simple component here, just the placeholder like we did for others. Steps finish.tsx. Okay, and here make this as a client side component, export const finish. And here also just let's just return this div, the text inside that as a finish. And here we can access those values, can step workspace name and all, to just see if we got that thing or not. So I can do that. So here use onboarding form. So here let's destructure the values, the current step, workspace name, workspace image, and I can just add in here this workspace name, and the workspace image, something. Okay, fine. And okay, this needs to be fine. So now going to this the additional info where we have this component, so we need to change that accordingly. So there I'm just going to add in simply if the current step is equals to 4, and then we are going to show this finish component which we just created. And yep, and in summary section also we need to update the workspace details and all that stuff. Oh, yep, so here so what I wanted to do here is basically, let me just get this current step. Okay, so once I get this current step, I wanted to show this div only if this current step is less than 3. Okay, so let me just copy this and move this here. Okay, fine, that's just the change that I wanted to make, and now let's just see. Yeah, it's working fine. So I just wanted to try this again, so let's see this now. So this is the image, this is the title, and this is the second step, and this is the third step. Let's say I'm just entering this as the workspace 1, and this is I'm going to select in here the some image. Let me select the same image, continue. Okay, so the finish workspace name and image. There's some issue with this image, only once I'm able to do it. I think that's the a reference for that input field. If I'm refreshing, it's working. That's a minor thing, which I will eventually fix that. Okay, so we made this drag area component for upload file, and almost tried wrapping up the third step without just db calls and all. That's fine. We're updating the state. In the finish step, we'll try to save that into your db. So that one, let's change accordingly then. So it's not going to be much of a change, and also we need to localize the third step. So let's do it. So localize the thing, and also if the naming is not clear, I can just change that. So I think I'm going to change this, and we'll localize this, and then move on to the final step and complete the onboarding form and other pending things inside this onboarding components. Okay, to localize the third step, let's go to this messages. So just below the second step, let me create the third step, and here inside this, the title, it's going to be something like this: create a workspace, and inputs, the name would be the workspace name, and the file workspace icon or banner, something like that. So I'm just going to say this is optional, and then the placeholders. Okay, so placeholders, this is going to be just the name. So here, example open studio, whatever, you can just add in this thing. Okay, and here the image, I'm going to say this same this one only dot this image formats dot jpg, png, web p dot gif types, or supported. Okay, something, the text of this, that is for the third step. And after this I'm going to add in for upload file component which we just created. So this one, we have here this upload text. Okay, so yeah, that is the thing. And also for errors, so related to here, I'm just going to add in workspace related thing. So workspace icon added. So here I can say this as failed to add workspace icon, please try again. Okay, and also for success, I'm just going to create the let's see, not for the success, but for the schema, we forgot to create anyhow, so I'm just going to create in here the values for schema. So this is for password. Okay, just the minimum. I'm just going to add in this error message that password must have at least 6 characters. So this is like schema related issues which we added placeholder, so I'm just going to add that. The upper case, I'm just going to say this password must contain at least one uppercase letter. And now for lowercase, password must contain at least one lower case letter. Okay, and finally the digit, I'm just going to add in this password must contain at least one digit. So this is just the schema validations which we have, the job schemas. So same I'm just going to do for the email as well. So please enter a valid email, and this is for username. If it is short, so I can say here this username is too short, and the special characters, I can say that username must only contain letters and digits. So that's for username. And finally for image and the workspace, so the max the size limit, so I'm just going to add in here this max image size is 5 MB. We can change this constraint. And the supported format, okay, so I can just use this only this. So I'm just going to add in here. So these are the things supported, and then after this workspace related thing, so even here the short name, so I can say here this workspace name is too short. And the special characters, so I can say here this workspace name must only contain letters and digits. Okay, so this is like things, and I need to create the same version in our the translations part as well. So first thing, let's add in this. Okay, and whatever the other things which we just added, the workspace icon added here, workspace icon added, and also we added the third step, upload file, and third step. Okay, so this one, so let's just copy this one. So after this second step, the third step, and the finally the upload file. Okay, so this is what we'll just add in here. Okay, the schema, I think we added. So if I miss anything in the schema, you can just go ahead and add it in this way. That's the intent. Okay, fine. So we have this schema defined in both of this, and now if I just go back to the workspace schema that we have, and here I'm just going to change the titles that we have. So let's be specific and change this one to workspace name, and this one, instead of this username, we have this workspace schema that we just created, workspace dot short, and even this one, the workspace dot special characters, and this file is going to remain the same. And so going to this image schema, let's just restrict it to 4 MB, that's the size. Okay, and yeah, and now let's go to our actual third step and try to localize this. So now this is the error. Of course, this should be workspace name, and we are initializing it to empty string. Okay, and also now let's change here. So this one, I can change this to errors dot workspace icon added. Okay, and let's maintain one local variable if there is any upload error or not. So I can just create in here this local variable called upload error, set upload error. So let's just create in here this default value for that as the false, and here if there is any error, I can set this one, the set upload error to true, and use this in the component to showcase that. Okay, so fine, and also here as well I can just set this upload error to true, and instead of this image profile update, I can just change this to workspace icon added title. Okay, and here let's set back this upload error to false on submitting. Okay, yep, and after setting this and getting this image, then if there is image, we're uploading this to upload thing. And after that, so if we have any upload error, then I'm not going to dispatch this, I'm just going to return here. And now we need to change this one to workspace name. Okay, and this current step, it's going to remain the same. And now focusing on this localization, so instead of this one, the title, now I need to have this local translations thing. So let's get this here, const t use translations, and this one, it's going to be onboarding form. Okay, so now just going here, this one, this is going to be a third step dot title, Okay, fine. And after this, instead of this name, it should be workspace or name. That's why we are seeing this issue. And also this create a workspace label. We are going to localize this as well. This third step dot inputs dot name. Okay, the placeholder as well. So here I can just change this one to t of this third step placeholders dot name. Okay, and find this label text. Also, I'm just going to change in here. This is going to be t of this third step dot inputs dot file, and also the types description. So let's change this one, t of third step dot image. Okay, fine. So that's the thing. And finally the this continue. Instead of this, we are going to use this next button text. Okay, yeah, still the issue. What is this? Okay, the type here is the issue. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to change this one to string. And also this also needs to be localized. So const t use translations of upload of file. And inside this, so basically the upload button here, this needs to be changed to t of upload. And also here I can just change this completely, and whatever we have in this I'm going to show, and I can remove this. And even this this span, let me just remove, and let me just center this text, and everything should be sorted. Yep. So if I just refresh this, and let's see this third step once. Yep, so the values that we want, it's appearing, so that's good. Okay, and the fourth step also, the title, let me just add in to localize it in our messages. So I can just add that. So going to here, after this one, this is going to be fourth step. The title, I'm just going to add in for now fourth step. So let me just add in this to this also. So okay, going to this finish component, and this one also, what I can do is, instead of just printing this, we can use this translation and get this onboarding form, and whatever we have, the div styling. So let me just copy this one, and okay, the flex column and all, just the common standard. And this one, let's just wrap inside the header. That also, let me just take this inside this div. Let's have this header and close this header. So inside this we will have this title, so which it's going to be fourth step dot title. Okay, yep, so we're almost done with the majority of the steps. Only thing is we need to prepare the schema for our overall onboarding, and try to insert all of those values into our tables like workspace, subscriptions, and user tables and all that thing. So for that to happen, we need to have a schema for itself. So let's prepare the schema for it. Inside this schema folder, let's name this as this onboarding schema.ts, and this is going to be all of these combined values. So onboarding schema dot object. We can either combine all of those schemas, but I'm just trying to create in this way. So string, and optional, it can be nullable as well. So I'm just adding this string optional dot nullable. Okay, and then this use case, this one, it's going to be of type string, and I'm just going to refine this rather than having the enum. So this string should be either of this value, so it should be work, or string should be of study, or the string should be of this personal use. Okay, that's the thing. And after this, the name of this workspace name. So let's make this again to be string, minimum length to be 4, and refine just you can change this to username or workspace name, whatever the characters. So whatever I have for additional user, let me just take this. Okay, fine. Then after this, the workspace image. So this can be of string and optional, and I'm just going to make this also nullable. So this is the schema. Okay, and I need to export this type onboarding schema, which is going to be jet.infer this type of onboarding schema. Okay, so once we have this schema, the thing that we wanted to create is in the actual route. So basically to all the values that user is entering in step 1, step 2, step 3, we need to store in our DB. Okay, so for that I need to create in the route called onboarding route. So inside this API folder, So let me just create the route for storing those values of onboarding route.ts. So let me create this, and for that whatever we have here, I'm just going to copy this and we'll just tweak this accordingly. Okay, this is going to be post thing session. This is unauthorized, pretty much the same, and we're going to collect this body and result. Now instead of this, we are going to use the onboarding schema dot safely pass the body if result is not successful or wrong data, and or else let me destructure all of those values. The use case, workspace name, then this name, the surname, the workspace image. Okay, so once we have that, we will find this user using this session. If not, we'll say instead of this one, I can just say errors dot no user API. Okay, fine, and status code as 404, and after this we need to update the user. So let me just change this one, db.user.update. This one, let me, instead of this, the completed onboarding, will change this to true, and this name whatever we are receiving, the surname, and this use case, which use case I'm just going to typecast this to use case type. Okay, that one we can just import from this Prisma client. Okay, import use case as a use case. I'm just going to rename this use case type, so I'm just going to use this use case type. So once we update the user, after that let's update this workspace, I mean the create, not update, workspace dot create, and in here this data, the creator ID should be nothing but the user dot ID, and this name should be the workspace name, and image should be workspace image. Okay, fine, that's the workspace, and after this the subscriptions. So I'm just going to create this subscription, and the data that we are going to pass in is this user ID, which is this user dot ID, and the workspace ID, which is going to be the workspace dot ID. Okay, finally after this I'm just going to return this status as okay, and the text as okay, and status as 200. If not, this db error. And what is the issue here? Workspace, okay, image does not exist. Then we need to create that inside our schema, so we need to migrate this. Where are you? This workspace. Yep, so let me just add in this image, which is going to be string and optional. So let me just migrate that in px prisma migrate, migrate dev, the name, added image to workspace. Okay, fine, so let's go to our onboarding route endpoint. here. Okay, we shouldn't see this issue now. So we are almost done with this endpoint. Now this one we need to consume inside our the finish component. That's nothing but the fourth step. So we need to create that inside this finish component. Yep, in here. So let's okay, so here I'm going to use this use mutation hook, and let's destructure okay the mutate. Let's rename this to complete onboarding, and is pending. Okay, that's fine. So now inside this the mutation function, so let's make this as asynchronous, and inside this let's get this data. All we are going to do is make a call to the endpoint which we just created, so which is /API/onboarding, and here I need to pass in this name, surname, use case. So this on all I need to get this one from this use onboarding form. So workspace name, workspace image, surname, use case, and the name. Okay, so let me just use case and this workspace image, workspace name. So once I have this, I can just return this data, and let's handle the callback functions. On error, if error is of type this Axios error, then let's get this error message. So this error dot response dot data, then I'm going to have this error dot response dot data, else let's have this errors default as the message. Okay, so okay, and then the toast, I need this toast. Let's import this use toast. Okay, so I'm just going to here. After this, let's just show this toast message with the title of the local. Again the messages, I need to have this use translations, and here this messages. So I'm just going to have this messages. So here the title, it's going to be M of this error, and this variant let's be destructive. Okay, yep, what's this error? So this is the error, that's the handling the error. And now let's handle the on success callback function. This it's going to be asynchronous again. So in here first let me show this toast message with the title. Let's say the title that I wanted to add in is onboarding complete. So that one we need to add in, let's add later, but I'm just going to add in this success dot onboarding complete as this message. And after this we need to call this update function from this use session. So what and all I need, I'm just going to import this. Okay, the update using this use session hook, and then this router, let's use this router from this Next.js. Okay, so now just going here, I'm just going to call this update function, and after that let's navigate the user to dashboard, which we don't have. I'm just going to create the placeholder for that, and let's refresh this thing. Okay, and the mutation key that I'm going to add in this is complete onboarding. Okay, so this is the function which is going to help us make a call to our endpoint, and then we can update those values in our DB. So this actually, so coming here, I need to add in just below this one, let's make this as a fragment. Okay, and move this complete step here inside this, and here after this div, I'm just going to add in a div where we'll have the some descriptions and the title of our application, and then the button which is going to help us call this function complete onboarding. Okay, so here this text, let's say super, this text primary and font to be a semi bold, and the title, it's going to be super productive. Okay, and here some will have some more text, and after this p tag I'm going to have this button. So let's import this disabled. This is going to be disabled if it's pending, and on click, let's trigger the function which is this complete onboarding, and this type, it's going to be of submit, and the styling for this, we'll see this, and the content of this, if it's pending, we are going to have this loading state. If not, I'm going to have a start button, which we don't have yet. Let's just add in what and all we need to add for this. Okay, so if you just see this one, continue for study. Okay, okay, it cannot have a space. That's the thing that we need to showcase. I think I did not add the form message. Okay, so this is what we have here now, so we need to style this. So let's add in the first the messages that we want as part of fourth step or finish, whatever. I'm just going to rename that accordingly. So let's just rename this to finish so that it makes better sense for us. Finish. The title, let's say that's it. Okay, and after this the some smaller description, so let me just add in a description first. I'm just going to say that you can already start using something like that, and the second text, by clicking the button below. Okay, so that's the one thing, and so let's just copy this one to this instead of this fourth step. Okay, so now going back here, and in the success thing, I need to add in for the onboarding things. So let me just add in here onboarding complete. Welcome to super productive. Okay, fine. And also for error, I'm just going to add in this no user API. I can say this as the user not found, and unauthorized. Let's add in this unauthorized, please sign in. Okay, and I need to add this both to this one success. Okay, a lot of things I need to add in, so let me just take this. Even here these two things I need to add. Okay, for now I think that should do. Okay, so we just added in this messages, and also onboarding. So where is this check if user, yeah, this one. I'm just going to change this router to this server. Yep. And in our library auth function, so basically if we have this user, so while I'm returning here completed onboarding, I'm just going to attach in this session dot user dot username as well. So this is going to be username. Okay, so just get more info and all those things. So, and also here also let me just add in this email we had. So I need to add in this surname. Token dot surname, and also this session dot user completed onboarding. So this one I'm making sure this is not completed onboarding. Yep, so just the whatever we added later, we just did not update here, so I just updated this. So going to back to our finish component. Okay, so did it stop? Okay, it's compiling. Let's go back to sign in, and I'm just going to sign in. Something went wrong. What is it? Sorry, too many clients already. I think the Prisma clients, I need to fix that. Okay, let's try again. So I'm just trying to log in again. So let's just, yep, this time it worked. So we are navigating. So there's, I think, the Prisma clients, the environment variable I need to set, only then it will be fixed. Okay.
Okay, so let's just go here and here. Let's do here something. Okay, now we need to style this one properly. Okay, this one we changed this to finish, so that's why we are seeing that finish. Okay, and after that, this styling of this div where we have this title and all those things. So let me change this one to add styling. So make whatever we have under this font to be bold and text to be extra large, and if it is smaller screen text to be 2 times extra large, medium 3 times extra large, and width to be full, max width let's say large, and text to be center. Okay, and this before this one I'm just going to add in here t of this finish dot description first, and let's have some space, and after this I'm just going to add in this second description below this. Okay, yep, fine, and below this the button that we have needs to be styled properly, so just let's have some margin top, and if it's smaller more margin, width to be full, maximum width medium, and if it's a dark text white, and font to be semi bold. Yeah, and this text, this start button. Okay, and we need to add this, so we forgot. So going here to this, after finish, let me add in here the start button. Okay, so this one I'm just going to copy to this version as well. Yep, so this is what we have, and now let's test the API, but just before that I wanted to add in the dashboard page. So inside this one, new folder called this dashboard, and in here let's create a simple page.tsx, and inside this I'm just going to have simple dashboard component. Okay, so here let's try to get this session, so that is check if user completed onboarding. If so, we will have this user navigate to this dashboard, and I'm just going to control this session just for checking purpose. We'll remove this later, and let's return this div with a text as this dashboard, and let's export this one default the dashboard component. Okay, I think now we are all set to test it, so let's try to test. So I'm just going to refresh, and let's try to enter meaningful names. Okay, so the user, okay, so first name, okay, let's select this for steady and continue, and here this workspace name I'm going to enter this, and
Oh, this image, let me add in this the same image. Okay, continue, and let's start this and see. Okay, API onboarding 405. There is definitely an issue, so let's check if we have this. Okay, this file updated. Just going here, we have the issue inside this surname. So even in entries, okay, I need to restart the studio. Let me refresh this. Okay, and now we are seeing the other tables and all. Fine, there's definitely an issue. So the error that we received was we are currently okay, it's the DB error. I just wanted to console in this endpoint. The schema for context. So what we have here, let's name, so name, use case, and use case. Okay, and in our first step, let's just okay, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to in our API route, I just wanted to console this result dot data, and also I just wanted to let's try it again. Okay, we are onto dashboard. This shouldn't be issue. Onboarding, did we have an entries? This one, no, let me change this one back to false, and let's go back to onboarding. Okay, so I just wanted to check here once again on the console. So I'm having this here, so let's see what is it that we have. So first step, and this one I'm choosing the first study, and the workspace name Open Studio is what I'm selecting, and the image, let's select the same image. and let's click on continue and on start. Okay, 405. So name is this, use case is this, workspace name. Okay, so workspace image is what we are receiving. Null. Okay, here let me just log in this error. I'm just changing back this one to false. Let's go to onboarding. Okay, and in our upload thing we should have one more image uploaded. There is some issue in our third step. The upload file button on submit, we are uploading this. Okay, but still let's just test this. Beneath and this continue for study. There is some problem with this component which we'll check. For now I'm just going to leave this empty. So continue and let's try this one. Okay, the problem that we are seeing is okay, it's for created at okay, I think I just sent this wrong info. Okay, it's not this created at, this should be ID. That's why we are seeing this issue. It's not created at, it's for creator ID. Okay, now we found the issue, so hopefully we should be. So let me just change this one back to false, save change, and here now this one should take us back to onboarding page. Okay, yep, fine, let's continue for work, and this one let's continue and start. Now everything should work. Yep, welcome to super productive and it's successful. Yeah, the problem was here, instead of created at, instead of creator ID we passed created at, and that's why the issue. So now we should have the entries in the other table. So the name, okay, the surname is what we have, and in this one we should see, yep, the workspace, this one created ID, and the one subscriptions, the subscription is also created, and by default we added this read only. Okay, fine, but there is some problem in this upload file component. I'm just going to check that because the preview I should be able to see that. Let me check the upload file component, this file. If we are selecting this, we should see this thing, but I was not able to. Let me check this. Okay, so in here the issue is in our all on file handler. We are trying to parse this one, which is not correct. So I'm just going to change this one to pick first the file, which I'm just going to say is true, and safely parse. And here I'm just going to set this file to be provided file, the input that we have. And let me just typecast this to jet dot safe parts written type. And this one, let's say this is going to be x string and any, and I'm just going to add in similarly string. Okay, now this result will tend to be success, and then we are going to attach, and all of this should work, or else it goes into this block, and that's why we are not able to see that. And also in our third step, the place where we are taking this, I'm just going to add in the form message. So let's, like we added for these things, I need to add in here. So let me add in to see the issue appear on the screen. Okay, so let's just try this one. So I'm just going to go to home page and log out, and let's try to sign in this time with GitHub. Okay, this one also I need to add it to our next image. Protocol host name. Okay, so let me just refresh this. Yeah, okay, fine. So this is GitHub. So let me try to log in, and the image, let's keep that as it is. Okay, and this I'm just adding this for work, and let's say here I'm just going to name this as open studio 123 something, and upload some image. So let's try to upload the image. Yep, now we have, because we fixed that. And clicking on this continue, we should have in the console, we should see now the, okay, we are on to dashboard, and here where is this, yep, so the workspace image, we have this URL for that as well. So if I just go to this one and refresh this, so this is what we added, an image. Now we have this URL. Okay, so that's now the issues that we related to workspace image is also fixed. And now let's focus on the dashboard part. And dashboard here, let's focus on first the sidebar and the layout structure and all those things, and later we will pick one by one feature and then work on that. Okay, so inside this dashboard, let's create a layout. So I'm just creating a new file called this layout.tsx. okay, so here let's name this as dashboard layout, and here this children, which it's going to be of type this react node, and inside this let's return this main okay for now, and we need to have this default export. So export default dashboard layout. Okay, and inside this let's make this one to be flex and height of 0 and minimum height of screen and width to occupy full. So here the common thing that I'm going to add in is so let's add in this div, and here we are going to attach in the children whatever we have, and here I'm just going to say this sidebar should come. Okay, yeah, so now we need to work on this sidebar component. So to work on sidebar component, let's create a separate folder inside this components called sidebar, and in here let's name this sidebar.tsx, and here I'm just going to for now have this placeholder component, and here return and wrap this inside aside block, and we'll have two sub components here, one for the shortcut sidebar. So basically it's just the icon, and then hovering clicking on it will have this. Then the other option sidebar is basically it will have a secondary sidebar for itself to see other options inside it and all that. Okay, so let me add in here like shortcut sidebar with just icons and titles or something like that, and here the options sidebar with the kind of like secondary sidebar. Okay, and now this one, let's go to this instead of this one. I'm going to add in this sidebar component. Okay, that's fine. So let's start to work one by one. So I'm going to create first the shortcut sidebar inside this sidebar folder itself. Shortcut sidebar.tsx. okay, so not this, rename. And inside this let's have the main file for that, which is shortcut sidebar.tsx, and here let's again try to isolate as much as we can the code. Okay, so here the shortcut sidebar inside this, so let's just return this div where we'll have the the top icons, so basically the features that we wanted to have, and a list of the dynamic workspaces. After that, the bottom section and all. Okay, so this one here I'm going to say the top icons, and after this here dynamic workspace icons, and after this we will have here this bottom icons, which is the settings or themes and all those things, whatever we can change this one later. So this is the shortcut sidebar, and this one in place of this, let's have this shortcut sidebar. Okay, fine. And also coming down to this dashboard layout, I'm just going to for the children, let's add some padding of 4. Okay, and the medium padding of 6. Okay, fine. So now let's go to this sidebar, and one by one let's focus on this the top icons component. That one let's create inside this itself in the new file called this top.tsx, and make this as a client side component. And in here we will have a basically the icon for home and all those things. Okay, so let's just create a simple component, and we'll start developing from here. So this one let's, and this div, let's have some, let's try to devise a separate standalone component. So basically on hovering we need a title and all those things. So I'm just going to create a simple component. Let's add in this our card. Okay, so okay, we have this hover card. Okay, in this one I'm just going to wrap in here. So let's say inside this okay, so here use this hover card, and let's specify open delay 250, close delay in milliseconds 250, and here this trigger as a child. We'll have this a link. So basically which clicking on that it's going to help us navigate to particular page. Okay, so for that let me just create custom component inside this UI folder. Name this as active link.tsx. Okay, so the and also let's make this one as the client side component, and the props for this that will be passing on is the href, obviously the link to the page, and the stylings if you want, and I'm just going to make this as optional. And this variant, let's have this default, or this destructive outline, or this secondary ghost link, or null. Okay, so this is what the variant it's going to be, and the size so this can be a default or small, then this larger, the icon size, or we can add in this null as well. And for this children, this is again optional, which should be of type this React node, and then include this is again going to be optional string. Okay, these are the props for the component that we are going to create. So this component name, it's going to be the active link. So this react dot the forward ref that we have, let's add in this anchor element and the props that we just prepared above, and inside this let's destructure all of the props. Okay, along with that let's attach in this reference. Okay, and here I'm just going to return and grab this inside our link component. Okay, so href. Okay, so I'm just going to destructure here. What is the issue? Okay, let's import this React. Okay, so let's just destructure this values, the href class name, variant. By default let's set this to default. Size also I'm just going to set this to default. Children, include, and other props of anchor tag I'm just going to. Okay, fine. So now here let's get this path name, use path name from this client side component. href, we are going to attach in this href value, and the styling, let's make this again dynamic. I will use here this button variants from this button. Okay, and pass in here this variant and size. And if this href is matching to the path name, or this include and the path name includes the value that we passed, then the background color will have some secondary thing, and font type, let's just make this semi-bold, else we are going to apply nothing. Okay, then otherwise whatever the styling that we have, and I'm just going to pass that also here. After this let's attach in this ref and the other props, and inside this the children. Okay, so this is the simple custom component for us, active link. So here I can just specify here this display name as this active link. Now this I'm going to use inside our the top component, and we need to export this default. So export default active link. So going to this top.tsx, let's just import the component which we just created. So inside this our trigger, active link, and the variant I'm just going to specify here this as the ghost, size to be of type icon, and this href, this is going to be the home page, so I'm just going to pass in here this dashboard, and inside this let's have this home icon from this Lucid React. Okay, and let's just use this one in place of this top icons, the component. Okay, and let's go back here. So here we should see that icon in place of this top icons. Yeah, okay, so this is what we have this, and after this one, the content, this is just the trigger point, and this content, hover card content, this align, let's apply this start, and here I'm just going to add in some the title as like this home. Okay, so yeah, so this is the thing, and this all again we will try to localize this value. So let's just create the local language values for that inside this messages. So for this one, right after this schema, let's say here after this, I'm just going to add in this sidebar specific to sidebar. So we will add all the things here. This main, the first thing is the home hover. This is going to be the home, the title. Okay, and after this the logout hover, so I can just add in this logout hover. So here let me just add in this logout text, and after this the settings page, settings hover, I'm just going to add in. Later we'll add in a lot of things, but for now this is the thing, the main thing. And now in settings thing, so here we are going to add in like the general section. So let me add this, and the account related details, and then this security, I'm going to add in this security as the value for this. Then the option to change the theme, which we will add the page to change the theme from dark to light, and so on. And then this workspace. Okay, fine, and that's the sidebar. And for common, I'm just going to add in this object. So inside this, so basically language hover, so this language hover, the text we are going to add in this change the language, and then the theme hover, this one it's going to be change theme, and the values dark, and this light, system, let's, yep. Now let me just copy this things to our local JSON as well. So here I'm just going to add in this, and let's go to the top component here, and we'll use this translation. So use translations, so this is going to be a sidebar, and now instead of this home, I can just change this one to t of this main dot home hover. Okay, and so if I just refresh this, we should see the same as home. Okay, and the styling for this one, let's just make this flex, and flex column gap of 4, Fine. So in the component where we're using this top, let's make the main div to have this border at the right, and also height I want it to be full, and let's make this flex and display, okay, and direction to be column, justify let's say between, and items let's center them, padding of 4, and if it's a smaller screen let's have padding in the y direction 6. Oh yep, okay, yes. So now this div, let's add in this one, the width as a full, and height I want it to take 2/3 of it. Okay, so this is the shortcuts sidebar. Okay, for now I'm just going to comment this part. Okay, so let's focus on the, so going to this main layout, I mean this sidebar, this styling, and let's say I wanted to make this aside fixed, and let's make this top 0, and also this left side 0, so it's always in the left side, and if it's a medium I'm going to make this static. Yep. And height, let's say it's going to be full, and flex and overflow, or let me just hide this. Okay, yep. So this is the shortcut sidebar that we have here, and this is going to be option sidebar, and the dashboard content will come in here. So for the prime, okay, now let's say going to this shortcut sidebar, we have the top, so let's have the similar way the bottom component here. So I'm just going to create inside this the new component for this called bottom. Let's make this also the client side component, and export const bottom, and inside this I'm just going to wrap everything inside this div. So let's use this in place of this header. I'm just going to add in this bottom component. Going to this, let's focus on styling this one. The first thing I'm going to have in here is local switcher component. So yep, so this one, and after this I'm going to have a button to log out, and the button to take us to settings page and all those things. We'll do the styling part and all later. So hover card, okay, so this open delay duration 250, this close delay 250. So now inside this our card trigger, so inside this the tab index, let's just give it has 1, and this button, and on click, let's see what needs to be done. So basically this is going to be for logout. For now I'm just leaving that as a placeholder variant. Let's make this to be ghost. Size, it's going to be of type icon, and here let's have this logout icon. Okay, so the problem is here, let me just have this as the placeholder for now. Let's make the class as flex and the direction to be column and have this gap of 4. Fine. So after this logout icon, I wanted to have a one more hover card which is for so this should be let's just refresh. Yep, so it's in the column now. One more hover card, this is for settings, and in here instead of this button I'll have in the active link component which we customly created it, and this one include the settings and the variant. I'm going to make this as a ghost, and the size of this, it's going to be icon. href, the link, it's going to be the dashboard / the settings, which we don't have yet. I'm going to create, and this one, the icon, I'm going to add in as settings to icon. Okay, yep, so this is the icon, and the content of that we should add it here. So here the hover card content, and in this align the start, and here in this span, let me just add inside this t I'm going to add in this translation. So here this const t use translation. So this one, it's going to be a sidebar, and we can just use this one t of this main dot settings hover. Okay, yep, so if I just over this, yeah, we have these settings, that's fine. So this is like a bottom component, and also the functionality to log out I'm just going to add in here. So it's going to be straightforward. The logout handler, in this I'm just going to use this sign out function, and here the callback URL, we are going to specify here this window dot location dot origin, and here this language we need to specify here. This language I can get it using this use local hook, and here I'm going to specify that. Now instead of this placeholder, I'm just going to pass in here this logout handler. Okay, so this is going to be the functionality to log out from this application. Okay, fine. So this was for bottom, and now just going to this our shortcut sidebar, and I'm going to have just a placeholder component for workspaces here. So let's just create inside this shortcut sidebar, let's name this as workspaces dot tsx, and inside that just a small component for now. We are not going to add anything significant. React, okay, and here export const workspaces, and this one let's just return this div. Okay, and now in place of this header, I can just use this workspaces component. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And so going to the main sidebar. Okay, fine, at least we have the placeholders in this shortcut sidebar. Let's have the placeholder for the options sidebar as well. Let me create a subfolder inside this sidebar itself, the options sidebar, and inside this I'm going to create options sidebar component .tsx, and inside this it's going to be let's make this as the client side component, and let's have simple div for now, and we'll use in our main sidebar component. So this one, let me add in this div, and going back to this sidebar, I'll just remove this h2 header and use this options sidebar. Okay, fine. And this will be showcased only for particular pages and all. So I just wanted to show for a settings page. So let me just add in a simple placeholder settings page inside this. So these settings, and we will add in this new file page.tsx, and inside this I'm just going to add in a simple const component settings and make this as asynchronous, and inside this I'm just going to get this session using just, we will check whether user completed the onboarding or not, and the current path is going to be this dashboard / settings, and here I'm just going to return this settings text from this div, and we can just export this default settings. Fine. So we have this one now. So what I wanted to do in here, inside this options sidebar, let's add in a logic here. So basically the path name we can get using this use path name. So this use path name from this next intl, and here let's add this condition. So if path name is equals to dashboard, we are not going to render any component from this section. Okay, so here if this path name or dot includes this dashboard / settings, then I'm going to render here the component related to settings. Okay, so now let's see this in action. So basically so if I just try to navigate to settings page, yeah, you can see now this is the settings thing, and I can style this so that you will see the difference. So let's add in some border at the right, like we had it for the primary sidebar, and width let me restrict it to 64, yes, and height let me make this to full padding of 4, and if it's a smaller screen, let's have more padding in the y direction. Now in here, instead of this placeholder, let me create a simple component specific to settings page inside this options sidebar itself, settings.tsx. So for settings.tsx, again this one, let's make this as the client side component, and let's export this const settings component, and let's just return for now the empty div, and we will use this in place of this settings placeholder. So let me just change this one to settings component. Now we'll work on this component now. So here, first thing, inside this div, I'm going to add in this title, that is the general title. So we had already localized this one, so I can just use this use translations of this sidebar, and here the text, it's going to be the settings dot general. Okay, that text, yeah, so we have this general. After this, let me just prepare a constant list of the options that we will be having as part of this general main heading. Okay, so for that, just above this component, I'm just going to prepare this const settings fields, and inside this let's have the href. So basically the link to which we wanted to direct once the user clicks on it, the icon. Here I'm going to add in this user to icon size, it's going to be 20, and the title, let me add in this as a settings dot account as the title. Okay, and I'm just going to add in two more icons of this kind. So one for security and another for the theme. Okay, so let's change this one, settings slash the security, and here instead of this user icon, let's have this lock keyhole icon, and here instead of this account, I'm going to change this to security. And this one will have the page to change the theme from dark to light, light to dark, and so on. And this icon, let's change this one to sun mode. Okay, the title of this is going to be settings.theme. Fine, so now we will use that list to render on the UI. Just below this p tag, let's have this div, and here settings fields, let's get the each setting field, along with that the index, and after that I'm just going to have this active link component. The key, it's going to be the index, and the href, let's pass on this setting field, not settings field. So I'm just going to change this setting field dot href, and variant, it's going to be ghost. Size, let's make this a small. Styling, let's change this later on. And inside this, the icon, the setting field dot icon, and the title of it. So here this title is going to be setting field dot title. Okay, so if you see, yep, this is what we have now. For us to see this one in a column, this one we can just make this as a display as a flex and column, and let's have this gap of 2 and width to be full, and let's have some margin top. Okay, and now we should see here fine. And this one I want it to be the start. Let's apply this justify start, and width, let's say it's going to occupy full. Items, let's center this, and a gap of 2. Okay, fine. So they're looking good. And also just below this div, so I'm going to add in one more div for workspace. So I can just add in here this t of settings dot workspace, and we'll have the same here, the title as a workspace, and likewise we can have the again subsections here for that, like workspaces mapping and all. Okay, so just the styling for this, so that they look better, I can just make this again flex column and have some gap between each of them. Flex column, gap of 6, and we'll have this width set to full. Okay, yep, they're starting to look good. And the styling for this, the title, I want this one to be extra small, and if it's a smaller screen, make this to be smaller and uppercase, and the text should be muted foreground. Okay, yep, fine. So that is for that. And same the styling for below workspace also, we can just apply this. So let's just copy the styling for this. Okay, so this is what the styling. And okay, so let me just log in again, the session timeout, so I can just change that. And even for this div, we can just add in this flex, like we just had make this as a column, and have this gap of 2, width 1, let's make this full, margin top height, I'm going to make this 96, overflow in the y direction auto. Okay, so if I just sign in with GitHub, so let's sign in. Yep, I think we are redirected to dashboard. Okay, what is this issue again? Okay, let me just restart this application. Okay, let me try signing in with GitHub again. Okay, it is successful now. It's redirecting to onboarding and all, and again that redirects to our dashboard because we are done with onboarding. So yep, so we are on to this dashboard, and if I check this settings, so here okay, fine. So this is what we are. This is the options bar, and we have this also in place as part of this sidebar. Okay, yep, and the other pages also I'm just going to add in the placeholders. So if we just go to the options sidebar component, the settings, so we have to add this placeholders, at least security and theme pages. So let me just add in those pages as a sub folders of this settings. So security and the theme. So inside this security, I'm just going to create this page.tsx and just placeholders for this also. Whatever we had here, I'm just going to take this, use the same for this as well. Just I'm going to change this one to security settings, and here also let me just change this one to security settings. Here as well, this one, the security settings. Okay, so I can just copy this one and add in for this theme as well, page.tsx, and here instead of the security, so I'm just going to rename this to theme settings. Okay, so now at least we have this placeholders, and now the local switcher and the theme switcher, I'm just going to tweak those components to add in the additional props for each of them. So as of now we are not passing any props, so let me just change the component definitions. And so here what I wanted to add in is, let me just prepare this interface of props and this one. So basically the variant I'm going to add in, this is going to be default. It's going to be of type default, or this destructive, outline, or this secondary, or this is going to be ghost, or this link, or null. Okay, fine. And now this size, this is going to be of type default, or small, or this large, or this icon, or we can make this as a null. Okay, align, hover, let's make this one as the center, and it can be a start, or this end. Align or drop down, so let me just add in this also the optional. So all of this is going to be optional, so this one also, it's going to be either center, start, or end. And finally the text size that we want it to be, so this is also the optional prop, text large, or it can be a text base. Okay, so this is the props, and I'm just going to include here and try to destructure them. So the props, and by default we are just going to assign this size. Let's assign this a default, and a variant also set this to default.
align hover, I'm going to set this to center. Align drop down, let's set this to center. Text size, let's set this to text base. Okay, so these are the default props, and now and also I'm just going to localize this as well. So we have this use translations, and use this common which we added to our messages array. So in now in place of the change language, I'm going to change this to use this thing. So this, it's going to be t of the lang of this over, and here I'm just going to add in this. Okay, fine. So that's the thing, and now this needs to be passed on to all the things. So basically for the variant, whatever I added, the outline and all that stuff, so let's make this as a dynamic. This variant, even this size, let's just change it to prop. And also for this the class name, I'm going to pass in the text size. Okay, so that's how we are just making this as a drop down, and here as well. So instead of this align end, I'm just going to change this to align drop down prop that we have, so that we'll have the option to configure and even the content. So after this drop down menu, so I'm just going to add in the our card content, and here this align, let me add in this align hover, and inside this let's have this span, and the text of this, it's going to be language hover. Okay, so this all, I'm just going to wrap this one inside this hover card, so that we will have this error removed. Okay, so open delay, let's just have this 250, the close delay also as 250. Okay, and here I'm just going to, whatever we have here, remove this and wrap this inside this. Okay, so we're almost using all of the props, and this is how we're just making this as the better option. So this one I need to change. So if you look this one, so in the bottom component, the local switcher, so now we configured the props. So if we just add in all of these stylings and also it should so for example, text size, I want it to be text to be larger, and align hover, let's say it has to be at the start, and align drop down also, align drop down, let's say it also wanted to be start. Variant, let's make this one to be ghost, and the size has to be the icon. Okay, now let's see. Yep, yes, so if I just click this, it's okay, it's looking better. What is this issue? Oh, this local switcher, did I misspell this? Okay, no. Okay, that's fine. So that's how we just tweaked the props of this local switcher, and same way let's do change this theme switcher as well. So I can just copy whatever the props that we added, and I'm just going to change accordingly. So these are the props.
for a theme switcher, variant, size, align hover, align drop down, and text size. I don't think we need this, so I'm just going to add this. And also whatever I have added this as a props, let me just take this for theme switcher as well. So let me just add in and remove this text size, and we should be good. Okay, fine. And let's use this translations of this common, and everything I'm just going to wrap inside this hover card. So let's wrap this and open delay. Let's have this 250, close delay or 250, and inside this whatever I have here, I'm just going to wrap everything inside this. And let's add in this the whatever the variant and all. Let's pass this values from props. Even this size, I'm just going to change this, and this align. So let's add in this align drop down. And after this, let's add after this menu, this our card content align. Let me just pass in this align hover, and here this span of the text, it's going to be theme hover. Okay, fine. So these are the changes, the theme switcher as well. The theme switcher, okay, that it's going to be in the normal page, which let me just add in inside our main layout. Okay, fine. So overall we just have at least have the layout in place, the bottom section, and the where we have the logout and settings page, and currently that's where we are in the account, security and theme page and all. So the next that I wanted to focus on, let's try to have the user option drop down menu, where we'll try to show the options to select the language or the theme and all that stuff. So let me just add that now. Header and all, I'm just going to create the new folder inside this components. Let's name this as header, and here we'll create the user drop down and dashboard header component and all. And we added the props for theme switcher and local switcher. So the place where we're using in our layouts, so basically in auth layout and all those things, let me just pass in this default, other than default values, the align hover end, this drop down end. So whatever we had the default values before, hard coded thing, that I'm just going to pass in here. Icon, and this variant, it's going to be the outline. Okay, and same thing for this theme switcher also. So I'm just applying this. So for the dash onboarding layout also, we do have this one. So I'm just going to use the same thing. So let me just replace this with this. Okay, yep, so that's the small change. Now focusing on this header component which we just created. Inside this, let's create one for the user drop down list and all, and another for the dashboard header. So overall the dashboard header component is what I wanted to create. And this dashboard header component, let's create a simple component, and I'm just going to include into the layout of the dashboard page. Dashboard header, and here let's just return this as this header component, and inside this, let's say I'm just going to add in this header for now, and this one, the place where we have in this layout, we are going to include the component which we just created. So here I'm just going to add in the dashboard header component. Okay, so yep, so this is the header, and styling, let's just make this one to be relative, and also I'm going to apply this flex grow effect and make this a flex, and direction to be column, and overflow in the y direction to be auto. Okay, so this header, as of now we don't have anything, that's why not much big difference in the UI. So here this the user component, we will have this drop down list where the avatar of the user and the option to show the email and username and all those, change the theme and all those things. I'm just going to add in into this component, export const user, and inside this, let's also make this one to be client side component, and let me just return this empty fragment for now, and I'm just going to include here in this dashboard header component below this div, let's use this component user. So now we'll develop this component. So instead of this fragment, I'm going to use this drop down menu component, and the first thing, the trigger point, drop down menu trigger, and the styling and all, I'm just going to worry about it later. Here we'll have this user avatar, and even for this, let's just worry about this later. Okay, and this one, the header, wherever we have the styling for this thing, let me make this as a flex, and width will be full, and justify, I want it to be between, so that it's the right end, and just let's center this items, and margin bottom of 4. Okay, fine. Now let's just go to this component, and after this trigger of this avatar, the content of that, drop down menu content, and this one align, I'm just going to set this to end, side offset, let's set this to 10, and styling, I'm just we'll do it later. And here we'll have a div where I'm going to have this user avatar, and for this, let's just restrict the height and width to be 8, this one. So basically, if I click this one, yep, this is the drop down, we have this avatar. Okay, fine. And this one also, let me just set this to width and height to 10. Okay, fine. So after this user avatar, the div, first this drop down menu label,
it's going to be just the name. So let's say I'm just adding this as the name. Okay, later we'll remove this hard-coded thing. Drop down menu label, and here let's just add in this 78 gmail.com. Okay, fine. So this needs to be in flex, so I can just make this as a flex. Okay, and let's just center this items and have this gap of 1 and padding in the x direction 2. Okay, fine. And even this trigger point, I just wanted to have this rounded full, and the focus visible and all, we are going to adjust it later. So basically what I wanted to do is have this outline to be none, and also the ring effect on 2. Then the ring I'm going to add in this, and ring offset, let me just set this to 2, and ring offset background. Okay, so here fine. So that's the thing. And this div where we have, let's just leave that as it is. And after this, let me add a separator. I'm going to add in this drop down menu or separator, and after this the drop down menu or group, and this one is for the theme. So let's have this drop down menu subgroup, and inside this the trigger point, the drop down menu or sub trigger. And the styling for this, let's just make this cursor to be a pointer, and a gap of 2. So, and inside this I'll have this moon icon, and size, let's set this to 16, and this one would be hidden. And if it's dark, let's just add in this inline block as the styling. Okay, and this is going to be a sun icon, the size to be 16. So just the vice versa, if it's a dark, we are going to hide this. Okay, so yeah, this is the thing. And this span text, let me add in this as a theme. Yep, so that is the thing. And then after this trigger, the portal, so drop down menu portal, drop down menu portal, and here the sub content first for dark thing. So let's have this drop down sub content, and the side offset I'm just going to apply here this 10. The menu item, drop down menu item, and here this on click, all I'm going to do is set this theme to dark, which I need to import the function. So which it's going to be straightforward. So here let's use this use theme hook, and here let's extract the theme value, along with that the callback function to update it. So here I can just set the theme to dark. So let me just add in this value to dark, and the styling for this
make this as a flex. Let me just close this. So that's the error. So here this span text, it's going to be dark, and if this theme it's equals to dark, then I'm going to have in here this check icon. Size, let's say I'm just going to add in this 14. Okay, so basically if I just open this, and this is the dark, it's not dark, so that's why we don't have. And the styling wise, let's just make this to be flex, justify between, and items, let's center it, and the cursor to be pointer. So this is one menu item. So let me just take this and have the another menu item. This is the vice versa. So the set theme, let's just change this to light, and instead of here the text as the dark, I'm going to add in this light. And this one, if the theme is light, will have this check icon. So yeah, so that is what we have currently. And one more, the drop down menu item, which is going to be a system. So here let's change this one to system, and the text also I'm going to change this to system. And this one, if this theme is system, that will be this. Okay, these are the three options now. The menu sub thing that we have. Okay, so after this we are going to have for language. So let me add in this drop down menu sub. So inside this again I'm going to have this drop down menu sub trigger, and a class name, cursor, pointer, and a gap of 2. And inside this let's have this a globe icon, and size, let's just have this 16. Okay, so yeah, this is the thing, size 16. And after this, the text of this, I'm going to add in this change language as the text. Okay, after this trigger, the menu portal drop down menu portal, and inside this the sub content now, and inside this, and also this side offset, let's set this to 10. The content of this, it's going to be the icons to change the language. So basically I can just take this and we'll just change the text of it. So inside this, on click, I need to change the language. So to change the language, so since I'll be using here as well as in our local switcher, so I'll maintain a common hook where I can use in our local switcher as well as here in this component as well. So in the hooks folder, let me just create a new hook called this use change locally.tsx, and here this is going to be just a simple straightforward function, whatever we have to change the language. Okay, so this is going to be change locally. So inside this I'll maintain two local variables, one to just to keep track of a loading. So this is going to be set is loading use state. Let's set this one by default to false, and another one is pending or not. So you will just understand what is this state values purpose is. And here we'll use this use transition hook. So yep, and instead of this is pending, so let me just have this start transition. Okay, fine. So here on select change, on select a change, what all I'm going to do is this next locally, it will be either this te or en. So as of now I'm just adding only for 2 language. We can add in this as many as we want. So set is loading to true, and the start transition, and inside this let's try to replace the route, and I need router object, this router from this use router next intl, and same I need this path name use path name, and here all I'm going to do is router dot replace this path name, the whatever this value that I have, and here this locally I'm just going to set in this the param that I got, and finally here all I'm going to do is return this is loading is pending and on select change. Okay, so this is just the hook which is going to help us select the language. So now going to this user component, I can just import the component which we just created. So let me just here go to the top, const use change, so this is going to be use change locally. So here on select a change, and this needs to be imported. Okay, this one, let me just change the definition, I mean not definition, the name of this use change locally. So now I can just import this. Yep, so this, there we go. So now we have this, and here instead of the system that we have for the theme, I'm going to change this one to add in this on select change, and pass in here this as the English, and here in place of the system this is going to be English, and I need the language value also here, so we can get that using our use local hook. So use a local hook, so I'm just going down here, and now here if this language is equals to English, so which it's then we'll have this thing, if not no check mark. Okay, so same thing, I'm just going to add in this one more thing, this it's going to be a te, and I'm just going to add in this text as Telugu. Okay, and this if language code is te, this is what it's going to be. So if I just open now, yep, so that's the language that we have, and that is what we are doing. So this is one more thing for language, and after this I'm just going to have the option to navigate to settings page inside our menu item, and the styling for this, let's just apply this cursor pointer and gap of 2, and this make this as a child, inside this I'm just going to have this link component href. It's going to be for dashboard settings page, and here we'll have this settings icon, and the size, let's just set this to 16. Okay, and here I'm just going to have this text as settings. Okay, fine. So I added the settings text as well. So this is the settings thing, and after this I'll just add the logout option, this drop down menu separator. I'm just going to add in this, and after this let's add in drop down menu item. So here on click, I'm not going to I mean I don't have the function now, so let me add this placeholder, and the styling here, this cursor pointer gap of 2, and we'll add in this icon and the text. This icon, it's going to be logout, and size it's going to be 16. Okay, so here after this icon I'm just going to add in this text. So let's just quickly have this simple function to help us log out the user, so like we normally add for other things. So here logout handler, this here we are going to use simply this sign out function and add in this callback URL, which is going to be this window dot location dot origin, and here specify here this language. Okay, so that's the simple way to log out the user. So now I can just go here and replace this with this one with logout handler. Okay, yep, so this is the user bar, I mean the user drop down, just the simple way of adding the user component to this dashboard header. Okay, so I just added this thing, and also this sidebar component that we have here. Let me just add in this index so that it in this it's going to be static with larger screen, and I'm going to add in some background. Let's add in this some background and border on the right. Okay, just the small change in the sidebar, and also now in this top component, let me just make this item center. Okay, and in the local switcher, since we have this hook which we just prepared, use change locally, I can just use that. So I can use that and remove all of this whatever we had here, this loading and all of those things. So let me just use this, use change locally, and have this is loading and is pending on select change callback function, and I'm just going to remove this one, the function that we have, and even this local state variable that we are maintaining. And yep, so it's just the same, which we just removed that, and whichever we are not using, we can just get rid of those. For example, here this router and path name we are not using, so I just removed that. Okay, just making our code simpler, just moving out the core logic, and so that we can use across multiple components. Okay, fine, that's the thing. And yeah, after this, what we are going to do, let's try to have the breadcrumbs navigation here. So basically we are in the dashboard and settings page, so we wanted to indicate that here in place of this header or the thing that we have. So I'm going to add in that. Before that, let's just change the middleware that I have, so to use the Next.intl rather than this okay, so basically here I wanted to change this middleware function to use Next.auth middleware as well. So basically here, let me just prepare here this list locales, which here this TE and English, and this public pages. The public pages are going to be this home page, and the sign in, and then this the sign up, then this sign up page. Okay, fine. So these are the public pages, and now I wanted to use this the middleware Next.auth middleware with auth function, and wrap all of this and handle this in a better way. So let me import this with auth from this Next.auth middleware library. This one, instead of exporting this as a default, let's store this in one variable called intl middleware, and this is the locals, the list which we have, and also the default it's going to be English, and I'm just creating this as an object. And now let's have this auth middleware, where I'm going to use this with auth from this Next.auth middleware. Next.auth middleware, yep. And this one, let me create a function here on success, here the request. We are going to return this middleware request. Okay, what is the problem here? Okay, let it reload this. I'm just going to restart this. Okay, and in this callbacks, authorized, let's have this token should not be equals to null, and the pages, I'm just going to add in here this sign in page. It's going to be this login. Okay, and finally we will export this default function, middleware function. Middleware, and here this request, it's going to be of type next request, and here this public path name, I'm just going to prepare this regular expression, and here basically all of the locals I'm just joining by slash pipe symbol, and all of the public pages that we have. So basically this is what I'm talking about. So here this is this is the public path name regular expression, and here we will check whether this is the public page or not using this public path name regex. And I'm going to test the request.next URL or .path name. Okay, so if this is the public page, then we are going to use this intl middleware and pass in this. If not, let's return this auth middleware which we have as any of this request. Okay, so this is how we are just handling this middleware. And yep, and let me just remove this one. Okay, just the small way of handling public pages and protected pages for better handling. Okay, yep, and also in this user component, so the components header, yep, so here let's just use this useTranslations, and this is going to be a common, and the place where we had this theme, this is going to be a theme hour. Okay, so yep, and now after this theme, even this dark text, I need to change this. Dark thing, and this one, let me add in this as a light text. This is going to be light, and this one is going to be a system. Okay, so this is the one, and then this language change again, this one, instead of here I'm just going to add in this language our text. Okay, and then the settings, so this one will be changing to settings, and this one to logout. Fine, so just we localize this, that's fine. Now the focus is on the adding a breadcrumbs navigation. So for that, inside our header itself, so I'm just going to create a new component. Let me just name this as the breadcrumb nav .tsx, and inside this, so basically let's first make this as a client component, and export this breadcrumb navigation component, and here I'm just going to return some empty fragment, and then this one needs to be added as part of our the header component. So here in this dashboard, whatever we have here, this header, I'm going to replace this one with this the breadcrumb navigation. So let's develop this component. So here first I need a paths whatever we have. So this I'm going to use this use path name, and this path names I can just get in this way. I have the paths. Let's just split this by slash and filter this one and get this path. So if this path is not equals to te, and then leaving aside that, I'm just going to get all of that and trim this. Okay, so this is going to give me the list of the path names, and let's just use this translations as part of this component. Here I'm going to add in the routes list again. So for this, so let's go to our messages here. Let me add in so here this one again we added this logout log underscore out. Okay, this one, so I'm just going to add in this logout, and here this settings which we just added, this alone I'm just adding. The same applies, and apart from that we'll add in this routes. Okay, so after this the one more thing, this routes, which is going to be the dashboard, the home text, and the settings. Here this is going to be settings. Okay, and the security this is going to be security, and this one theme, it's going to be theme. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to use the same for the other as well for now. So okay, fine. So we have this routes text. So just let's go to this breadcrumb navigation, and inside this let's just use this routes, and now here if this path names that we are collecting is length is greater than 1, then I'm going to render this div. So the styling, let's not see this later. Iterate through this path names. So the path names dot map, get this link and the index. So once I get this inside this, let's prepare this href. So this is going to be in this way. So basically the path name dot slice 0 to I plus 1, and I'm just going to join this by slash. Okay, fine. And now here let's return here this div, and inside this add in here. So basically if this I plus 1 is less than the path names dot length, so basically for slash to add or not. So here I'm going to wrap this one inside this fragment, which it's going to be a link, and attach in this href, which is this href. And here let's add in this t of the link dot to uppercase. And after this I'm going to add in this chevron right icon from this Lucid React. Class name, let's make this as a text primary. Okay, fine. And here let's add in this one. Here I'm just going to add in this this t of the same thing, link dot to uppercase. Okay, so that's if path name is length is greater than 1, and here I can just remove this. Okay, so let me just refresh this. Yep, so we have here this home settings, because we are in a settings page. So this, now I need to style this. Basically, let's make this one as a flex and have this gap of 0.5, and let's just center this items. And also this one, so if I just properly style this, make this also flex, items a center, and have this gap of 0.5. okay, and I'm just going to have this key for this key, it's going to be this high. Okay, so now you can see we are in this home, so clicking on this, it's going to take us to the dashboard, and this is the thing. So if I just change this one, we should have this home settings and security, and this one should change to theme. Okay, so this is the breadcrumb navigation component that we added. Along with that, let me just add in this simple welcoming component inside this header itself. So let's this name this as the welcoming.tsx and make this as the client, and this is going to be a simple component welcoming, and here let's just get this path name, which we are going to use this path name. So if this path name is equals to dashboard, only we will be showcasing this welcome message. So let's just have this space in the y direction 1. So this one, let me just add in the same header. I'm just going to add in this welcoming component here. Okay, so just let's go here in this one. So in the p tag, let's say I'm just going to say here this name of the user. For now, I'm just going to add a decode, hardcode this value, and add in this some emoji. So let's say so I'm just going to add in some emoji here, and after this below this, let's add some text like welcome to super productive app. I'm just going to add in this super productive app something like this. Okay, so this is the message that I wanted to show, and let's just go to this home. So ideally, yep, this is the thing, and here let's just style this, make this a font bold, and text to be 3 times extra large. And for this one, let's make this text to be a muted foreground, and maximum width, let's make it small, and if it's a smaller screen, the maximum width, it's going to be extra large. Okay, fine. So this is just the welcoming component, and we added the breadcrumb navigation, and also to this dashboard layout. Okay, so if it's a larger screen, let's say padding in the x direction is going to be a bit more. Yep, so little bit in the x direction. Okay, fine. So we added this breadcrumb. After this, what I wanted to focus on is this the themes component. So if I just go to this thing, the themes related thing I wanted to focus on. So that one, let's create the new components inside our settings folder. So let's just create here this new settings folder,
and inside this I'm going to create a sub theme folder, and let's create a theme card and a theme component, theme card.tsx, and I'm going to have this theme thing. Okay, so first focusing on this theme component, make this as this client. Let's make this client component, and here let's just export the simple theme card for now, and props and all that we are going to handle. Let's just say this is going to be a theme card, and this is going to be a theme component. So this one also, let's just to make this as client component, and here I'm just going to return this empty fragment with the text theme. And now in place of the settings theme page, I'm going to, instead of this theme settings, let's just replace this with our theme component. So okay, so we should just say theme. Yep. So now let's focus on the theme card component, which we'll be using in theme component. So everything here, first of all, the props for this, we are going to pass in the theme value, so which is going to be the three values: light or dark or the system. Okay, and this active theme, so this is going to be a string, and the callback function to update the theme, so here this is going to be a string, and here this void. Fine, and here let me just destructure this props. Get me let's get this theme, active theme, and on theme is the thing, and inside this, now everything I'm going to wrap inside the card component. So let's just import this card, and inside this the header, we will have this div, and so basically depending upon this theme value, if theme is light, then I'm going to have in here this sun icon with the size, let's say 20. Okay, so here if theme is equals to dark, then I'm going to have this the moon icon, so this should be size 20, and here this theme is equals to system, and here I'm going to have in this laptop icon, and the size I'm going to set this to 20. Okay, fine. So this is what we have, and after this the title, so let's just have this card title. Inside this all I'm going to do is use this theme first letter and convert this to uppercase, and for this I'm going to add in this theme dot slice, and from here and add in this text. So this is going to be a title, and after this, so if this active theme is equals to a theme, then let's add in some badge component. So I'm just going to add in this badge component. So, and if that is a theme, so I'm going to add in that badge component, and the variant, let's say I'm going to set this to default, and provide in here this active thing. Okay, so that's the header, and the card content, let's just leave as a blank for now, and this card footer, so a lot of styling we are going to do that, no need to worry about that. So here the card footer default, I'm just going to pass in here as a theme.
Okay, so assuming the component is present without styling and on-click events handling and all. So now here this theme component. So here I'm going to so basically this one. So let's use this one. So this one as well. So basically I just wanted to know whether this component is mounted or not. For that, let's maintain one state variable. Set is mounted. So here use state, let's set this to false. So basically I'm going to set this to false, and let's get this use theme and get the actual value of the theme and also the callback function to update it, so that I can pass it to our theme card component. Set theme, and here I'm just going to use this use effect to set the is mounted value or not. Set is mounted to true, and this one should be called on mounting of this component. So here if this is not mounted, so here I'm just going to return here this div with loading state something like height and width, let's say 12. Okay, so if it's mounted, so this is what we'll be rendering. This is again going to be a card, and inside this let's have this card header, and this the title. So this is going to be a title theme and some description. So here the description I'm going to say select how you would so basically how you would like your interface. Some text you can just add to look. Select theme from dark, light, or system. Okay, so this is just the description. So after this header, inside this card content, so we will have this theme card for 3 of that. So here let's use this theme card, and on theme, so let's just pass in this set theme, and this theme it's going to be light, and active theme it's the value that we have. I'm just going to pass this one. So this is what we're seeing on the right hand side. Okay, and same thing. So let me just add in for the other sections as well. This one it's going to be dark, and this one it's going to be a system. Okay, so fine. This styling needs to be done. For this card, let's make first of all this bg background, and I don't want any border, and also shadow also let's keep this one to be none. Okay, fine. And this description, let's make this text to be a base. Okay, and for this card content, let's make this also flex and a row, and have this gap of 6. Yep. Okay, fine. So now at least I think this is good. So if I go to this theme card component, and here if we style this properly, it should start to look better. And here first of all the styling, so let's first have this width set to 72, and yep, and also on hover the bg I want it to be accent, and on hover text let's say this should be foreground, and for the duration of let's say 200, add in this transition colors, and cursor to be of type pointer. Then the focus visible, we don't want any outline, so outline to be none, and focus visible, let's add in this ring effect too. Focus visible, let's add in this ring. Okay, and also the offset. So let's add in this ring offset. Yep, and also some ring offset background. I'm just going to add in this value. Okay, fine. So this is the card styling, and here let me just add in this tab index 1 and on key down, so on enter. So basically here, if d dot key is equals to enter, I'm going to make this as the theme, and after this on click, let me just change the theme to that respective selected theme. Okay, and also so this needs to be, so basically let's change this background. So if this active theme is equals to the current theme, then I'm going to have this border primary color, so border 50. Okay, so else I'm not going to have any color. Yep, so this is the theme that is active, so that's why we are showcasing that. And here this card header, now let's make this as a flex and direction to be row, and center this items, and also justify, let's apply this between space. In the x direction keep it 0, and even this y direction let's keep this as a 0. Okay, and even this div, let's have this again flex, center this items, have this gap of 2. Okay, fine, at least it's starting to look better. And this title, let's have this text to be extra large. Okay, yep, and also this card content for now we'll add in later. So here let's say this height is going to be a 44. Fine. Okay, so this is the thing. So let's say I wanted to change it to dark theme, so yep, so the badge. Okay, so whatever it is, so we added in the theme card, and also, so just going to this header dashboard header, let's increase this margin bottom by 10, and yeah, okay, so and even in this breadcrumb, this one I just wanted to add in the ring effect for this. So that is like focus visible. I just don't want any outline, and the same thing like just which we added, focus visible. Let's have this ring 2, this one focus visible ring. Okay, so this needs to change, and ring offset, let's add in this ring offset of 2, and the ring offset background, let's make this rounded a medium, and I'm going to add some padding in the x direction too. Okay, yeah, so fine, so just a small UI polish. So we added this theme. Now let's try to edit the user info. So I wanted to add a form for all of that thing. So basically I wanted to touch this account related page. So this is what I wanted to create, and for this, inside this settings folder, I'm going to create a new folder for components related to this account, and we will try to add in the components related to the settings page. So basically here, so we have this settings page, that's the root page. So here I wanted to create a simple a account info component, and also the option to delete some heading and all those things. So let's first create a simple header component inside this account. I'm just naming this as the heading dot tsx. Okay, so just this one, I'm just going to use this card component and wrap this. So const t use translations. Here this settings written, let's say. So now I'm just going to add it to our settings page. So let me just remove this one, this heading component. Okay, so just going to this heading component. Okay, so here let's wrap everything inside this card component. And this card header, I'm just going to add in this title. So this is going to be simple the account dot title, which we are going to add it to our list. So I'm just going to add it to the messages here. Okay, so basically all things related to settings. So where is this? Okay, so I'm just going to create the after here. Okay, let's just create in here this settings section, and inside this let's have the for each of the things. Okay, for account, so since we are dealing with that, so here this will have the title, which it's going to be account, and description. So here I'm going to say like manage your super productive account, and I'm going to say like all changes to your account will be applied to all workspaces. Okay, and then this image, I'm going to say this is going to be your profile image, and then this user name, this I'm going to say this also, it's going to be username, the first name, this one should be let's make this also in caps, first name. I'm just going to make this as an optional, so this is the text. Okay, and after this the surname. So basically whatever we have in our field, though this it's going to be a surname. This also I'm just going to make this as optional. Then this username placeholder, let's have this the username, and a placeholder for our first name placeholder. So I'm just going to add in this first name text, and after this the surname placeholder. So let's add in this surname. Okay, so after this we have still a lot of things. So the language, this one, it's going to be the language, and the search language. So I'm just going to add in here the search language. Okay, and then the select language, Okay, fine. And then the text for update button, for updating, and for delete section, which we will be adding to delete the account. So this one, delete account, and this delete description. So let's say I'm just going to add in this text: once the account and data are deleted, there is no way to recover them, something like that. Okay, and then this delete label, which I'm going to say this as the delete my account and data. And after this, delete placeholder, this is going to be delete placeholder. So I'm just going to ask him to confirm your email, and then this is going to be a delete button. The text, it's going to be delete, and the content that will be showcasing in the dialog for that also. So here, this title, it's going to be delete account, and the description, I'm going to say this: you will lose access to all your workspaces and projects. Okay, so, and warning, let's add in this text as this: account deletion is permanent and cannot be undone, something like that. And then I'm going to say like delete my account. I'm just going to say here like click in double quotes, let's say, and let's make this one okay, so this one, let's just add here delete my account in single quote to delete your account. Okay, so that's the warning text, and after this, finally this button, this is going to be delete my account. Okay, so this is what it's going to be related to settings of account thing. So let me just, if we miss something, we'll just come back and add in later. So but for now, this is the thing. So now let's go back to our heading component inside here. Okay, so let's just log out. I'm just going to restart this. Let me just restart, and we will just complete this heading component first, just adding in the account title and the account description and all that stuff, which we just added now to our messages en.json file. Okay, so let's sign in with GitHub. Come on. Okay, it's compiled. Okay, it's redirecting, so let's wait. Fine. Meanwhile, after this, inside this card description, I'm going to have this account description. So this account dot dec. So let me just go to this settings page. So in settings page, okay, yeah, this is the account, and this is the description. So for this, let me just add in this background, bg background, and I don't want this any border to be there. So border none, and also the shadow to be none. Okay, yep, fine. And this header, let's make this text size to be 2 times extra large, font to be semi bold, and also this leading to be none, and this tracking to be tight. And for this description, I'm just going to make this text to be of size base. Okay, so that's the header component. So I mean the heading component, and after this we'll have this account info related details. So for let's create inside this account itself the new file component called this account info.tsx, and this one let's just make as this client component. So this is going to be a quite informative component. So here account info, and the props for this it's going to be the session. So here this user image the name, so I can just create in here this interface for that. So interface props, this it's going to be of type this session from the next auth, this one. So now I can just destructure the values. So that is image name, surname, and username. So this I'm just going to add in here from props. Okay, fine. So here let's again try to wrap this inside this card component, and I'm just going to add this one to our settings page. So here this account info, the session, I'm just going to pass in this session for this one. So let's just go to this component again. So here the card content, the first thing that we will have is the account image. Okay, so let me just add in the text for that, which is going to be account dot image. Yeah, I need to have this translations import here. So let's use this, use translations of these settings. Okay, and later, yeah, that's the profile image. And after this I'm going to have this add user image component, and the styling, so let me just tweak the component here, this add user image. Okay, did I not import this? Let me just import. Okay, so in the styling and all of this I'm just going to take care it at the end, but this is just the user image, and after this I'm going to have this form component. So from this thing, and here we need to have in this form with the schema. So let's prepare that one. I'm going to create a separate schema like we did for while we are trying to create the onboarding section. So going to this schema, so let me just create the account info settings schema.ts. Okay, so here the things that we would be needing as part of the schema are the username. So let me just add in this settings schema. So the jar, so this should be of object, and first thing is the username, which is going to be of type string and a minimum of 2. So basically I can take from this one. So let me just take this. So going in here, so this is going to be minimum of 2 lengths, or else let's have this schema dot username dot short, and have this style applied. So okay, so the refined username, I'm just adding this thing, and after this the language selection. So here this should be of type string, and here this required header, I'm just going to add in this schema dot language, which I think we need to add all of these things. So I'm going to add in this at the end, which is not important as of now, and then the name, and after this the surname. So this again, it's going to be of type string, and this also it's going to be optional. Finally, let's export this type, the account info settings schema. So this should be in of type of the account info schema. So now we have this schema, so we can go back to the component, this account info component. Here I can just import the schema which we just prepared, and let's just create in here this form const form, this use form thing, and here let's specify here this account info settings schema, and here this resolver I'm going to attach in the job resolver. Let's pass in this account info schema, and this default values I'm just going to pass in here this username to the username that we have as the param, and this language, let me get this from the use locale thing. So here, and I'm just going to pass in that as the value here, and this name. So if we have this name, I'm going to pass in this name, or else this empty string. Surname also, if we have this surname, let's just pass this in surname, or else the empty string. Okay, so this is the form that we have, and now I can just attach in here for this form. Okay, so and now inside this I need to create in a form field for all of those things. So let's add in this form, and inside this, what is the problem? Okay, now we are adding. Okay, and here inside this div I'm going to have the first form field. So let me first form field is going to be for username. Control this form dot control. Okay, so let me just close this one. The name should be added, so this name, it's going to be a username, and this render part, here let's have this field, and I'm just going to use this form item, have this label. The label, it's going to be this t of account dot username, and after this label we'll have this form control, and inside this I'm going to add in this input component. So here, and the placeholder, let's just pass in this t of account dot username placeholder, and pass in the other field properties here. And after this control, if there is any error, so we are going to use this form message component and display that. Okay, so this is the thing for first the username. Styling, we will do this eventually. So let me just copy this whole thing, and after this I'm just going to add in for name. So let's just change this one to name, and this one should be changed to first name, and here this one should be changed to first name placeholder. Yeah, I think the rest I'm just going to leave that as it is. Fine. And after this I'm just going to create one more div, and inside this we'll have for a surname. So let me just change this one to surname, and here instead of this username we need to change this to surname, and here as well surname placeholder. This is for surname. Okay, fine. Then here after this we need to have a form field to select the language and all. So I need to install the few components which I want to showcase and option to search against the list of the languages that we have and all. Basically the popover and the command component and all. So let me install them.